Chapter 1. Xinxiang, Zhongqing High School. The school bell rang, and the originally quiet campus quickly became lively. Students poured out of the classrooms, laughing and joking in groups of 3 or 2. Lan stood at the school gate with a shoulder bag on his back, looking at the people passing by on the street carelessly, while focusing his attention on the translucent progress bar above his sight. As a time traveler, he gradually recovered his memories of his previous life since he was 10 years old, and at the same time, he has been looking forward to the arrival of his own gold finger. And a year ago, his gold finger arrived late. Super God Template System. This is the name of his gold finger. As the name suggests, the system will give powerful character templates one by one, and then as long as Lan plays the template, and then causes a sensation in the world, collects people's belief, he can continuously unlock the template progress, and then continue to become stronger. Originally, it was a good thing to be reborn in a dangerous world like Marvel and gain power through the system. But a huge amount of problems were placed in front of Lan. The first role-playing template given by the system is the Dark Doctor Strange. So if Lan wants to progress in role-playing and unlocking templates, he must consider the issue of Ancient One Magician. Before crossing, Lan also read many Marvel fan fictions, most of which regarded the Ancient One Magician who mastered the time gem as an existence that knew everything about the future. But as a failed author in his previous life, Lan, who had studied Marvel-related materials in depth, knew very well that Ancient One was not as unsolvable as most Marvel fan fiction readers thought. The death of Ancient One Magician in the movie was ridiculed by many people as running away from death, but in fact, it was actually the destined death of Ancient One. Even if he mastered the infinite gems, Ancient One made countless observations of the future, but he could not avoid that note of death. All the future he observed came to an abrupt end at that moment. He could not see the future further. Ancient One could not see the future further, and before he died, he met the very good Stephen Strange, and he placed his hopes for the future on Strange. And the results also proved that in many universes, Doctor Strange's ability to make trouble is stronger than one. In other words, if Lan starts to play the role of the Dark Doctor Strange, even if he does not want to harm the Earth and the universe as a magical existence, the Ancient One who cannot see the future may choose to deal with him before he dies. This unstable factor leaning towards the dark side. Definitely, it is also possible to do nothing and leave it to the future Doctor Strange to judge. But Lan dare not bet on this probability. But he also does not want to wait until the death of the Ancient One before starting to play. That would be too long. So after some hard thinking, Lan finally found a way to break the situation. The so-called role-playing template, causing a sensation, gaining trust, and finally unlocking power. There seems to be no rule that the template role-playing must be carried out in reality. It's just that the final result is to make people believe that Lan is the Dark Doctor Strange, or the Dark Sorcerer Supreme. Thinking of this, Lan's first reaction is to make a movie. Definitely not to go to Hollywood to be an actor to make a Dark Sorcerer Supreme movie. After all, not to mention that he has no money to invest. Even if it is really made, the audience will think it is fake. After all, in modern society, few people will believe that an actor who plays a fairy is really a fairy. The inspiration for Lan's method came from the novels he had read in his previous life, such as My Identity as a PR**ST**** Uda was exposed by the Heavenly Tao Golden List, Extracting Memories, I was actually a dark summoner in the last days, and Awakening in my previous life, I became an NBA champion in the incarnation of Pangu. Ordinary movies definitely cannot make people believe that he is the Dark Sorcerer Supreme. But what if a higher-level power, a means beyond human cognition, broadcasts infinite possible futures to the whole world? Then add sand to a lot of future character plots, add your own content, play in the fictional future video, and gain trust. What will happen? And the answer Lan got from the system was, it is completely feasible. After all, playing in reality is also playing, and playing in the fictional future is also playing. As long as people believe it is true, there is no problem. And in this way, safety is also guaranteed. After all, the Ancient One Magician can't just destroy Lan in reality just because he is the Dark Sorcerer Supreme in a possible future, right? So Lan began to push forward his plan. He enlarged the system interface to a size that could cover the Earth, and then chose visualization. A screen that could be seen by all regions of the world appeared. And because of the special power of the system, anyone could see the content from any angle and in the most suitable proportion. Then he played the future on the light screen in the name of Observer. The plot of the future played was Iron Man 1, which was perfected by Lan's memory extraction and the illusion magic in the 5% Dark Doctor Strange template, that came with the system's novice gift package. After this wave of testing, although the whole world was in chaos for a while, he was not visited by the Ancient One magician, and no observer in a robe came to trouble him. This was not beyond Enland's expectations. First of all, although the future played was perfected by his illusion magic, it was packaged by the power of the system when it was finally played. The Ancient One magician could not tell whether it was true or false, nor could he find the source. Secondly, as long as it did not endanger the safety of the world too much, the Ancient One magician would not have so much leisure to find trouble for himself. The same goes for the observer. Although Enland borrowed the name of the observer and may borrow his image in the future, as long as there is no major disaster affecting the multi-universe, the observer will not say anything even if he sees it. At most, he will secretly complain that Enland did not pay for the use of his image. As for Enland's identity as a time traveler, there are many people who travel back and forth in the multi-universe, and there are even people who travel from the reality. Enland is not missing one. Even if he is really noticed, it doesn't matter. In his previous life, Enland had read Marvel's new Gwen Shur comics, and the girl codenamed Gwen Shur was set as a time traveler who traveled from reality to the Marvel universe, and then regarded everyone as paper NPCs, killing and setting fires without any psychological burden. Such a time traveler who kills and sets fires without scruples, and no big boss has been seen to cause trouble. After proving the safety with actual actions, Enland felt much more relieved, and then began to broadcast an episode of Future from time to time. After a year, people in this world have gone from questioning the contents on the screen to gradually accepting the facts after they were verified. Enland has finally laid the groundwork for what he needs. Enland has never forgotten that he did all this so that he can play safely and without risk, so next, it is time for him to step on the stage. The Dark Doctor Strange template is about to surge, and I am already looking forward to the next template. Enland looked at the video production progress bar above his sight, which had reached 99%, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Coming to an extraordinary world, wouldn't it be a pity not to go to the highest point to take a look? Chapter 2. Suddenly, a slap hit Enland's shoulder, and a voice that sounded very jumpy rang in his ears. Sorcerer says. Enland turned his head to look at the brown-haired handsome man who was arm in arm with him right away, and shook his head. Johnny, people will scare others if they scare others. Deadmans, you don't look scared. Johnny looked at Enland's calm expression and some boringly transferred topics. By the way, do you sell me? You, come aside. Enland is lying on Kiangni. Susan is your sister. She knows you better than me. She doesn't need to ask me. She knows you must not go to me. Exaggerated funny expression. No, brother. You don't see what era is now. I don't even know if I can live until 10 years. Why should I consider what happened decades later? Shouldn't you take advantage of his youth and energy? Enland shook his head. I'm afraid you will go like this, but I haven't waited until I haven't waited until I haven't waited until I haven't waited for it. Thanos' snap of fingers might have killed a female classmate. You have 3 girlfriends at the same time. You are amazing. Johnny said firmly, I am happy to die. Besides, there are only 3. If your face is given to me, I can at least have another girlfriend in the football team. Anyway, such a handsome face is wasted on a wooden man like you. Do you know what it means to be better off with nothing than with something bad? Enland pouted. I just have higher standards. For example, your girlfriends, I think they are taking advantage of me even if they are given to me for free. What about Gwen? Johnny tilted his head. She has always liked you. She liked you in junior high school. Don't say you don't know. I know, but if I choose Gwen, what about your sister? Enland said. So I'm thinking of a way to have the best of both worlds. I want both of the most beautiful flowers in Zhongqing High School. Why don't you help me think of a way? Johnny cast a death stare. Enland, I advise you to be kind. That's my dearest sister. Enland looked innocent. But you have several girlfriends yourself. No, I mean. Johnny stretched out his fingers and rubbed them, spitting out a strange Huxia accent. You have to pay more. What are you talking about so happy? A gentle female voice came from behind, which made Johnny's laughter stuck in his throat, and he coughed violently. Enland turned around and saw 2 beautiful girls walking side by side. The girl on the left had short platinum hair and a petite figure. Her skin glowed white under the sunlight. Her big blue eyes were like clear lake water, reflecting Enland's shadow. When she saw him looking over, her eyes curved into crescents. The outstanding appearance and temperament matched with the simple uniform of Zhongqing High School, like a small white flower stained with dew in the morning, fresh and refined. It was Gwen, who Johnny said he always liked Enland. The girl on the right looked more mature, with softer facial lines and a slightly darker skin tone than Gwen. She had a perfect body curve in Lan's eyes, and the soft facial contours naturally carried a gentle feeling like water and a charm that surpassed her own age. At first sight, one could not help but think of a gentle newlywed wife with a kind of young woman's beauty. However, in fact, she is just 18 years old. Johnny beside Lan can guarantee that his sister is not as gentle as she looks, at least not when facing his brother. Because a gentle sister will not tell her brother's bad deeds to her mother. Gwen, Susan, and Lan greeted the two of them without any abnormality. When they came closer, the two separated, and Gwen walked to Lan's left-hand side very naturally. Susan pulled Johnny away from Lan's other side, stood between the two, and asked curiously, "What were you talking about just now? Did Johnny ask you to cover for him again?" And Lan looked at Johnny, who was curling his lips and rolling his eyes, and smiled and said, "No, we were just discussing whether there would be the next future video." The next future video? Susan pursed her lips and looked up at the sky. When it comes to this topic, except for Lan, the other three people's faces were no longer smiling. Since the voice that called himself Observer appeared with the future video a year ago, the world has changed dramatically. At first, people watched the playboy Tony Stark in the future video become Iron Man, announced his withdrawal from the military industry, and even fought with the major shareholder Obadiah Stane in mechanical armor. At that time, people just thought it might be a spoof movie made by some high-tech that ordinary people could not understand. As a result, a few days later, news broke that Obadiah Stane was really found to have illegally sold weapons and embezzled Stark Industrial's interests. And not long after, the Stark Group held a press conference to announce its withdrawal from the military industry and announced that Tony Stark had developed a micro-arc reactor and decided to let the group enter the energy industry. This made the Stark Group's stocks fluctuate, and people began to feel something was wrong. Later, shortly after the second video about Tony Stark was broadcast, news broke that Ivan Vanko, who served as Tony Stark's opponent in the future video, and his father Anton Vanko had joined the official scientific research institution of Lucia. Soon after, Lucia officially announced that it also had the arc reactor and sued Stark Industries internationally, accusing Howard Stark of stealing Anton Vanko's invention decades ago and kicking him out shamelessly. Later, as the videos were played, Captain America was dug out of the ice in advance. SHIELD was confirmed to exist, and it really had the aerospace carrier and something called Tesseract. Later, it was even revealed that SHIELD had been parasitized by Hydra for a long time. Except for Thor, most of the other things that appeared in the video have been confirmed. At this point, people in the world gradually realized that those videos about the future might be true, not some fabricated high-tech movies. But why the mysterious existence who called himself Observer wanted to play these videos to all mankind, people didn't know and could only speculate, but the Observer never responded to it. Originally, people thought it was a good thing after accepting this reality, because after knowing that studying Tesseract would lead to alien invasion, under the pressure of people all over the World Security Council has promised not to repeat the same mistake and has sealed Tesseract in the most strict and safe way. And the problem of Hydra was solved after a period of turmoil, at least on the surface. This undoubtedly avoided many disasters. However, in the last future video, the second gathering of Avengers cast a shadow of despair on everyone's heart. Chapter 3. The cause of the incident is that in the video, Iron Man Tony Stark studied a new artificial intelligence, Ultron, in order to better protect the safety of the world, and then Ultron went out of control. As a result, when people thought that this future video was to see how the Avengers members would solve the Ultron crisis and protect the Earth, an accident appeared. In the video, Ultron, with the help of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, replaced his vibranium body inlaid with Mind Gem and prepared to fight the Avengers. A familiar blue portal appeared, and the purple giant who had given Loki the Mind Scepter and the Chitauri army in the first Avengers assembly video walked out. He wore a golden glove inlaid with 5 gems and defeated the joint efforts of Avengers and Ultron with one person. Even the Avengers desperately detonated the giant reactor in Ultron's base, trying to perish with him. As a result, facing the nuclear explosion at hand, the purple giant just turned his wrist lightly to freeze time and space. Then he waved his hand lightly like wiping away a tiny dust and let the nuclear explosion dissipate into invisible. Finally, the purple giant called Thanos turned the time again, allowing Ultron, who chose to self-destruct and take the Mind Gem away in despair, to recover to a good state, and then forcibly took the recondensed Mind Gem from Ultron's head. After inlaying the gem on his gloves, he only used a light snap of his fingers to wipe out half of the life in the entire universe. Thanos, who appeared in 2 future videos and the total appearance time was no more than half an hour, brought unparalleled oppression and desperate strength to mankind. Nowadays, people can't imagine how to solve this horrible disaster that is almost certain to occur in the future. Or, can you only lie down and enjoy life, and then pray that you are the half that survived? So, this is why I am squandering my youth now. Who knows if I can survive that snap in the future? Johnny broke the silence and said with some boredom, now many people have the same attitude as me. While I am still alive, I will enjoy it as much as possible. Don't say these nonsense, Johnny. Susan squinted at her brother. Before the last video, you were already in this worrying state now. But this is indeed a panic and frustrating thing, right? Johnny shrugged and said, I am not the only one who holds a pessimistic attitude. Go and look at the news online. Global stocks have fallen into a mess. The financial crisis has begun, and the real estate market has collapsed all over the world. Now there are people all over the world who want to sell their houses and use the money to enjoy life. If they survive, they may be able to live in a free house without spending money to buy it. To be honest, I don't understand whether it is still useful to study hard now. Definitely useful, Susan said. You can have food to eat and money to spend. Johnny was confused. What do you mean? Susan curled her lips. It means that if you don't go to school, Mom will definitely not give you money and will drive you out of the house so that you can experience the difficulty of work yourself. Johnny thought for a while and said, Dear sister, maybe we can discuss with Mom and sell the house. Johnny, don't even think about it. If Mom hears this, she will definitely kick your ***. At this time, Anlan, who was holding back his laughter, finally spoke. Johnny, don't forget that the observer in the future video said that no matter time, space, or reality, it is not linear. What is shown in the future video is just a possibility, which means we may not necessarily encounter the things in the future video, so it is definitely wrong to think about relying on parents now. What you said is just like the lines of those experts and official spokespersons. Johnny rolled his eyes. They also said that, advising people to love life and love work. Damn it. Who can love work when they know they will not live for a few years? The few people joked along the way, and soon they arrived at a crossroads. See you next week, buddy. See you next week, Gwen, Lon. Susan and Johnny, the brother and sister, waved and left. And Lon and Gwen, who were standing at the intersection, watched the two leave. Gwen turned her head to look at Lan's profile and awkwardly rolled up the hair that fell in front of her eyes and whispered, Lon, how are you going to spend the weekend? Me? I haven't thought about it yet. And Lon looked at Gwen. Why, what are your plans? Well, Gwen's cheeks were a little hot, and she lowered her head to avoid Lan's sight, took off her school bag, reached in and fumbled for a while, and took out 2 things that looked like tickets. Well, tomorrow is the Stark Group's technology exhibition, and someone gave me 2 tickets. I remember you seemed to be quite interested in these, so. Gwen handed the tickets to Lon, and her 2 small hands were behind her back, unconsciously grabbing the hem of her school uniform. Her knuckles were so hard that they turned white, and she waited anxiously for Lan's response. Although it was not the first time that she invited Lon to a date alone, every time she made an invitation, the trepidation still made Gwen's heart beat faster. Definitely. Lon looked at the tickets, then looked at Gwen, who was timid like a rabbit with her head down, and didn't let her wait too long. Thank you, Gwen. It's not easy to get tickets for the Stark Technology exhibition, so let's see you tomorrow? Yes. Gwen cheered in her heart and hurriedly said, I'll call you downstairs at your house tomorrow. The technology exhibition won't start until 10 a.m. We can leave early and have some breakfast or something. Then it's settled. Lon smiled and put the tickets back in Gwen's hand, then waved and turned away. Until his figure disappeared at the end of the street, Gwen slowly turned around, holding the 2 tickets that still carried Lan's breath tightly in her little hands, humming a song and jumping towards home. Gwen is very smart. She actually realized that the reason why Lon had not given her a clear response was because of Susan's existence, and his heart was wavering between the 2 of them. Originally, after Susan entered high school, because of the reduced number of meetings, Gwen felt that Lan's heart had gradually tilted towards her, but in the end, it was delayed until the time when they both entered high school. After entering the same school as Susan, Lon seemed to hesitate again, as if everything was going back to the past, but Gwen was no longer willing to delay. She had to increase her efforts and take the initiative, try to win Lon over in a short time and completely establish a relationship. On the other hand, Lon, who returned home, threw his school bag, looked at the progress bar above his sight that showed 100%, pulled a chair and put it by the window, opened the refrigerator, took out the soda, and took out the melon seeds, ready to appreciate his masterpiece. Sitting on the chair, opening the soda and inserting the straw, and grabbing a handful of melon seeds, Lan said lightly, "Start." Duh. Chapter 4. Along with Lan's voice, the next moment, the sky in Xinjiang, which had already shown some dusk, suddenly changed color, and a light curtain slowly emerged from nothing. At the same time, countless people around the world raised their heads and looked at the sky. But the emotions contained in those lines of sight were different. A new video has appeared. Praise the great observer. Oh, what's the point? Another new crisis? Let us know that the future can be even more cruel, right? Will there be another hero who stands up, solves that Thanos, and then saves the dead? With that glove, Thanos is already invincible. He can kill half of the life in the universe with a snap of his fingers. Nuclear explosions can't even hurt his hair. What hero can beat him? Don't dream. Instead of expecting Thanos to be defeated, it's better to expect him not to go crazy and snap his fingers again and kill the rest of the people. A new video began with people from all over the world talking about it. Time, space, reality. They are not linear relationships, but a prism with infinite possibilities. One choice can give birth to countless realities, creating completely different parallel worlds. I am the observer. I will guide you through the vast new reality. Follow me and think about the infinite possibilities of the problem together. This opening that appears in every video, accompanied by the observer's voice, even comes with a string of pleasant background music, just like the soundtrack when people watch movies. Although I don't understand why the observer does these things, people have long been accustomed to it. And I have to admit that many times as the plot in the future video changes, coupled with exciting or soothing music, it can indeed mobilize people's emotions. After the opening, the observer's narration slowly sounded. In many different futures, Tony Stark started by defeating Ironmonger Obadiah Stane and officially stepped onto the stage as a superhero. In every battle with Obadiah, he successfully protected those innocent people and handed in a perfect answer for his superhero debut. But in this future, there was a little accident in their battle. Accompanied by the observer's narration, the picture slowly emerged from the light curtain in the sky. It was a prosperous night scene, and in the center of the picture were 4 laughing young people. Looking at the scene in the picture, most people didn't have much reaction. At most, they just admired the 4 young people. The boy was handsome and the girl was beautiful. But there were also many people who looked at the 4 people in the picture and were surprised. For example, the students and teachers of Midtown High School. Although the 4 people in the picture looked a little mature, they could still see that they were clearly the most famous 4 people in Midtown High School. Susan Stone and Gwen Stacy, whose appearance crushed other girls in the school. There is also the handsome Johnny Stone, who is also handsome, and the handsome Hushan Lan, who is even more handsome than Johnny. Johnny and Susan, who just returned home, are also watching the video in the sky. When Johnny found that he was the first person to appear on the screen, he jumped up and shouted excitedly to Mrs. Stone, who was surprised. "Did you see it, Mom? Your son is going to be famous." Haha, I will definitely receive a lot of confessions when I go to school next week. Susan rolled her eyes and complained, "Johnny, you think too much. The girls who come to you may not confess to you, but ask you for Lan's contact information and social account, or ask you to help forward the confession letter." Johnny's face turned black after a blow. After rolling his eyes, he thought of a way to fight back. "My dear sister, don't worry. I won't help others forward the confession letter, but I can help you forward the confession letter. Do you want to write one now?" Mrs. Stone smiled and agreed. "I think the little guy is good. Susan, he doesn't take the initiative. You can take the initiative." This time it was Susan's turn to blush. On the other side, Stacy's house. Sheriff George Stacy, who had already returned home from work, saw the future video appearing in the sky and immediately planned to put on his uniform and go back to the police station. Because every time the future video is played, there will always be some people who take the opportunity to make trouble. For example, when the birth of Iron Man was played, the public would protest against the illegal sale of weapons to terrorists by the executives of the Stark Group, and then develop it into $0 purchases. When the Chitauri invasion is played, the public will protest against Shilv for attracting alien invasions, protest against the official act of dropping nuclear bombs on the city center, and then buy it for free. When the Ultron crisis is played, protest against the out-of-control artificial intelligence studied by Tony Stark. What? Before the process is completed, another Thanos comes and destroys half of the life? Good guy, why don't you seize the opportunity to buy it for free? You may not have the chance in the future. In short, no matter what content is played in the future video, The simple-minded Xinjiang people can find reasons to buy it for free, so as a sheriff, he has to be on standby at such times. As a result, just after changing clothes and preparing to go out, he saw his baby daughter appear in the video. This made Sheriff Stacy stunned for a while. "Mom and Dad, look, I appear in the future video." Gwen pointed at the light curtain in the sky in surprise. "Will I become a superhero too?" Looking at her optimistic daughter who has not yet figured out the seriousness of the situation, Sheriff Stacy sighed deeply and took out her mobile phone. "It seems that I have to stay at home tonight." Under the night, for young people are saying goodbye to each other with laughter. "Have a nice night, buddy." The cynical Johnny smiled wickedly and leaned close to Enlan's ear, winked at him, and whispered. In the direction of his sight, two beautiful girls with different characteristics were also whispering together. Seeing that Enlan was silent, Johnny patted his shoulder, then put his hands behind his head and walked away. Susan, who was whispering to Gwen, noticed Johnny leaving and subconsciously called out, "Hey, Johnny, where are you going?" "I agreed to go on a date with my girlfriend number 3 tonight, so I probably won't go home tonight." Johnny didn't look back, took out his phone and waved, "Don't worry, I'll call my mom." Susan looked at her brother who was leaving, then looked at Gwen and Amlin beside her, reached out to tidy up her hair, letting it fall down to cover the slightly dim color in her eyes. "Well, I should go home soon. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Gwen waved. Amlin stopped the taxi and waved goodbye to Susan after she got in the car. The two stood there, waiting for the taxi to disappear in the lights in the distance before walking side by side again, silently enjoying the warmth under the night. P.S. The new book is launched. Please support me in various ways. You can also read the author's old books, The King of Black Light and the Endless Plane, The Cheating Player in the Reincarnation Space, Spoiler Live, I Fooled the Whole Ninja World. Chapter 5. Until the two walked across a street, Gwen looked up at the brightly lit Stark building not far away, took a deep breath to break the silence, took Enlan's hand, and put a carefully wrapped gift box in his hand. "Lon, happy birthday. This is the adult gift I prepared for you." Enlan looked at the box in his hand with some surprise. "What is it?" Gwen's watery eyes smiled into a crescent shape, with her hands behind her back, and said coquettishly, "Open it and take a look. I bought this after working part-time for a long time." Enlan shook his head and smiled, and immediately unwrapped the gift. In the exquisite packaging, there was a black sports watch, full of technology. Enlan carefully took out the watch and turned it over and over in his hand. The bright street lights illuminated a line of words engraved on the back of the dial. "Time will prove how much I love you." Enlan pursed his lips, and his eyes gradually became particularly soft as he looked at the line of words. The girl looked at Enlan's expression and asked in a low voice with a little expectation and a little trepidation, "Lon, do you like this gift?" "Definitely." Enlan took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and put on the watch full of youth and technology, and then took the girl into his arms. Gwen tilted her head and put her head on Enlan's chest. Her white jade-like pure cheeks gradually turned pink, and her clear eyes like lake water revealed a look of satisfaction and joy. After a while, the two separated. Enlan was about to speak, and suddenly it changed drastically. Accompanied by the whistling of the wind and the sound of metal, a huge amount of metal giant rumbled through a heavy truck in motion, and then hit the wall on the side of the road with a sharp wail of the truck. As the huge robot-like existence landed, the heavy truck that was hit and out of control also exploded. Against the backdrop of the flames, the whole street quickly became chaotic. Pedestrians on the street also screamed and ran away from the dangerous center of the accident. Enlan and Gwen were definitely no exception. The two people who were interrupted in their tender and sweet atmosphere didn't bother to say more. Enlan pulled Gwen's arm and ran away. Behind the crowd who were fleeing in panic, the huge Iron Overlord raised his arms. One arm aimed at the flying golden red armor and fired wildly, and the cold muzzle of the other arm was aimed at the fleeing people. "Tony Stark, as an arms dealer, you announced your withdrawal from the military industry. Do you think you were kind?" Ironmonger roared with an electric current. "Do you think the weapons you sell to the military are used to maintain justice? Do you know how many people they have killed around the world with the weapons you developed? Do you still want to investigate the evidence of my arms trafficking? The Stark weapons and equipment in the hands of those Middle Eastern people are not sold by me alone. The military is also selling them. Everyone is trying to make money. How much nobler are you than me? Do you think that closing the military industry department and giving away some of your self-proclaimed kindness can wash away your sins as an arms dealer and the blood on your hands? Put down your hypocritical sense of justice. Tony, let your uncle tell you. What is real?" Ironmonger laughed wildly, and the 6-barreled machine gun on the arm aimed at the people started to turn. "No, Iron Man, who was in a state of disgrace under the fierce shooting of Ironmonger, noticed the former's movements, roared in shock and anger, and at the critical moment, he forcibly fired a chest cannon, trying to interrupt Ironmonger's movements. A dazzling beam of light flashed by. Ironmonger leaned back violently under the sudden bombardment of the light cannon, staggered backward, raised the arm machine gun aimed at the people high, and fired countless bullets into the sky. But as it tried to regain its center of gravity from the impact, the other arm that was originally aimed at Iron Man was waving randomly, sweeping a red-gold line of fire around the street. In just a moment, as the line of fire passed, a cloud of blood mist broke out among the fleeing crowd. Countless limbs and arms flew around with the fragments of vehicles and buildings. Blood was splashed wantonly, and the whole street turned into hell in the blink of an eye. Obadiah Stan, what have you done? Iron Man roared with rage, rushed forward to fight with Ironmonger, and destroyed the multi-barrel machine guns on Ironmonger's two arms with a desperate posture. But the tragedy has already happened. Lon, who was dozens of meters away, looked at the fallen Gwen, with grief and despair in his eyes, and slowly knelt on the ground. A bullet shot from the muzzle of Ironmonger, after penetrating the body of a bus, carried the remaining power and bloomed a blood flower between the chest and back of the girl. At the moment, the picture slowed down, and the battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger and the screams of people became weaker and weaker. Sad background music sounded, and the jumping fire on the street reflected the heart-wrenching pain on Lan's face. The narration belonging to the observer slowly sounded. The death of a girl also buried a heart. The picture jumped, and the scene of Lan standing at the funeral with a haggard face emerged. He was heartbroken and unwilling to accept the reality of the girl's death. He tried his best to redeem the tragedy that had already happened. But the existing technology could not do what he wanted, so he could only travel around the world to pursue the mysterious and supernatural powers and legends around the world, hoping to find a way to revive decedent. Accompanied by the observer's narration, the scene of Lan signing the house sale contract and then traveling around the world with a bag on his back, experiencing spring, summer, autumn, and winter, appeared in the picture. In the process, he also became mature, vicissitudes, and unkempt, gradually turning from a delicate and handsome boy into a dirty and bearded tramp. In reality, countless people raised their heads, and their moods fluctuated with the experience of the man in the picture. People watched him walk through ice and snow, walk through the hot summer, experience deception, encounter robbery, have his money stolen, and be beaten up. He experienced all kinds of hardships, but was never willing to give up. People even saw some familiar plots in his experience. When Mjolnir fell from the sky, Lan, who learned the news from the internet, rushed there quickly and even talked to Thor, but in the end, his expression became gloomy when Thor shook his head silently. People also saw extraordinary beings that had never been seen in previous future videos. Watching him talk to a flame skeleton knight riding a motorcycle in a wilderness, wanting to make a deal with the devil, but being told by the skeleton knight that the devil could not resurrect decedent, everything was just a lie. In the end, people watched him run out of money, be driven out of the hotel, and sleep on a bench in the park, becoming a real tramp, but still kept the watch Gwen gave him properly, tirelessly pursuing the illusory legend, seeking the almost invisible hope. This man's persistence silenced everyone. P.S. Ask for support, flowers, comments, and monthly tickets. Chapter 6. Many people couldn't help but comment online while watching the video. I used to think that the so-called deep affection was fake, just words, but after seeing him, I believe in love again. I also want to have a boyfriend like this. I am willing to die for him. The girl named Gwen gave him a watch with the words, "Time will prove how much I love you" on the dial. He didn't say anything at the time, but later responded with his actual actions. Gwen is so happy. It's really worth dying to have someone who loves her so deeply. Does anyone know where he lives? I'm going to rob someone. I want to marry him. In this way, I get sweet love. Gwen doesn't have to lose her life, and we both have a bright future. It's a win-win situation. Go upstairs and die, he's mine. My father is the boss of XX Group, and my family has assets of hundreds of millions of dollars. Much better than that, Gwen. I will definitely not let him suffer so much with me. I haven't said anything yet with my net worth of $1 billion. My dad said that if I marry someone like Lan, he will definitely feel relieved. By the way, what is Lan's full name? Someone has already revealed that his name is Lan, a student at Zhongqing High School. Stone's home. Mrs. Stone looked at the light curtain, wiping her tears with a tissue, and sighed. This child is too miserable, alas. And Gwen, such good two children. How could they encounter such a thing, so pitiful? Johnny looked at the light curtain, but there was some suspicion in his eyes. and Lon had told him after school in the afternoon that he wanted both Gwen and Susan. This guy is obviously as philandering as him. At most, he is not as bad as him. How can he be so affectionate? Did he choose the wrong person? But think about it carefully. The video will be played in the future, so it must be true. Maybe he is superficial in judging people. Maybe this good brother of his is just a good man with a good mouth. Thinking of this, a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at his sister beside him. Susan, it seems that you lost to Gwen, and lost miserably. Mrs. Stone also reacted after hearing this, and quickly gave advice. Susan, that Lon and Gwen's 2 children have not yet confirmed their relationship, right? If not, then you have to hurry up and try to snatch Lon. Mom likes this child so much now. He wants to marry you, and Mom won't have to worry about you for the rest of her life. Mrs. Stone said confidently. This can also prevent Gwen from having accidents in the future. It's the best of both worlds, don't you think, daughter? Susan seemed not to hear what the two said, staring at the light screen with her eyes straight, with heartache and melancholy, and her gentle eyes were full of sadness. Susan, say something? Mrs. Gwen stretched out her hand and patted her daughter to urge. What can I say? Susan pursed her lips and looked at Lon in the picture with her big eyes. If this video hadn't come out, I could still compete with Gwen, but now the future is clear, and Lon has done that for Gwen. It would be shameless for me to snatch it again. Mrs. Stone frowned in frustration. What you said, didn't the great observer say that this is just a possibility in the future, and the future is not destined? Maybe in which future you and Lon will be a couple. Then let's wait until the future when I and Lon are together appears. Susan shook her head and said in a low tone, but now seeing the relationship between them, I really don't have the courage to fight for anything. Looking at her daughter's depressed look, Mrs. Stone didn't know what to say. Think about it. It's right. Her daughter must have that boy in her heart. But now that the future video has come out, the relationship between Lon and Gwen has been sublimated. In this case, fighting for Lon and trying to break up the future couple will become a despicable act in the eyes of most people, and will be condemned and criticized. And this condemnation and criticism may be worldwide. How many people can bear such heavy pressure? Mom, I'm going back to my room first. Susan struggled to stand up and walked into her room in a daze. After closing the door, she seemed to have lost all her strength. She sat down slowly on the ground, leaning against the door, looking at the light curtain outside the window. Tears wet her cheeks. She had noticed long ago that Lon had been hesitating between herself and Gwen. She had a good impression of him, but she didn't want to embarrass him. She didn't force him to make a choice, but just waited silently, experiencing the subtle taste of being more than friends, but less than lovers. But she never thought that when she really realized that she had lost him, her heart would be so empty and lost, and even the heartache was an empty feeling. Lon, what should I do? On the other side, Stacy's house. Gwen, who had already burst into tears, looked at the picture of Lon being scolded and driven out by the hotel owner because of arrears, and could only shiver on the park bench with his arms around his shoulders in the cold night. She finally couldn't help it. She got up and went back to her room, changed her home clothes, and hurried out. Gwen, what are you going to do? Sheriff Stacy asked knowingly. She had always been strictly controlled by her father, and she didn't even dare to show her love for Lon in front of her parents. But this time, Gwen didn't talk about other things, but looked directly into her father's serious eyes and said firmly, I'm going to find Lon. I'm going to his house. Lon can travel around the world and go through hardships to revive her. So how can she not have even such a little courage? Sheriff Stacy knew her daughter's thoughts, and her originally serious face softened. She sighed lightly. Okay, Dad knows you like that boy. Originally, Dad didn't like that boy very much, because he was too handsome, and too handsome boys are often hard to say in terms of feelings. Dad is also afraid that you will be hurt after being with him. Seeing that her daughter was unhappy and wanted to refute, Sheriff Stacy waved her hand to stop her, turned her head and glanced at the light screen, and then said, Now it seems that the boy is a real man. Dad is relieved to leave you to him. Hearing this, Gwen's little face eased, and a trace of joy and shyness appeared. But you should not go to his place for now. Sheriff Stacy said slowly, Don't worry, baby, it's getting late now, and the streets are generally not safe during the future video broadcast. Dad is worried about you going there alone. So, wait a while. Wait until this video is over. If you want to go there, then. Sheriff Stacy gritted her teeth and suppressed her heartache. Dad will drive you there personally. Chapter 7. Late at night, my daughter went to another boy's house. It's self-evident what will happen if both of them have feelings for each other. So when Sheriff Stacy said this, Gwen and Mrs. Stacy were shocked. Is this still the father who disciplined her strictly and got angry when he saw a boy next to her? Is this still the husband who treasured his daughter and said many times that if his daughter fell in love too early, he would test the boy's bulletproof ability? Why are you looking at me like that? Sheriff Stacy was a little upset. Gwen, the reason why Daddy doesn't let you fall in love is because he wants to protect you. He doesn't want you to be deceived by those bad boys outside at an ignorant age and get hurt. It's not that he doesn't want you to enjoy the beauty of love. Now the future video has proved that Anlan is a trustworthy person, so Daddy will naturally not stop him. But there is one thing you must pay attention to. Gwen at the moment has slowly come out of the sad mood brought by the future video and hurriedly asked, "What?" Sheriff Stacy got up and went back to the bedroom, and soon came out again, holding a few small packages in her hand, handed them to her daughter, and said seriously, "I know you will definitely go to that step, but remember to let him wear it when the time comes." Gwen, Sheriff Stacy said, "A what? He must wear this. I don't want to be a grandfather so early. And having a baby too early is not good for your health." Gwen looked down at the things her father handed to her, and a layer of blush quickly spread from her neck to her fair and flawless little face. Let alone the disturbances of Gwen's family, the future video in the sky is still going on. After years of exploring the mysteries, long after saying goodbye to Ghost Rider, Anlan finally came into contact with supernatural power for the third time when he was at his wit's end. When Anlan was awakened by the sudden movement in the deserted house in the abandoned suburbs, he hid behind the window and observed carefully. He saw with his own eyes several agile figures wearing strange robes, wielding weapons made of golden red energy and mysterious runes in their hands, fighting with a monster with double horns on its head and double wings on its back, like a demon in the legend. Unlike Thor, who was born extraordinary, and Ghost Rider, who signed a contract with the devil, the golden red energy and runes used by these people seem more like they can be mastered through learning and training. Therefore, when the creature suspected of being a demon wailed and turned into black smoke and dissipated, and those figures seemed to be about to leave, Anlan rushed out without caring about the possible danger. "Wait. Please wait a moment." Anlan ran over and fell heavily because of his speed. However, he didn't care about the pain in his body or the euphemism. He climbed up with his hands and feet and asked in a hurry, "Excuse me, what kind of power did you just use? Is it magic? Or witchcraft? Fairy magic?" Several figures who were about to leave stopped and turned their heads. One of them said coldly, "Ozan, erase his memory of tonight. Can I join you?" Seeing one of them walking towards him with a halo in his hand, Anlan still didn't give up. He slowly backed away and shouted, "Please, I can do anything." The figure walking towards Anlan was unmoved. The light in his hand quickly became stronger, and he kindly comforted him. "Don't worry, you won't be hurt. You will just lose your memory of tonight. Just think of it as a sleep." "Okay." Anlan stopped dejectedly and asked unwillingly, "Gentlemen, before erasing my memory, can you tell me, do you have a way to revive Decedent?" As soon as these words came out, the figure standing in the middle of the group, who had not spoken a word and seemed to be thinking about something, suddenly looked up at Anlan. "Ozan, wait a minute." A cold and indifferent voice came from the figure's mouth. "Master Caecilius?" Ozan, who was ready to clear Anlan's memory, turned his head respectfully to face the owner of the voice. The man called Master Caecilius walked slowly to Anlan. "You want to join us and master magic in order to revive someone?" Under the cold moonlight, Caecilius' face was indifferent and gloomy, which was intimidating. His voice was hoarse and cold, like a sinister venomous snake. Anlan didn't care about these. He saw hope and quickly told his experience at a very fast speed. "Yes, respected master. My lover Gwen and I encountered an accident 3 years ago, and I survived. In the past few years, I have been trying to find a way to redeem the tragedy of that night. The existing science can't do what I want, so I can only pursue the mysterious field. I have traveled to many countries and regions, disappointed again and again, and now I have spent all my savings. I never thought of giving up. I just want to see a little hope, even if it is a tiny hope." After Anlan finished speaking, he closed his mouth and the atmosphere fell into silence. After carefully observing Anlan for a moment, Caecilius turned around and led the entourage to the distant forest. His cold and hoarse voice drifted to Anlan's ears from afar. "Follow." Anlan was stunned for a moment, and then his expression instantly changed from loss to ecstasy, and he hurriedly followed the pace. A group of people quickly disappeared in the dark forest. Outside, when the plot reached this point, people all over the world cheered as they watched Anlan finally get the chance to enter the mysterious realm after years of hard pursuit. People were celebrating for the man who had suffered so much but remained true to his original aspirations. Great, he succeeded. He finally succeeded. I was so happy that I cried. It was not easy. 3 years of persistence. The pursuit that has never been given up has finally paid off. Come on. Can the mysterious power that Anlan learned later revive the girl named Gwen? I am looking forward to the scene where they meet again after he successfully resurrects Gwen. It must be more romantic than the prince kissing Sleeping Beauty awake. After 3 years of journey, we finally reach the end. Now it's time to enjoy the sweetness. Just like Tony Stark, who turned into Iron Man after going through hardships. Brother above, Tony almost died of palladium poisoning after becoming Iron Man. I have a bad feeling that it may not be so easy for Lon to save his girlfriend. Even in myths and legends, it is very difficult to revive decedent, but there is always hope, right? Bless Lon with extraordinary abilities, or with the help of kind elves and fairies, Gwen can be successfully resurrected and live happily together. Are you telling fairy tales here? But I also wish you all the best, and hope everything goes well. Don't let him suffer anymore. It makes me sad to see him, a grown man. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluations, comments, Sabbath. Chapter 8. After 3 years of tireless pursuit, Anlan finally stepped into the extraordinary realm. His heart was extremely excited because he seemed to see the hope of saving his lover. Accompanied by the observer's meaningful narration, the scene switched. In a small square in an ancient building, golden red energy emerged from the air and quickly expanded into a circle. The golden red energy on the circle spun and splashed like a stream of fire. Afterwards, a forest in the dark night appeared in the circle, and a group of magicians in uniforms passed through it. Anlan, who was walking at the end, was surprised and walked through the circle carefully with excitement. The light of the setting sun sprinkled on his face. He turned his head to look at the darkness on the other side of the circle behind him, and then looked at the sun that had not yet set in the sky, and subconsciously exclaimed, "It's incredible." The magician walking in front of him turned his head and smiled. "This is the power of magic. You will master it in the future." Anlan came back to his senses from the extraordinary shock and surprise, and asked, "Master, what should I do next?" "Haha, I'm not a master." The magician laughed happily, and then said, "As a new member, you should first meet the Ancient One." "Ancient One? It sounds like a title. Is it the leader here?" Anlan hurriedly asked, "Then do I need to make some preparations before meeting the Ancient One magician? Or how should I salute when I meet?" The magician comforted, "Relax, the Ancient One Venerable is a very good person, and he won't bother you with etiquette or anything. But you are wrong. He is not just the leader here, but the leader of the entire Earth's magic world. You can also call him Sorcerer Supreme." Sorcerer Supreme? It sounds like a big name. The top floor of the Stark building, Tony came from home to watch the future video with Pepper Potts and enjoy the atmosphere of being alone together. After all, as the actual head of the Stark group, Pepper doesn't have much private time. Tony Stark sat down on the sofa with Pepper holding a glass of red wine, crossed his legs and commented, "Tisk, I didn't expect there is magic in the world. But why didn't we see those magicians in the Battle of Xinjiang in the time when Thanos attacked?" "This?" Pepper thought for a while and said uncertainly, "I saw that the boy was almost deleted by the magicians. They seem to be following some secret rules and don't want to expose themselves to the world. So, is it possible that they actually participated in the Battle of Xinjiang, but were not discovered?" Tony Stark raised his eyebrows. "What about Thanos' time?" Pepper thought for a while. "As for Thanos, I think there are 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that the whole process from Thanos' appearance to defeating everyone and getting the gems, and then snapping his fingers in the end was too short, so that the magicians didn't realize that everything was over before they realized it. What about the other possibility?" Tony became interested and asked subconsciously, "You should have thought of that, right?" Pepper rolled her eyes at him and said, "Another possibility is that before Thanos showed up in Sokovia to snatch the gem from Ultron's head, he had already fought with the magicians in the dark and won. Alas, this is a depressing conjecture. This means that our idea of defeating that purple-skinned be *********D by mystical means has failed." Tony Stark shook his head a little irritably. "Don't be so pessimistic." Pepper looked at Tony, who had become more and more anxious and haggard since the video of Thanos snapping his fingers was broadcast, and felt distressed. He quickly comforted. The observer said that there are infinite possibilities in the future. Maybe Thanos will be defeated in this future. "Huh, that's true." Seeing the worried look on Pepper's face, Tony lowered his head and took a sip of red wine and stopped talking about this topic. The two turned their eyes back to the future video in the sky. Anlan followed the magician, who led the way to an ancient and quaint hall to meet the legendary Sorcerer Supreme. It was a figure exuding a calm and indifferent atmosphere. It was impossible to tell the specific age. He was dressed in plain and simple clothes without too much decoration, but people felt a sense of awe at first sight. Most people will inevitably feel confused when they step into the door of magic, but you seem to be mentally prepared, Mr. Enlon. When the magician who led the way bowed and left, the Ancient One magician smiled and poured a cup of tea for Enlon. Thank you. Enlon took the teacup and seemed a little uneasy, but still plucked up the courage to ask, Master Ancient One, please forgive my presumption. I have a question to ask you. You lost your loved one and want to ask if magic can bring decedent back to life. Ancient One took a sip of tea and said the question for Enlon. Enlon's eyes widened. Ancient One waved his hand. Don't get me wrong. I don't have the ability to read minds. But when you asked this question, your expression was the same as Caecilius, who had just started. Master Caecilius, is he the same as me? So he agreed to bring me here at that time. Enlon thought. Yes, Caecilius lost his wife and children in a disaster, and he entered the door of magic in order to find a way to save them. Ancient One said calmly. In fact, almost every magician you see here came here because of various regrets and in pursuit of change. So, magic does have the power to change this regret, right? Enlon's eyes lit up. In fact, even in the magical field full of miracles, it is almost impossible to resurrect decedent. Ancient One magician stated. Even some evil spells with side effects and great costs mostly make decedent move in the posture of a corpse, or let decedent's soul live on a puppet. If you want to truly achieve a perfect resurrection without any trouble, it can only be said. It's very difficult. As long as there is hope, I will work hard. For the first time, Enlon's face showed a sense of relief. Good attitude. Ancient One magician praised again, and then said to the black magician who appeared at the side, Master Mordo, take him to wash up, and then arrange a place to stay. Then he turned to Enlon and said gently, take a good rest first, calm your body and mind, and then start learning magic knowledge. Thank you, Master Ancient One. Enlon saluted respectfully, and then left with Mordo magician. P.S. Seek support, flowers and comments. Chapter 9. The scene changes to the next day. Seeing hope, Enlon's eyes light up. After a night's rest, Enlon, who has taken care of his appearance, looks neat and tidy, and has regained some of his former handsomeness. Putting on a magician uniform, he looks a bit mysterious. Visiting Sorcerer Supreme again, Ancient One magician did not say too much politeness, and explained the relevant knowledge of magic to Enlon straight to the point. The first lesson in learning magic is to understand the source of magic power. If magic is compared to a car, then the power that drives magic is gasoline. These powers can be generally divided into 4 categories. Ancient One magician raised a finger. The first one is personal energy, which every magician has, because it is gradually improved through practice, tempering, blood inheritance, or esoteric rituals, and it is completely his own power. Through his own power, magicians can do qigong, psychic, astral projection, and even interfere with the hearts and minds of others. While speaking, Ancient One magician's finger suddenly flicked in front of Enlon's forehead. The next moment, an illusory Enlon suddenly escaped from his body, while his real body fell backwards with a look of astonishment. This process lasted only 2 seconds. Before Enlon could react, the illusory him was pulled back into his body, and after a sway, he stood firm. The second is cosmic energy. This power comes from the universe. Compared with the power of magicians, cosmic energy is much more abundant, and magicians can use it to do more things. For example, the latitude gate that facilitates travel and the mirror space that divides reality. The Ancient One magician continued to explain, as if he didn't see the shock on Enlon's face, and took out a strange ring with 2 rings connected together and handed it to him. But compared to the fully controlled energy of the self, if you want to control the energy of the universe, you need to use the sling ring. The moment the voice fell, the Ancient One magician stomped his feet lightly, and a mirror-like refraction angle appeared in the air. With a rumbling sound, the hall where the 2 were suddenly alive. The space bloomed rapidly like flowers, and the patterns on the ground, ceiling, and walls rolled like a kaleidoscope. It's incredible. Enlon looked at the ever-changing space in all directions, with awe and amazement in his eyes. The Ancient One magician smiled slightly, and the expanding space froze. Then, he stretched out his hand and drew a circle in front of him. A golden red circle appeared, and Ancient One and Enlon passed through it and left the mirror space. He continued to explain. The third source of magic power is magic tools. They are usually created by some powerful beings. Originally, they have powerful magic power and can exert specific magic effects without additional driving. You will come into contact with magic tools in subsequent training. Next, I will tell you about the last source of magic power. The Ancient One magician did not take out magic props for demonstration, but jumped directly to the end. He slowly said, "The fourth source of magic energy is actually similar to cosmic energy, but it uses the power of other dimensions. But there is one difference. There is no extra cost to use cosmic energy to cast spells, because even if cosmic energy is used, it is still within the cycle of the universe. Using the power of other dimensions is like borrowing money from someone. Once you use it, you need to pay the corresponding price. The difference is that some dimensional energies are cheaper to use, while others are very expensive. Master Ancient One, is the cosmic energy not very suitable for combat and can only play a supporting role?" Anlan asked thoughtfully. Ancient One laughed. "Yes, how did you find this out?" Anlan replied. "Yesterday I saw with my own eyes the magicians, led by Master Kaisalius, fighting a legendary demon-like monster, but they basically used melee combat and did not use fireballs like the legendary magicians. So, you said that borrowing power from other dimensions requires a price, and I thought of a possibility. Maybe it's not that the magicians don't know long-range spells like fireballs, but that they need to save and use as little consumption as possible to complete the battle." "Your guess is right." Ancient One magician nodded and said, "Spells of different natures require energy of different natures to drive them. The cosmic energy of the real universe is a neutral force, which is difficult to use for defense and attack, and personal energy is too weak, so it is inevitable for us to use the power of other dimensions." After a pause, Ancient One the magician continued, "But these questions are too early for you. Now you have just stepped into the door of magic. First, what you need to do is to build your understanding of magic through basic magic books. After accumulating a certain amount of magic knowledge, you can receive practical spell teaching with other apprentices." The Ancient One magician had several black books of amazing thickness in his hand. He handed them to Anlan and said, "Read these books first. If you don't understand anything, you can always find me." "Thank you, Master Ancient One." Anlan bowed respectfully and left with the books. The next moment, the scene switched. Anlan, wearing a magician uniform, appeared in the library of Kamartaj holding several finished books. The Indian librarian recommended several new books to Anlan after roughly understanding his level of magic knowledge. During this period, Anlan accidentally noticed that there was a special bookshelf among the rows of bookshelves. The cover of the magic book on it was even inlaid with gems, which looked different from other books, and all the books on the bookshelf were chained. "Can I ask what those books are like?" Anlan asked the librarian. The librarian looked back and said, "Those are the private collection of the Ancient One magician. Although the knowledge of Kamartaj is not prohibited for anyone to learn, those books are too profound for people other than the Sorcerer Supreme." "Can I take a look?" Anlan asked. "Definitely." The administrator smiled and said, "In fact, many magicians have been curious like you, but in the end they all gave up. For a normal magician, it is not necessarily possible to accumulate their knowledge to the threshold of learning those advanced knowledge in a lifetime." Anlan took a book from the private collection of the Ancient One magician, flipped through it carefully, then put it back on the bookshelf, and returned to his residence with the books picked by the administrator. Anlan read very quickly. When he went to return the book for the second time, the administrator reminded him that if he had mastered the contents of these basic magic books, he could almost start using actual spells. P.S. Thank you PSW for the ticket for urging updates, and also ask for flowers and monthly tickets. Chapter 10. Then, the scene jumped, and Mordo Magician appeared again, taking Anlan to a small square. On the square, 20 or 30 magicians were wearing sling rings and drawing circles in front of their bodies with their hands. As they moved, sparks of golden-red energy splashed, outlining semi-finished latitude gates of various sizes. The largest of them was the size of a wash basin, while the smallest was probably not even as big as an apple, and was even vaguely visible and could not be fully formed. Bringing Anlan to an empty space, Mordo looked at the magicians who were trying to cast spells and said lightly, "Latitude gate. With the help of cosmic energy, almost no extra cost is required, and it is extremely practical. It is one of the best spells for practicing spellcasting ability." After that, he turned his head and looked at Anlan. In theory, this spell is very difficult and not suitable for beginners to practice. Even most formal magicians cannot master it perfectly after spending several years. But you were brought back by Kaisalius, and the Ancient One Venerable is also optimistic about you. I will not ask you to meet the level of an ordinary magician apprentice. He paused again and added, "The Ancient One Venerable has not taught anyone in person for a long time. Don't let him down. I will work hard." Anlan nodded firmly. Then he stretched out the finger with the sling ring to the front, and the other hand slowly drew a circle. Mordo stood beside him and said lightly, "You have already learned the spell structure of the Latitude Gate. Now what you need to do is to turn it from knowledge into practical application. Concentrate on your imagination, outline the destination you want to connect in your mind, and imagine every detail. The clearer the details, the easier it is to summon the Latitude Gate, the more." Mordo's unfinished words were stuck in his throat, and his eyes were slightly dull. In front of Enlon, where he was looking, a 2-meter diameter golden-red Latitude Gate was spinning rapidly. Energy sparks were flying, but it was very stable. On the other side of the Latitude Gate was a tombstone with the name of Gwen Stacy engraved on it. Mordo came back to his senses, looked at the stable Latitude Gate, and then looked at Enlon, as if he was looking at a monster. The screen switched, and Enlon absorbed the knowledge of the magic field at a terrifying speed. As time went by, his name as a genius also spread among the magicians of Camartage, and he was hailed as the most capable magician since Master Caecilius. When the winter snow in Camartage dissipated and spring came, Enlon had been officially honored as Master Enlon because of his powerful strength in several missions to fight against alien invasion creatures. But Enlon was not satisfied with this and still maintained his thirst for knowledge. He even used astral projection to take his soul out of his body at night, allowing his body to rest while his soul continued to learn, absorbing mysterious magic knowledge day and night. Until one day, the peace of Camartage was broken, and Mordo Magician appeared in front of Enlon and took away the magic book in his hand. "Don't read the book first. Call others to follow me to the holy place in Xinjiang." Enlon got up and followed Mordo's footsteps, asking as he walked, "What happened?" Mordo said briefly, "A space channel has been opened in Xinjiang, and aliens have invaded. We have to gather people to strengthen protection to prevent the holy place from being destroyed." As the two talked, they came to the hall connecting the 3 holy places. There were already many magicians waiting here, holding various magic tools in their hands. "Are we going to fight the aliens too?" Enlon looked at the magicians who were ready for battle and turned to look at Mordo. "No." Mordo shook his head. "Under the condition that the holy place is not attacked, we will not participate in this battle. We are holding the magic weapon just in case." Soon, after everyone arrived, except for some magicians who were arranged to guard Camartage just in case, the rest of the magicians passed through the gate with additional spells and came to the Xinjiang holy place. When he arrived here, Enlon saw several magicians who were stationed here and the Ancient One magician who was standing quietly, and also heard the roar of the battle coming from outside. After a moment of hesitation, Enlon came to the front of the Ancient One, saluted with a respectful attitude, and then said, "Master Ancient One, I want to go out and take a look." Ancient One blinked when he heard the words and looked at Enlon carefully, and there was no emotion on his calm face. He whispered, "Master Amlin, our duty is to protect reality from being invaded by evil from other dimensions, and disasters in reality should not be handled by us. Magic belongs to mystery, and mystery should not appear in public. Those who break this boundary and interfere with reality with mystery will eventually suffer a painful backlash." Ancient One retracted his gaze from Amlin, looked back at the outside of the holy place, and said lightly, "The Sorcerer Supreme before me was a typical example of interfering with reality with mystery. His name is Zhang Ju. If you have read ancient Eastern history, you must know his end." Amlin nodded thoughtfully and answered sincerely, "Thank you for your reminder, I understand." Then, Amlin glanced at the Chitauri flying in the sky outside, thought about it, and then casually waved his hand to draw a large latitude gate. With his action, the red gold dimension gate passed through the holy place, turned into a halo and disappeared, and a pile of large and small guns and bullets appeared on the ground in the holy place. "I think if aliens come to attack holy place, these guns may be more useful than magic weapons." Facing the strange looks of the magicians, Enlon spread his hands and explained. After the words fell, a red gold latitude gate emerged. Enlon walked over. The red gold light dissipated, leaving a bunch of magicians staring at each other. Enlon is really a natural magician. His latitude gate doesn't even need the assistance of casting actions. Standing aside with a cold face, Caecilius said with some emotion, "Some people say that he is the magician with the strongest ability after me, but in my opinion, his ability is better than mine." After passing through the latitude gate, Enlon appeared in his familiar neighborhood. P.S. Thanks to the account WX61 for the 100-point reward. Thank you. Chapter 11. Enlon used a perception spell to find that no one was in the Stone family's house, so he called, "Johnny, where are you now?" "Definitely running for your life." "Damn it, you won't tell me that you are back in Xinjiang now." Johnny yelled on the phone, and even vaguely heard the sound of cars colliding and people screaming. "Where are you running to now?" Tell me the address. Johnny reported the address and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I can't pick you up. The road out of the city is already jammed." And Lon didn't answer. When he hung up the phone, a golden red latitude gate appeared in front of him. He stepped over it, and his sharp eyes quickly locked the target in the slowly moving traffic. Looking up at the increasing number of Chitauri warriors flying in the sky, Lon quickly came to the car and knocked on the window. "Hey, man, what a coincidence that you also." Before Johnny opened the car door and finished talking nonsense, Lon said solemnly, "Don't take the car. Follow me. I will take you to a safe place." Oh. The three members of the Stone family were stunned, and then Susan took the first action, opened the car door, and pulled her mother out of the car. "Johnny, why are you still standing there? The roads are all blocked now. It is basically impossible to drive out of the city. Get out quickly. Don't take the car." At Susan's urging, Johnny also got out of the car. By the way, he also took out 2 pistols and a rifle and handed one to Lon. "Take it, brother. It may be a little bit to defend against those aliens in the sky, but it is still very reliable to defend against others." And Lon didn't say too much nonsense, and pulled the 3 people to the convenience store with broken glass doors and looted inside, and summoned the latitude gate in the corner. Looking at the stunned 3 people, and Lon pointed to the night view across the latitude gate. "That's Hong Kong. It's safe now. You go there first, and come back after the things in Xinjiang are over." The 3 people who were shocked by this extraordinary scene subconsciously followed Lan's words and passed through the latitude gate. Susan suddenly remembered something, turned around and asked hurriedly, "Lon, aren't you coming with me? I still have some things to deal with." And Lon shook his head, and regardless of Susan's anxiety, he closed the latitude gate. Then the latitude gate opened again, and Lon appeared in front of Stacy's door. A snap of the fingers, invisible waves swept through Stacy's house, without any feedback. "Okay." And Lon shook his head, took a step forward, the fire ring appeared and then disappeared, and he had already arrived in the house. With a gentle wave of his hand, a few hairs in the corner of the carpet floated in front of Lon. With a light wave of his hands, 2 strange red lines emerged from the air, like 2 red ropes, one tied to the hair floating in the air, and the other passed through the wall of the house and pointed outside. And Lon pinched his hair with one hand and stepped forward. Latitude gates appeared and disappeared one after another, and he adjusted the direction by using this profound magic to shuttle over short distances. After a few seconds, he stopped and saw a uniformed police officer holding a police pistol, leading a group of screaming people out of the roaring collapsed shops. The 2 red lines tied to the hair in Lan's hand pointed at 2 of them. In this area that has been included in the battle area, the appearance of this group of people obviously attracted the attention of several Chitauri warriors. 2 of the Chitauri weapons have been raised and aimed, and the launch port began to light up with dazzling energy. And Lon raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a golden red latitude gate emerged, and then moved at a very fast speed, passing by the road. The next moment, the energy beam shot from the Chitauri weapon landed, blasting the ground into a mess of holes, but the group of people who were originally targeted had disappeared without a trace. Finally, he looked up and stared at the energy beam that shot straight into the sky at the top of the Stark building and the huge space gate that was hovering. He hesitated for a moment and was about to open the latitude gate to go, but the wind blowing by his ears brought a magical message. "There is a dimension Mephisto trying to attack reality. Return to the holy place immediately to strengthen defense." And Lon frowned, took another look at the messy battlefield, opened the latitude gate and returned to the holy place. After passing through the gate of the holy place, we returned to the center of the dimensional defense array of Kamartaj, where the magicians performed their duties. The Ancient One magician stood at the control core of the array, turned the core with both hands, looked up, and explained to the master magicians around him, or to Lon. The dimensional Mephistos have almost never stopped their attempts on the Earth, but with the existence of the 3 holy places, the Earth's dimensional defense array is tightly protected so that we don't have to worry about their invasion. But the war that happened in Xinjiang today, the space tunnel that connects the Earth with other areas of the universe, has affected the stability of the dimensional defense array to a certain extent, which makes it easy for the dimensional Mephistos to find loopholes. We must guard closely and not let them have the opportunity to infiltrate. And Lon nodded calmly. "I understand, Master Ancient One." As the plot in the video progressed, countless viewers outside also talked about it. Anlin has been in the magician group called Kamartaj for less than a year, and he is called a master by other magicians. I was right. He will definitely be able to save his lover. He successfully cast the portal spell that other magicians find difficult to learn in one cast. It seems that Lon is really a genius. Maybe it's not just genius. When Anlin cast the portal, Master Mordo looked at him as if he saw a ghost. Ha ha ha, that look is really funny. Speaking of which, he has improved so fast. When it came to the Battle of Xinxiang, the portal he cast was so smooth. The control of the spell skills was so elegant. Yes, when other magicians who have been in the door for many years are still struggling to draw circles and try to successfully cast the portal, Anlin's portal does not even need the assistance of the casting action. Speaking of which, I wonder why I didn't see any magicians in the Battle of Xinxiang. Did they have to face other enemies at that time? Dimension Mephisto, just hearing the name sounds difficult. Will it be more difficult than Thor is stronger? Speaking of which, what is the Dimension Mephisto? It has never been mentioned in the previous future videos. According to the Ancient One magician, there seems to be more than one. Why is the Earth so calamity-ridden? They all want to invade the Earth. It is probably similar to the devil, but more powerful. However, it seems that there is no need to worry too much. There are 3 holy places on the Earth, and they can't get in. P.S. Thanks to Malb for the 100-point reward. Thank you. Chapter 12. Actually, I don't care about these. Didn't you notice? Ancient One magician said that her predecessor Sorcerer Supreme was called Zhangju. Zhangju. Who is that? Is he famous? Let me tell you something. Zhangju was a man who caused a catastrophe in the East about 1,800 years ago. Legend has it that he received the gift of God, had very powerful magic power, and had countless believers wearing yellow turbans. What you said above is wrong. Zhangju was not the one who caused the catastrophe. He just wanted more people to survive. Those who followed him were ordinary people who couldn't survive at first. They tried to overthrow the cruel rule of the emperor and the nobles. So, according to Ancient One magician, he seemed to have failed. Yes, in Eastern historical records, he died of illness. A powerful Sorcerer Supreme died of illness? Didn't he have a healing spell? Don't forget that most spells require a price to cast. Maybe he borrowed too much power. Wait, didn't you notice a problem? Zhangju was the predecessor Sorcerer Supreme. He died about 1,800 years ago, and then the position of Sorcerer Supreme has only passed on the position. Is there a strange way to prolong his life? Envy. Who is Supreme? I think it is likely that it is also a famous magician we have heard. My first reaction is Merlin. Well, magician is not so idle. They are all protecting the world. How do you say magicians are not savages? They also have entertainment activities. We also go online. This. You are not serious, are you? While the discussion on the outside network gradually went off track, the video in the sky continued to play. When the Battle of Xinxiang ended, the magicians also guarded the dimensional defense shield without any danger under the leadership of Ancient One magician, and did not let any dimensional Mephisto take advantage of the opportunity to enter. Then, the 9 realms appeared in the video, the Dark Elf warships landed on the Earth, and the scenes of Captain America destroying the Hydra Insight project flashed one after another, indicating that the time in the video had passed 2 years after the Battle of Xinxiang. Anlon was awakened from a meditation, and a low voice sounded from outside the window. Master Anlon, Master Caecilius invites you to see me. Anlon, whose face became more mature and whose temperament became calm and restrained, got up and went out. With the sneaky magician, he passed through a latitude gate and saw Caecilius standing with his hands behind his back in the moonlight, and the cloaked figures behind him. Anlan's eyes slowly scanned the surrounding environment, and then fixed on Caecilius. Master Caecilius, I wonder why you invited me here? Caecilius did not look at Anlon, but looked at the dark and steep woods under the moonlight, and whispered in a textured hoarse voice. Master Anlon, do you still remember this place? Anlon nodded. Definitely, I met you here 3 years ago, and it was also from then on that I was introduced to the world of magic by you, and I have always been grateful for this. Caecilius turned his head, staring at Anlon with his eyes shining in the dark. So, do you still remember your dream at that time? Definitely. Anlon frowned. I have never forgotten that I want to redeem the tragedy in the past. So have you found a way? Caecilius asked. Anlon was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, So far, there has not been. Caecilius' cold face showed a stiff smile. You should have known all of this. Why did those of us who came to Camartage in pursuit of mystery come here? Anlon nodded. Definitely, what do you mean? We came to Camartage not for enlightenment, not for power, but just to redeem regrets and to heal our lives. But what did the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme who was always high above, teach us? Caecilius sneered. He taught us some tricks. Then he took the magic that could really change our destiny into his own hands. Anlon frowned. Master Caecilius, do you know what you are talking about? Master Ancient One is not high above, and he has never been stingy in teaching us, and he is also the Asgardian of the Earth. Under his protection, the Earth has been protected from invasions from different dimensions for hundreds of years. Never stingy? Caecilius sneered. Then do you know how he lived so long? He was already a Sorcerer Supreme 600 years ago. Supreme. His life has no end in sight, and you want to pray for a little power from him to redeem your regrets, but you can never see any hope. Caecilius turned his head to look at the dark jungle in the distance, and said lightly, "Not long ago, I accidentally saw the mark of the Dark Dimension on the Ancient One. It is the Dark Dimension that he told every Kamartaj magician not to touch or borrow its power. He forbade us to touch the Dark Dimension, but he drew power from it, allowing his life to continue for hundreds of years. Who knows how many secrets he has hidden like this? P.S. Ask for flowers, comments, and monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Chapter 13. Anlan frowned and was silent for a moment, then asked, "So, Master Caecilius, you called me over and said all this. What exactly do you want to do?" Caecilius spread his hands and said very frankly, "I just want you to join us. You lost your beloved, so did I, and the others present are similar. Our idea is very simple, that is, to unite, find out the secrets hidden by the Ancient One, and achieve our long-cherished wish." Anlan looked around, and then said, "I need to think about it." Caecilius nodded calmly, "Definitely." When Anlan turned around, opened the latitude door, and stepped into it, Caecilius' voice came from behind. "Master Anlan, if you are interested in the secrets of the Ancient One, I recommend you to read the Book of Cagliostro. I believe you will definitely understand it." Anlan did not respond, and the latitude door behind him disappeared without a trace. At this time, a figure behind Caecilius stepped forward and whispered, "Master Caecilius, Master Anlan respects the Ancient One very much. If we reveal our ideas to him, will it be?" Caecilius' cold face became weird in the dark, and his eyes were full of fanaticism. "No, believe me, as long as he still sticks to his wish, he will definitely explore the secret of the Ancient One. And as long as he gets in touch with that secret, he will understand the selfishness and hypocrisy of the Ancient One, and then join us." Returning to his room, Anlan picked up the magic book to study as usual. But this time, not long after, he rubbed his eyebrows and put down the book in his hand, with an uncertain expression on his face. After hesitating for a while, he got up and went out, taking a few magic books he had read to the library. "Amir, are you there?" When he arrived at the library, he did not find the figure of the Indian administrator. After calling twice, Anlan put down the book he wanted to return, and then came to the private bookshelf of the Ancient One magician. Unlike the ordinary magic books on other bookshelves, the books here are tied with chains, and there are even colorful magic gems on the cover of the book, exuding a strange temptation. The Book of Cagliostro. Anlan whispered the title of the book, swept his eyes over the books, and took one from the edge. When he came to the librarian's position, there was a bitten apple on the table. Anlan picked up the apple casually and put it aside, then put down the Book of Cagliostro and began to read it quickly. Halfway through the book, Anlan stopped and read out the content written in strange words on the page. Dimension Mephisto Dormammu. Dark Dimension. Beyond time. Beyond death. Eternal Life Ceremony. Anlan frowned. Hold a summoning ceremony. Connect to Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Absorb the magic power of the Dark Dimension, and use the power of the Dark Dimension to transcend time, to keep its own state constant. To achieve immortality. Is immortality so simple? Dormammu is doing charity. Anlan shook his head and continued to turn the pages. Then his eyes suddenly became focused as he scanned the contents of the book. There was an eye-shaped magic weapon drawn on the page, and the name, Eye of Agamotto, was written on it. Eye of Agamotto, time artifact, gives birth to time singularity, can be used to manipulate and change timeline. Anlan looked up suddenly, looking at the end of the library, where the core control of the dimensional defense array is also controlled. On the top of the magic weapon that controls the array, Eye of Agamotto is quietly staying there. Anlan stood up and looked around. There was still no one in the library. He successfully came to the core controller of the array, took off the Eye of Agamotto, and then put it on his neck. Returning to the table, Anlan carefully read the contents of the book again. First, open the Eye of Agamotto. Anlan took a deep breath, connected the middle fingers and ring fingers of both hands, and then slowly crossed them. With his movements, the Eye of Agamotto hanging on his chest made a slight friction sound, gently turned, and then accompanied by a slight click, a green light suddenly bloomed, and the Eye of Agamotto was completely opened. Next, with the power of Eye of Agamotto, construct a time spell model. Anlan looked at the words on the book with his eyes and slowly turned his hands together, making a light green magic circle emerge, and then reached into the magic circle with one hand. When the spell was completed, a green time magic ring was put on Anlan's arm. Anlan looked at the slowly rotating time magic ring on his arm, and then cast his eyes on the bitten apple on the side. Let me see, the power of time spells. Putting the apple back in the middle of the table, Anlan stretched out his arm with the green magic ring, shook it lightly, and a green magic circle appeared in his hand. Then, as Anlan's arm moved left and right, the apple also underwent incredible changes. From defective to complete, and then from fresh to withered. The power of time was manipulated between applause, and after the withering and recovery process of the apple was repeated several times, Anlan's eyes gradually lit up. Time travel. Gwen. Before the words fell, the space in front of Anlan suddenly made a beeping sound, and the space seemed to crystallize. Strange crystal structures appeared in the library and quickly spread to the surroundings. Stop! A roar came from behind Anlan. Anlan subconsciously dispersed the magic array in his hands and arms, and the eye of Agamotto closed. As the time magic array dissipated and the eye of Agamotto closed, the space crystallization phenomenon that was spreading in the library also quickly disappeared, and everything returned to its original state. Anlan turned around and found that Mordo was walking in angrily from the door, and the Ancient One magician followed him. Interfering with the continuity of space and time is a taboo. Manipulating time will create time branches, unstable dimensional rifts, space paradoxes, time loops. Mordo, who used to be friendly to Anlan, was like an angry gorilla, spitting at him. Do you want to be trapped in a time loop that repeats over and over again? Or do you want to be completely wiped out? The dangers of these rituals and spells in the book are clearly marked at the end of the book. Don't you read it at all? Ahem, I haven't seen that yet. Anlan coughed lightly and whispered, I think this warning should be written at the beginning. Chapter 14. At this time, Ancient One magician came over. There was no anger on his face. He still looked calm and indifferent. He told Anlan, our duty is to protect the rules of the real world, not to destroy it and bring threats to the world. A crisis ended, and Ancient One magician took back the eye of Agamotto and put it back in place. Mordo, whose anger had subsided, looked at Anlan curiously and asked, how did you do it? Anlan looked up. How did you do what? It's those long spells. Where did you learn the knowledge needed to understand and use those spells? Anlan whispered, I have a good memory and read a lot of books, so I can do it. You may have misunderstood something. Mordo looked at him with a complicated expression. 99% of magicians can't understand the contents of that book even if they study hard all their lives, let alone use it. Even I and other masters can't use the eye of Agamotto to manipulate time as easily as you. What you do requires more than just a good memory. The Ancient One, who put back the eye of Agamotto, walked over quietly, smiled faintly, and said, You were born for magic. Anlan lowered his eyes. But my goal in learning magic was to get my lover back, and now I can't even see the shadow of this goal. I didn't come here to learn magic, master super abilities, or maintain the safety of the world. Ancient One Master One. Above the sky, the Ancient One magician in the video did not blame Anlan for his reckless manipulation of time, which almost caused a disaster. He quickly exposed the matter and still looked so calm. But countless viewers outside could not calm down. At the beginning, Kaecilius invited Anlan and said something that made many viewers start to argue about who was the righteous side between Kaecilius and Ancient One. Most people who participated in the discussion believed that the Ancient One magician was obviously a good person, a great hero who had protected the earth for hundreds of years and deserved respect. But some people said that the bad guy could not be seen from the surface. Ancient One looked kind and Kaecilius looked cold, but was he a bad guy? He was just a poor man who was similar to Anlan and wanted to save his beloved. People on the internet were divided into two camps arguing with each other, and no one could convince anyone. One side said that the Ancient One hid his true skills and did not teach them because he was afraid that others would learn powerful magic and take away his position as Sorcerer Supreme. One side said that using the Dark Dimension, which sounds like an evil force, to prolong life is definitely very risky and not something that ordinary people can do. The Ancient One magician prohibited others from contacting it in order to protect them. In addition, what Anlan said after seeing the records in the Book of Cagliostro in the video also confirmed the views of the audience who supported the Ancient One to a certain extent. After all, Anlan, a magic master, turned the page carelessly after seeing the immortality ceremony and said that the dimension Mephisto Dormammu was not doing charity, which means that he thought that the immortality ceremony had a big problem. But before the audience who supported the Ancient One began to counterattack the other party of psychological darkness, the appearance of the eye-shaped artifact, Eye of Agamotto, and the time spell stunned everyone. This is not only because they witnessed Land's talent for successfully casting the spell of manipulating time after just 2 glances, but also because people had already seen the scene of time reversal once in the previous future video. At that time, the purple-skinned giant Thanos, wearing a golden glove with a green gem shining on it, froze the nuclear explosion. And later, in desperation, the robot Ultron destroyed the mind gem on his forehead by suicide in order to prevent Thanos, who was hostile to him, from succeeding. But it was still reversed under the power of the green gem, and finally Thanos filled the 6 inlay holes on his glove, and then snapped his fingers to kill half of the life in the universe. But now, the magic weapon called Eye of Agamotto actually has the power similar to that of the green gem and can manipulate time. How can this not shock the audience? The first reaction of many people is, can the power of this magic weapon be used to fight Thanos? Then there are people who react faster and realize a tragedy. There is an emerald on Thanos' glove that can manipulate time, and the magic weapon Eye of Agamotto, which can also manipulate time, also emits green light when it is opened. So is it possible that they are actually the same thing? After all, the gems on Thanos' gloves did not all appear in the form of gems at the beginning. For example, the gem on Ultron's head was taken out of Loki's scepter, and Tesseract is also one of the infinite gems according to Thor, and even the liquid-like TIE particles are infinite gems. If we infer this way, Thanos may have run to Earth and fought with the magicians of Kamar-Taj at some point, and then successfully seized the Eye of Agamotto and took out the gem hidden in it. This can also explain why no magician showed up to help when the Avengers and Ultron teamed up to deal with Thanos. In this crisis involving the entire universe, the magicians could not stand idly by, so they did not show up, most likely because they had already fought with Thanos once and then were wiped out. Then this also means that the Ancient One, who looks like a master, the powerful man known as the Sorcerer Supreme, eventually fell at the feet of Thanos and failed to continue to protect the safety of the Earth. Some people posted the analyzed information online, which also made many people depressed. Another hope to fight Thanos was shattered. However, the people who were most affected by this video were the magicians on Earth. Kamar-Taj, Kaecilius, who had just been promoted to Master after 7 years of initiation, looked at the video in the sky in silence. Beside him, a group of magicians who got up early to watch the future video looked at each other in bewilderment. Is Master Kaecilius a little too extreme in the future? Someone whispered, but the magicians present were not ordinary people, and they heard it clearly. Someone responded, yes, how can he say that about the Ancient One? How much has the Ancient One paid to protect the Earth? He has no idea. This is obviously said to Kaecilius. P.S. Please give flowers and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Chapter 15. Some magicians who favored Kaecilius also refuted. But the future Master Kaecilius told Master Anlin that the Ancient One used the power of the Dark Dimension to maintain immortality. This can't be a fabrication and slander. What if the future Master Kaecilius said is true? Does that mean that the Ancient One really concealed a lot from us? It also means that the Ancient One is likely to be a kind-looking but hypocritical existence. But no one said the second half of the sentence. I don't believe that the Venerable is that kind of person. I'm going to ask the Venerable in person. Some magicians couldn't sit still. Enough, what's the point of making a fuss? An old magician wearing a wide robe similar to Hanfu and a Taoist hairpin on his head took off his glasses and wiped them, and said impatiently, whether it is Master Kaecilius or the Ancient One, if you want to know the situation, you just need to watch quietly, and everything will be clear. Hearing this, the magicians gradually quieted down, but the eyes looking at the sky were full of deep worry and restlessness. Everyone knows that there is no room for Kaecilius and Ancient One to turn back on this matter, and one of them must have taken the wrong path. If it is Kaecilius, it is fine. I believe that the heart of the Ancient One will forgive him and lead him to the right path. But if it is not Kaecilius who is wrong, then the magic side of the Earth may be in big trouble. Just as countless viewers around the world are eagerly waiting for the separation of the good and evil of the Ancient One magician and Kaecilius, they are somewhat surprised to find that Anlan, the protagonist of this future video, seems to have lost his fighting spirit. He no longer flips through the magic book every day, nor is he keen on participating in the elimination of hell creatures and magic monsters to exercise his spellcasting ability. Instead, he took off Kamar-Taj's magician uniform and returned to Xinjiang, like a depressed, ordinary young man, sitting in front of Gwen's grave every day watching the sun rise and fall. Mordo came to see him and tried to cheer him up, but it didn't work, and he left disappointed. Countless viewers sighed at Anlan in the picture. They can actually understand Anlan's depression. After all, he wandered for several years to embark on the extraordinary, and after entering the door, he pursued for several years but found nothing. Finally one day, he got the eye of Agamotto that can manipulate time, and saw a glimmer of hope to change his regrets, but he was warned that manipulating time would threaten the safety of the world, and it was not allowed to destroy the natural order. More cruel than not seeing hope is seeing hope, but losing it again. This kind of thing would make anyone depressed. Without leaving much time for the audience to regret and sigh, the video ushered in a new turning point. Under the autumn sun, the golden-red portal opened in the cemetery, and the cold-tempered Caecilius walked out of it. You should have seen it. The Book of Cagliostro. Caecilius stretched out a hand as an invitation. So, join us, master-in-law. Anlon glanced at the hand, got up from the ground, patted the grass leaves on his body and asked, "What are you going to do?" "It's clearly written in that book, the immortality ritual." Caecilius said, a little puzzled. "Didn't you read it? Or didn't you understand it?" Anlon sighed and shook his head. "Master Caecilius, I think there is something wrong with that immortality ritual, and it can't save your wife and daughter." Caecilius frowned. "Ancient One's long life comes from that ritual. Maybe the ritual has some risks or difficulties, but Ancient One can do it. I don't think I'm much worse. Only when we have a long life and powerful power can we explore more secrets from Ancient One, and even resurrect our relatives and lovers." Anlon squinted at Caecilius and advised, "Master Caecilius, maybe you are right. Master Ancient One is using the power of the dark dimension to live forever, but you and I are obviously far behind Master Ancient One. That ritual is very dangerous for our level. Master-in-law, nothing in this world is risk-free." Caecilius showed disappointment in his eyes. "It seems that you don't take the regret of your lover's death so seriously." Anlon remained silent. Caecilius turned around, waved his arms in front of him to summon the latitude gate, and stepped through. The two parted ways. Then the scene switched to Camartage in the dark night. Caecilius led a group of followers to the library, hung up the Indian librarian in horror, and cut off his head with 2 knives. Throwing the administrator's body aside, Caecilius took the Book of Cagliostro from the bookshelf, tore off 2 pages about the ritual of eternal life, and then opened the latitude gate without hesitation, and was about to leave with the followers behind him. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. "Master Caecilius, that ritual will only make you regret it." The Ancient One, wearing a yellow hooded windbreaker, walked in slowly. Caecilius looked at the Ancient One, then looked back at the followers who were obviously nervous, and turned his head without saying a word and rushed into the dimension gate. The followers behind him also followed, but they were obviously a step slower, and the last few magicians were easily knocked down by the Ancient One. As the Ancient One magician waved his hand, a surge of power quickly spread to the other side of the latitude gate, causing the horns of vehicles passing by on the city streets to echo heavily. Mirror space. Caecilius gritted his teeth and spat out a word. Then the whole world began to turn over, the streets began to squeeze, the buildings began to roll and roll, making a loud rumbling sound, and pressed down on Caecilius and his followers. At this point, there is nothing to say. The battle started immediately. The magicians who followed Caecilius were not weak, but they still seemed powerless in front of the Ancient One magician who only used the mirror space and melee, and were harvested like straw. Either their bodies were cut open by the ring of Ragador, or they were crushed by the rolling buildings and buildings. After sacrificing the lives of more than half of his followers, Caecilius finally found an opportunity to open the latitude gate and escape with the remaining followers. The Ancient One magician watched Caecilius and his followers disappear into the dimension gate and did not chase them. Instead, he waved his hand to restore everything that was distorted and flipped in the mirror space, and then opened the latitude gate and left. P.S. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Please continue. Chapter 16. It was a short battle, but it brought a completely different spiritual shock to countless viewers from the outside world from the battles of superheroes in the previous Future Live broadcasts. A magical way of expressing power that is more mysterious and peculiar than Thor, who is called a god. Before this battle, although there were several scenes showing magicians fighting monsters on the magic side, it was completely different from this one. The battle in the mirror space subverted the audience's perception of superhero battles. The power of the Ancient One magician, who curled the building and turned the street with a wave of his hand, as if he could control the whole world at will and let the heaven and earth move at will, also made people imagine. If the Ancient One magician also took action during the Battle of Xinjiang, would there be no other heroes? At the same time, people began to realize that the question of who is righteous and who is evil between the Ancient One magician and Caecilius, which was previously debated on the internet, has been answered. Apart from anything else, Just by the behavior of Caecilius, who took a few pages of books and killed someone by the way, it can be seen that he and his followers have been too extreme. And when facing the Ancient One magician later, he used the lives of most of his followers to delay time without hesitation and took the opportunity to run away with a few confidants, which was not related to words like hero and justice. In the following time, the rhythm of the future video began to accelerate. Caecilius, who escaped from the pursuit of the Ancient One magician, held the immortality ceremony recorded in the Book of Cagliostro with his followers in a hall. And through the eyes of Caecilius, who had become panda eyes, an indescribable giant eye full of evil and devouring desire cast its sights on the earth. Then, Caecilius and his followers, who had gained the power of the dark dimension and greatly improved their strength, attacked the holy place in the fog city, killed the holy place garrison master like a rotten wood, and then destroyed the holy place before the Camartage reinforcements arrived. Then, Caecilius and his party rushed to the holy place in Xinjiang without stopping. Caecilius, who had obtained the power of the dark dimension, manipulated reality as if he was manipulating a mirror space. The gate of the holy place emitted a kaleidoscope-like complex fluctuation and was opened with a strange sound. Caecilius and his followers walked in from outside the door and looked at the black magician holding a magic weapon in the holy place. Daniel, the Ancient One appointed you as the garrison master of this holy place. The black magician called Daniel clenched the stick-shaped magic weapon in his hand and said calmly, "Do you know what that means?" Caecilius' cold and evil face did not fluctuate at all. "It means you will die to protect it." He opened his hands and stretched them slowly, and a translucent mist-like blade emerged from his hands. At this time, the Lord of the Dark Dimension Dormammu gave the power of the other dimension to extract and condense it, which was a powerful spell Dimension Spear. That was enough to tear apart reality. The next moment, the battle broke out without warning. Caecilius stood in place, and the two followers behind him moved, waving the translucent dimensional spears in their hands and rushing towards Daniel Magician. The black magician waved his short stick weapon fearlessly and fought with the two fallen magicians. Every time the translucent dimensional spear collided with the weapon, large golden sparks would splash out, and at the same time, dense silver-white cracks would appear in the space where the collision occurred, like a broken mirror. In just a few breaths of fighting, the translucent blade in the hand of a fallen magician was knocked into broken glass, and he was hit by a stick and flew out. But the other fallen magician took the opportunity to throw the dimensional spear in his hand. While he was hit hard, he also successfully tore a huge amount of wounds on the knee of the black magician. Daniel Magician groaned and half-knelt on the spot. Until then, Caecilius came in front of him and fiercely stabbed the dimensional spear in his hand. At the critical moment, a golden red ring of Ragador flew from the upstairs, and Caecilius swung the dimensional spear backhand to knock it away, leaving a deep crack on the wall of the holy place hall. After kicking the half-kneeling Daniel Magician backwards and kicking his falling short stick magic weapon aside, Caecilius looked up at the second floor of Holy Place. "Modu, are you the only one here to stop me? Where is Ancient One? You are asking even though you know the answer." Mordu angrily scolded. "Ancient One magician saved you and taught you, but you want to destroy Holy Place to let Mephisto in the dimension and drag everyone to death?" Caecilius sneered, too lazy to waste words, waved his hand, and several followers rushed up. Caecilius and 3 followers stayed where they were and began to perform an evil ritual that was enough to destroy the magic hub of Holy Place at one time. Like Caecilius, the fallen magicians who were strengthened by the power of the Dark Dimension had amazing combat power. Even Mordu, one of the most famous masters in Camartage, could not handle them together. After a thrilling fight, Mordo, who had knocked down 2 fallen magicians with the Life Tribunal scepter in his hand, seized the opportunity, used the boots of Photo to step into the air, avoided the attack of the fallen magicians, and passed by Caecilius, who was maintaining the ceremony, and took the sling ring on his waist. Daniel Magician, who had been motionless after being kicked away by Caecilius, also cooperated very well to cast a spell and pulled everyone into the mirror space. Mordo turned around and pulled up Daniel Magician. The golden and red light of Photo's boots on his feet shone, and the figures of the two instantly rushed out of the gate of the holy place. And Caecilius, who was caught off guard by a series of changes, put down his hands in hatred and stopped maintaining the ceremony. The unfolding mirror space covered the reality, and the ceremony they held could no longer destroy the holy place. The most important thing is that after other fallen magicians entered the dark dimension, they were completely unable to cast other types of spells and no longer needed sling rings to communicate dimensional energy. Only he could cast difficult spells like the Latitude Gate. Therefore, he was the only one in his group who still had a sling ring. If they didn't get it back after Mordo took it away, they would have to work hard to get out even if they didn't starve to death in the mirror space without being able to use the latitude gate. Caecilius looked grim and led his men to chase after him. P.S. Please give me flowers and monthly votes. Boo-hoo, the protagonist is about to start showing off. Chapter 17. Open the door, open the door. Mordo supported the lame Daniel magician, and the boots of Photo on his feet flashed continuously, and he ran away quickly. But Caecilius, who entered the mirror space, showed a power far beyond the outside world, easily lengthening and shortening the space and distance, and followed closely behind. During the pursuit of the two sides, Daniel magician summoned the latitude gate twice, but each time Caecilius, who was chasing closely behind, used the power of the mirror space to lengthen the distance and reverse the streets, making it impossible for them to escape through the latitude gate. The mirror space is separated from the real dimension, and the connection with the dark dimension will make them more powerful here. Daniel magician sighed and said firmly, Master Mordo, put me down, I will stop them. You take the sling ring and leave here. Don't be so pessimistic, Daniel. Things haven't come to this point yet. We just need to delay time and wait until the Ancient One temporarily stabilizes the Dimension Defense Array, and he will come to support us. Mordo said in a hurried tone, then looked in one direction and ran wildly with Daniel magician. However, as time went on, Caecilius and his followers exerted more and more power. The city streets and high-rise buildings twisted, collapsed, rotated, shattered, spliced under the powerful force, becoming more and more weird, like a bizarre dream. Caecilius and his followers thrived in this environment, but Mordo and Daniel had a hard time and were gradually forced into a desperate situation. At this moment, Mordo looked up at a piece of land that covered the sky. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw a hope of rescue from the complex and intertwined environment. Mordo held Daniel with one hand and ran wildly, and stretched out his other hand to draw circles quickly. Soon, a latitude gate with sparks spinning was opened. Help! Mordo shouted. Although Mordo was interrupted by Caecilius, who was chasing behind, manipulating the Earth's fluctuations, causing the latitude gate to dissipate. In the short time that the latitude gate existed, he had already met the figure on the other side of the door. Modu, is that the mirror dimension? Through the dimensional gate, Anlan saw Modu helping Daniel escape, and the strange environment they were in. He frowned, without much hesitation, stretched out his hand to his waist, and his fingers had passed through the sling ring. He raised his hand and pointed forward, and a glass puzzle-like trace appeared in the air, and Anlan stepped in. Ah, what a grand scene. After entering the mirror space, Anlan looked at the ocean that curled up and covered the sky, the city roads that were 90 degrees vertical, and the buildings crisscrossing on them, and couldn't help but sigh. Then, he raised his finger and pressed it on his forehead, and a golden-red ripple spread out from his body, spreading rapidly to the entire city. A few seconds later, the golden-red ripples spread to the half of the city standing vertically in the distance, passing over several figures and disappearing. The next moment, the same golden-red ripples spread out from those figures, like water waves that echoed after hitting an obstacle, and reflected back in the direction of Anlan. Before the ripples really returned, Anlan's eyes had already seen the center point of the ripple feedback, and he immediately took action. The latitude gate can act as a portal to travel through space and reality, and can also connect reality with other dimensions and dimensions, but it cannot act as a portal in other dimensions. Therefore, Anlan chose another method. He opened his arms and then closed them, folded his hands and pulled them back, and the already bizarre mirror city in front of him became even more bizarre. Anlan walked towards the feedback direction of the spell detection, and with every step he took, the ground under his feet appeared like a kaleidoscope of complex and constantly changing mirror images. Just like the myth of shrinking the earth into an inch, the image around Anlan quickly retreated. After walking a dozen steps, Anlan stopped and saw Mordo, who was supporting Daniel and running for his life with the magic of the boots of Fodor. The buildings around them seemed to come alive. Countless steel bars and stones turned and danced in the air, shape-shifting and reorganizing. The buildings twisted and rumbled, constantly blocking the actions of the two and forcing them to a more dangerous place. Behind the two, Caecilius and his followers were getting closer and closer, and countless things formed a broad road under their feet. When Anlan arrived, Daniel and Mordo, who were unable to move, had been forced into a desperate situation, and all the back roads were blocked by the twisted buildings. A fallen magician who was running in the front roared, flew over and knocked the two down, and pulled the sling ring from Daniel's hand. The other hand had raised the dimensional spear and stabbed Daniel's heart fiercely. But just when Daniel was about to die, a sphere composed of golden and red lines suddenly appeared and enveloped him and Mordo, forcibly separating them from the corrupt magician who who overwhelmed them, and also blocking the incoming attack. Protective magic, Seraphim shield. Protected by the magic shield, Mordo and Daniel suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked up at the sky. Thank you, Amlin, you came just in time. Mordo wiped the cold sweat from his head and laughed. Daniel beside him also looked much more relaxed. Master Amlin, you don't want to join us. I didn't force you. Now you choose to be my enemy? Caecilius slowed down his pace, waved his hand to let several followers stop attacking the Seraphim shield in vain, and looked up at the figure standing on the street lamp. Actually, I just don't want to see someone I know die at the hands of someone I know. Anlon looked at Caecilius and asked, Master Caecilius, it seems that your immortality ceremony has been held. Did it succeed? Definitely. Caecilius laughed, opened his arms, and said loudly, what the Ancient One gave stingily, Dormammu will give generously. We have escaped the cage of time and the shadow of death. Become eternal existence. Anlon did not comment. So, since your pursuit has been achieved, why are you chasing Mordo and the others? Before Caecilius replied, Mordo, who had just caught his breath hiding in the Seraphim shield, said angrily, why else? They are all crazy, wanting to destroy the 3 holy places and let Dormammu devour the earth. Drag everyone to death together. Just now, they have successfully sneak attacked and destroyed the Fog City holy place. Duh. Chapter 18. Anlon raised his eyebrows and looked at Caecilius. Didn't you say before that your goal was to gain immortality and powerful power, and then explore the secrets of the Ancient One Master and resurrect your loved ones? Why did it change? Because I realized how foolish we were before. Caecilius' eyes were filled with an inexplicable fanaticism. The pursuit of eternity is the instinct of life, but the reality is that life is difficult to be eternal, and even the world will end one day. What has passed away is irreversible, but more things that still exist can be saved. From the majority to the minority. From the minority to the only one. Caecilius looked at Anlon with sincere eyes and said sincerely, Dormammu is the only one, and the dark dimension transcends time and death. We are not going to drag everyone to death. Instead, we want to make the earth a part of Dormammu, become a part of eternity. Then all things will exist forever. Everyone will usher in eternal life. We are not evil, nor do we want to destroy the world. On the contrary, we are here to save this world that is destined to be destroyed by time, and to save those lives that are destined to die. Mordo cursed, Caecilius, look at your rotten eggplant-like face. Do you think you are normal? Letting Dormammu eat you in one bite, and then being digested by him, is the immortality you pursue. You still have the nerve to say you can save the world? Even pigs are not as stupid as you. Anlon also shook his head and said with a little regret, that's not what you said at the beginning, Master Caecilius. It is obvious that you don't have the strength of the Ancient One Master. Not only your appearance, but also your mind, and will have been polluted and distorted by the dark dimension. It seems that you can't understand me, nor can you understand the greatness of Dormammu. Caecilius' face gradually returned to normal. He took the sling ring from his follower and put it on, and then pulled out a misty dimensional spear from the air. The battle is about to start. When Caecilius showed a tendency to fight, it was still his fanatical followers who rushed to Anlon first. In fact, before Caecilius showed a hostile stance against the Ancient One, he had already been called a fanatic among magicians, and he did brainwash his followers to the point of fearlessness. The fallen magicians with panda eyes and hideous faces due to the erosion of the dark dimension energy roared and rushed towards Anlon, waving dimensional spears in their hands, without any consideration for their own safety, and were determined to kill him with the death of the same fate. Anlon stretched out his hands, and the orange magic rings lit up on his arms. The faint orange light overflowed from his hands, and then turned into a whistling wind and gushed forward. The fallen magicians who rushed over didn't even have time to make any resistance. First, the dimensional spears they were waving in their hands instantly dissipated in the wind, and then their bodies flew into the sky under the bombardment of the wind. The fragile human body collided with the flying bricks and steel creations at high speed, making a pist-pist sound, and lost its voice in the blink of an eye. The next second, Anlon turned his head to dodge a hidden dimensional spear. Countless buildings twisted, earth and steel intertwined, and as Caecilius waved his hands, they turned into gears that crushed everything, strangling Anlon from every corner in all directions. The sky and the earth seemed to be squeezing in the same direction, with a terrifying roar, to crush everything into pieces. The terrible power was enough to make people believe that as long as they had a slight contact with those rapidly rotating gears and sharp blades, they would be instantly crushed into a ball of blood mist. Mordo and Daniel, who were also regarded as incidental targets, turned pale, but Anlon was not in a hurry. leaning over and slapping the hand wearing the sling ring on the foothold. The golden light trace like lightning spread rapidly from the place wherein Lan's palm fell, turning into an irregular circle, surrounding the three people. Then, the surging flames surged out from the light trace, like the rising sun shining through the darkness, spreading infinite light in all directions. Under the burning of the golden fire, those strange buildings with twisted shape-shifting rolled back one after another, revealing a stable open space. And Lan stood up and stomped his feet, and the irregular circular range formed by the golden light began to expand rapidly. Wherever the light trace went, the mirror space buildings that were originally manipulated by Kaecilius using the power of the dark dimension would escape his control and return to their original appearance in the roar, solidifying and freezing. Kaecilius waved his hands frantically to try to regain control of the out-of-control space, but the area covered by the golden light trace seemed to have become an unshakable iron wall and had no reaction to his will. And Mordo, who was protected by Lan, looked at him with surprise and joy and a faint depression, with a very complicated expression. All the curses are over. Among the many magicians in Camartage, I have only seen the Ancient One use this magic. Have you grown to this level? And Lan did not reply. The golden flames formed by the end of all curses were extremely blazing, sweeping from his feet to all directions, like a sea of flames, as if to ignite the entire mirror dimension of Xinjiang City. Kaecilius exuded a strong black aura, and the purple-black erosion area that originally only existed in the eyes continued to expand, and even almost covered his entire face. Go, kill them, Kaecilius roared angrily. There were only a few fallen magicians still following him and still alive, but at the moment he heard Kaecilius' order, facing the extremely strong Lan, he still summoned the dimensional spear without hesitation and rushed towards him. P.S. Asked for flowers and monthly tickets for evaluation and comments. Chapter 19. Lan looked calm, tapped his fingers, beams of light erupted from his fingertips, hitting those fallen magicians, causing the dimensional spears in their hands to fly out, and at the same time, with the force of a truck crash, making them all fly backwards. At the same time, Kaecilius held his breath and cast a spell. 8 arms suddenly stretched out from his shoulders, and his figure blurred. Then dozens of figures broke away from him and spread all around. At the same time, they pulled out dimensional spears from the air and threw them at Lan. Faced with such an attack, Lan didn't even take action. The flames rose from the golden light marks under his feet, blocking him in front of him, and then melted dozens of dimensional spears. Then the flames surged and swept across the duplications of a group of Kaecilius. With the sound of the spell breaking, dozens of Kaecilius were swept away. But after all the Kaecilius disappeared, a latitude gate shining with golden and red light also dissipated with a buzzing sound. Obviously, Kaecilius used the form of a kern to create many duplications, not to besiege Anlin, but to create an opportunity for his departure. Didn't you leave him behind? Mordo looked at the place where the dissipated latitude gate was, and said angrily, "Damn fanatic. Run so fast." After a pause, Mordo looked at Anlin. The Fog City holy place has been destroyed. The Ancient One Venerable and the magicians are responsible for stabilizing the dimensional defense array, and now the safety of the Hong Kong holy place and Xinjiang holy place cannot be lost. We need your help. Anlin did not refuse, nodded and said, "Let's return to Camartage first. Let Master Daniel treat the injuries, and then support the 2 holy places." Mordo supported Daniel Magician, and Anlin extinguished the flame of the end of all curses, and finally took a look at the mirror dimension that had been restored to its original state, opened the latitude gate, and took the 2 back to the real universe. Advertisement. After a tense and exciting plot ended, countless viewers outside finally breathed a sigh of relief and calmed their violently beating hearts. Not long ago, the battle between Kaecilius and his followers and the Ancient One Magician was shocking enough. The dazzling magic light and the magical mirror space made countless people feel the power of the magician. At that time, they could never imagine that Kaecilius, who later completed the immortality ritual, would be so powerful that it was incredible. In reality, it was terrifying enough to manipulate and distort the space as in the mirror space, and it was even more epic after being pulled into the mirror space. When chasing Mordo and Daniel, even the whole city was completely overturned. The sky and the earth twisted and turned with his will, as if he was the supreme ruler of the world. That terrible expressiveness is much stronger than Thor, who was called a god in the previous future videos. Many people doubt whether the entire Avengers can beat this terrible Kaecilius in the mirror space. Some even speculated that Thanos took the time gem from Camartage because Kaecilius was too strong and killed the pillar of the magic side, Ancient One Magician, before Thanos arrived. which led to no one being able to resist when Thanos came. Then, just when people thought that Mordo and Daniel Magician, who knelt down as soon as they met, were about to die, Mordo opened the portal and dragged Amlin, who was originally in a bad state, into the battle. Mordo's behavior made countless words starting with F or N sound almost at the same time around the world. Because in the eyes of most people, Mordo's behavior was completely a scapegoat before death. Amlin was already so miserable, and even later he was hit hard because he couldn't save his girlfriend and was in a bad state. This B************* D wanted to drag him to death together, which was simply not a human. Although Amlin chose to enter the mirror space by himself, as the protagonist of this future video, in the eyes of the audience who have gradually replaced his perspective, Amlin entered the mirror space because he was kind. And Mordo's behavior was taking advantage of this kindness. Advertisement. Although Mordo was originally a member of the World Protection Team, this behavior is equally bad. In the eyes of people outside, Kaecilius, who defected to the dimension Mephisto-Dormammu, is an epically enhanced existence in the mirror space, and Amlin has only been studying magic in Camartage for a short time. Although he has been awarded the title of Master because of his strong ability and hard work, Mordo and Daniel, who are also masters with more seniority, were chased away. So what can Amlin do? It's nothing more than three people running away together. As a result, just as the audience outside continued to watch with a tragic and worried mood, Amlin's dazzling but powerful spells in the video stunned countless people. A wind of Wadham swept away all of Kaecilius' followers, and a end of all curses directly invalidated Kaecilius' GM authority in the mirror space. The disarming spell fired at will could blow up the fallen magicians with their weapons, even forced Kaecilius to use the duplication of the form of Archon and the lives of his followers to barely create a chance for himself to escape. A series of high-energy plots made the outside audience exclaimed, "Wow." Many people have reacted. So when Enlon participated in some tasks to expel alien invaders, he didn't contribute at all, right? Only opponents of Kaecilius level are worthy of him to fight seriously. Ordinary audiences just watched the fun and sighed, but some special organizations or individuals who also watched this plot felt much more than ordinary audiences. The official analysis and archives of various countries were established at the first time. Chapter 20. There is no way. The power displayed by Kaecilius and Enlon in this battle is too strong. It is beyond imagination. Let alone other spells, the mirror space alone makes the officials of all countries in the world scalp numb. The shock caused by Kaecilius doing whatever he wants in the mirror space is too great. Randomly flip the city, the streets and buildings are randomly spliced like building blocks, and even twisted like plasticine. Although everything happened in the mirror dimension, Kaecilius and his followers showed the power to manipulate space and matter in reality, but the scope is not as large as in the mirror dimension. The most important thing is that the caster who casts a spell to open the mirror dimension can force others to enter. From a personal point of view, the magician who knows the latitude gate and the mirror space can threaten anyone at will. Although the casting of the latitude gate requires the magician to have a very clear impression of the target location, the caster can enter the mirror space first and ignore the obstacles and walk into any heavily guarded place. Then open a latitude gate to reality on the spot and pull in the target you want to deal with. The targeted people will have almost no power to resist. From the perspective of the country, if a powerful magician is corrupted, such as Kaecilius, can he use the mirror space to pull more people in at once? If this can be done, it is almost a desperate scene. An evil magician may suddenly cast a spell in the center of the city, and then pull the entire city into the mirror dimension, and then ordinary people who can't cast spells and don't have sling rings will be trapped and killed in it. Once such a being starts to make trouble, it will be much more difficult to deal with than regular superheroes and supercriminals. The official and ordinary superheroes have basically no solution and can only turn to other righteous magicians. It's really a headache to think about it. Many people around the world sighed at the same time. After driving Kaecilius away, Enlon went to Camartage with them at Mordo's request, ready to guard the remaining two holy places. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Enlon and his three companions just opened the door to return to Camartage and saw a depressed and panicked atmosphere. Soon, they learned bad news from several panicked magicians. While Mordo and Daniel were playing Battle Royale with Kaecilius in the mirror dimension, Ancient One magician gathered most of the magicians in Camartage to stabilize the dimensional defense array. But among them were Kaecilius followers who did not perform the Dark Dimension ritual. Ancient One magician was attacked and seriously injured at a critical moment. He was in critical condition and was just sent to the hospital for rescue. As for why he was sent to the hospital instead of using spells to recover, definitely, because there is no magic to heal injuries. There is no so-called healing magic or recovery magic. When magicians are injured, they can only use spiritual guidance to enhance the body's self-recovery ability to a certain extent, and this enhancement is limited. Ancient One Venerable is so powerful. How could it be? Moto found it difficult to accept the magician's statements. Unlan was silent for a moment and said to Mordo, "Take Master Daniel to the hospital first and check on the situation of Master Ancient One." Mordo seemed a little hesitant when he learned that the Ancient One magician was seriously injured. "What about you?" "I'll make some small preparations," Unlan said and went to the library. After a while, the scene switched to a hospital. The golden red latitude door opened, and Unlan walked out of it. At the moment, he had an eye-shaped brass magic pendant on his chest. Unlan, who walked out of the latitude door, saw Mordo with lifeless eyes on the chair outside the emergency room. Unlan frowned and walked towards the emergency room. Just as he was about to open the door and go in, Mordo's voice came from behind. "I just saw the mark of the dark dimension on the head of the Ancient One." Unlan turned his head to look at him, said nothing, opened the dimension door and entered the emergency room, and cast a spell to hide his figure. At the moment, the Ancient One lost his usual calmness. He lay on the operating table with half-closed eyes, his face stained with dried blood, and between his eyebrows, there was a faint black and red mark like the fallen magicians such as Caecilius. The nurses and doctors in the operating room were trying their best to save him, but the vital signs displayed on the instruments were still weakening. Unlan looked at the bloody Ancient One, took a deep breath, crossed his hands, and made a spell-casting gesture, and was about to open the eye of Agamotto on his chest. But the next moment, an illusory soul rose from the body of the Ancient One, shook his head at him, and then flew out through the wall. Unlan frowned, put down his hands, leaned his body against the wall on one side, and then shook slightly, and his soul flew out, following the Ancient One's soul to the balcony at the edge of the floor. At the moment, the sky in Xinjiang was dim, the cold wind was blowing, and snowflakes fell from the heavy clouds, covering the city with silver. "Master Ancient One, you should return to your body. I can heal you." Ancient One turned his head and looked at Unlan, with a smile on his face, and then turned back to look at the almost still snow outside. "Master Unlan, the eye of Agamotto is not omnipotent, and so is time originally. I have spent too many years peeking into the future, looking at this moment, but not seeing the future. I have prevented countless terrible futures, one after another, endlessly, all brought me to this moment, but also stopped at this moment." Unlan frowned. "So, do you think you will definitely die at this moment?" Ancient One did not answer, but asked back, "Do you want to know what I saw in your future?" Unlan pondered for a moment and nodded. Chapter 21. "Actually, I can't see your future, I only see some possibilities." Ancient One smiled. "You are an extraordinary person, with the ability to achieve great good, although you are not mature enough now. Actually, I have been waiting for someone who can take over the burden on my shoulders for hundreds of years. I once thought that person would be Caecilius. I tried to protect him and keep him away from those dangerous and dark things, but in the end I failed and could only watch him sink with heartache." Unlan pondered for a moment and tentatively said, "Are you talking about the ritual of communicating with the dark dimension?" "Yes." Ancient One turned his head and looked at him, and said, "He is too impatient. His will is not strong enough, his foundation is not solid enough, and he lacks experience in fighting Mephistos in the dimension, so he will only be swallowed by the darkness of Dormammu. I have also performed that ritual. Although I hate to draw power from the dark dimension, you should understand that sometimes you have to break the rules to achieve great things." Unlan shook his head. "I'm afraid Mordo won't think so. This is also the reason why I don't want Mordo to know this." Ancient One looked at the snow in the sky and said, "His soul is strong and unyielding, but his personality tends to be conservative and old-fashioned. In his eyes, the world is divided into black and white." Ancient One sighed. "But the world is not just black and white. There is also gray mixed with black and white. It is difficult for him to accept this, so you need to guide him in the future. He needs your flexibility." Unlan was shocked. "You plan to leave everything to me? But I never thought about taking on the responsibility of protecting the Earth. I just want to save my girlfriend." Unlan said a little embarrassedly, "I am not mentally prepared at all." Ancient One smiled at him, and then turned his gaze back to the snow scene under the night. "Not everything can wait for people to be prepared, especially disasters and death. In fact, no one will be ready, and the timing is not decided by us." Ancient One's eyes turned, looking at the quiet picture between heaven and earth, as if to engrave these scenes deeply in his soul. It is death that gives meaning to life and makes people realize that their lives are limited and time is short. It's been so long, I should have been ready. But look at me, I extend this moment infinitely, just to see more snow. Before he finished speaking, the illusory soul of the Ancient One dissipated silently like summer mist. The screen switched. In the operating room, all vital signs on the instrument display connected to the Ancient One's body returned to zero, and the doctors and nurses stopped their actions silently. Sorcerer Supreme was seriously injured and dying. And the injury was so simple and sloppy. He lived for hundreds of years and dealt with countless crises, but finally fell under the sneak attack of an unknown magician. When the magician in the video just said this news, not only Mordo and Enlon in the video seemed unbelievable, but even the audience outside were also confused. The Sorcerer Supreme, an existence that has protected the Earth for hundreds of years, the pinnacle of the magic side. Before the ceremony, Kaecilius and a large number of followers did not dare to fight hard and could only flee for their lives. If such a big man was defeated by Kaecilius, who had performed the immortality ceremony, obtained the power of the dark dimension, and was epically strengthened, the audience could understand it. But he didn't even fight, and was finally attacked and stabbed by a small fallen magician. He was seriously injured and dying on the spot, and was sent to the hospital for rescue. This is a bit hard to accept. Fortunately, people soon saw Enlon taking the eye of Agamotto to the hospital. Seeing this, the audience also understood what he wanted to do. However, before the smile rose from his face, Mordo said that he found the mark of the power of the dark dimension on the Ancient One magician. In the end, after watching the conversation between the Ancient One magician and Enlon on the balcony, people finally understood why the Ancient One magician was so easily assassinated by a fallen magician. A faint sadness spread from people's hearts. A short conversation, the information revealed completely ended the conspiracy theory that Ancient One hides and does not teach students, and is kind on the surface, but is actually a hypocritical person, circulated on the internet before. People truly saw clearly this saint who had worked hard for the Earth for hundreds of years. He deserved this title. Although he was attacked by Kaecilius' men, he still regretted that he could not save Kaecilius until his death and let him step into the road of darkness and despair. When Ancient One kept looking around and said with nostalgia that he would extend his time infinitely for a moment, just to see more snow scenery, and then his soul disappeared with the wind, everyone's heart was filled with a sense of loss. Kamartaj, at this moment when the morning sun was gradually rising, the magicians who gathered together to watch the video were silent at the moment. The death of Ancient One magician, for people who were not familiar with the outside world, was just the departure of an elder who was worthy of respect but unfamiliar, which would make people feel sad. But for the magicians of Kamartaj, it was no less than a bolt from the blue, a blow like the collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth. Although everything they saw was just the future in the video, and it did not really happen now, it still made the magicians very sad. For every magician who enters Kamartaj, the Ancient One is their guide and savior. Everyone who seeks Kamartaj is seeking healing and salvation, and the Ancient One gives everyone spiritual comfort and a warm harbor in their most desperate moments. The Ancient One may not be able to heal their bodies, but it gives them peace of mind. As long as they are not born ungrateful or paranoid, they will definitely regard the Ancient One as the light in their lives and surround him. Chapter 22. At the moment, it was only 2007. According to the time schedule, Tony Stark became Iron Man in 2008, and Lon wandered outside for 3 years, and then entered Kamartaj to study for 3 years. There were still 7 years before Kaecilius in the video led a group of followers to rebel against Kamartaj. 7 years is enough for all cells in a person's body to be renewed and become a new person in a physical sense. Similarly, Kaecilius, who had just become a master of Kamartaj at the moment, could not understand why he would do that 7 years later. Especially when he saw that Ancient One was still regretting him before he was attacked by his own men in the video, he had an urge to rush into the video and strangle himself 7 years later. Turning his head to look at the magicians who were moving away from him without a trace, and the obscure but hostile eyes, Kaecilius sighed and said in a deep voice, "Although I don't want to do that now, but I will ask the Ancient One for punishment." "No need, Kaecilius." The Ancient One's calm and gentle voice sounded from behind everyone. "We can't use things that haven't happened yet to convict a person." The magicians present turned their heads and dispersed to both sides, allowing the Ancient One to walk into the crowd. Someone said unwillingly, "Your Excellency, he destroyed the holy place in the future." So that is the future. At the beginning of each video, the observer will remind that time, space, and reality are not linear, and it has countless possibilities. Ancient One smiled faintly and said, I have also used the Eye of Agamotto to peek into the future countless times. Every different choice will create a different future, and every different move will lead to different results. I did see the future of Caecilius destroying the holy place, but I also saw the future of him fighting against the dimension Mephisto until his death. Then you tell me, should I punish him, or even kill him because of his future fall, or should I reward him for his future tenacious behavior of protecting the earth? The magicians looked at each other and were speechless. Ancient One looked at Caecilius, who was silent and bowed his head, and comforted him. Caecilius, the future is never determined by watching a video, but is created by our own hands. We should see the content in the future videos as a warning and see where we need to improve, instead of punishing ourselves because of things that have not actually happened yet. You are my most outstanding disciple so far. I believe you can understand this truth. Caecilius was silent for a moment, bowed to Ancient One. Venerable, I will use stricter requirements to restrain my heart in the future. Ancient One nodded, turned his head to look at the magicians who were watching, and said, In the days to come, you can see with your own eyes what Caecilius is like in reality. We understand, Venerable. Most magicians were convinced. After all, in the video, it can be said that Ancient One, as Caecilius' teacher and Asgardian on Earth, was the one who was hurt the most by Caecilius. Since he, the biggest victim, said so and was willing to give Caecilius a chance to prove himself, the emotions of others were naturally no longer so intense and accepted the result. A small number of magicians who still felt a little bit upset did not continue to trouble Caecilius, but just prepared to keep a close eye on this guy in the future so that he would not deceive the benevolent Ancient One. There was not much time left for people to miss the passing of Ancient One, and the video in the sky continued. When Inland's soul returned and he walked out of the operating room with a heavy look, a panting magician brought him and Mordo unfortunate news. During the time when the two were in the hospital, Caecilius and his followers raided Xinjiang Holy Place and Hong Kong Holy Place separately. Caecilius personally attacked Xinjiang Holy Place, killing Master Hamel and more than 10 magicians, and successfully destroyed the holy place. According to the magician who reported the news, when he came to report the news, the remaining magicians had gathered to reinforce the only remaining Hong Kong holy place. Ordinary magicians did not master the latitude gate, so this magician drove from Xinjiang Holy Place, and it took more than 10 minutes. This means that the only remaining Hong Kong holy place may also fall at any time. But at this critical moment, Mordo showed a very negative emotion and kept muttering to himself. What are you thinking about? Anlan asked. He once warned us to stay away from the forbidden power and guard the natural rule. But he himself became a rule breaker and stole centuries of life from it. Anlan shook his head. Master Ancient One has his own considerations. He did what he thought was right. Mordo turned his head with dull eyes. Don't you understand yet? Breaking the rules must have consequences. It's not without cost. He draws power from the dark dimension to prolong his life, and now all this is the price. Caecilius fell into the darkness and attracted Dormammu from the dark dimension. This is the consequence. So what? Are you going to be depressed like this, and then watch Caecilius break the Hong Kong holy place and put Dormammu in? Anlan asked. Mordo's dull eyes moved, and his eyes gradually became lively. With a deep resentment and helplessness, he sighed. Let's go. Passing through the red gold latitude gate, Mordo, who was full of fighting spirit, came to the Hong Kong holy place with Anlan, but he looked up and saw a desperate scene. The last of the 3 holy places responsible for maintaining the Dimension Protection Array has also been broken, and the Dimension Protection Array has completely failed. The Dark Dimension has projected power and matter into reality. Chapter 23. The shock caused by the collision between the Dark Dimension and reality almost turned the entire city into ruins, and the devouring has begun. And Caecilius, with only 5 or 6 remaining followers, stood in the ruins, looking up at the invading Dark Dimension power with fanatical eyes, and exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "What a wonderful world, beyond time, beyond death." Looking at the ruins around him and the unparalleled oppression of the Dark Dimension above his head, Mordo's fighting spirit just now dissipated in an instant, and he let out a desperate lament. Dormammu has come in. We are too late. Anlan did not give up, but immediately posed a spell-casting posture, crossed his hands, opened the Eye of Agamotto on his chest, and then put on a green time magic ring on his arm. Caecilius, who was not far away, immediately noticed this. His face changed, and he rushed over with his followers, and at the same time, 2-dimensional spears appeared in his hands, and he threw them at Anlan. However, just when the dimensional spear arrived in front of Anlan, time suddenly stopped, and then, as Anlan's arm turned, time began to flow backwards. The translucent dimensional spear flew back to Kaecilius' hand, and their figures running towards Enlon began to retreat, and the surrounding ruins also made a rumbling sound. The buildings began to reorganize, and Decedent began to revive. Enlon turned his arm and aimed the green magic circle in his hand at Mordo beside him. Mordo twitched a few times with an afterimage, and then broke away from the influence of time reversal. Almost at the same time, Kaecilius and his followers also broke free from the influence of time reversal under the influence of the power of the dark dimension. I am saving the world. Isn't it good to let everyone enter eternity together? Why do you have to stop me? Kaecilius roared angrily and rushed towards Enlon and Mordo again, trying to interrupt his spell. When time flows backwards and forms inertia, Anlin no longer needs to maintain the casting posture. For shadows fly out from behind him, each swinging an energy whip, instantly entangled Kaecilius' limbs and hung him up. Anlin originally stepped forward, holding the red ring of Ragador as a shield to block the attack, and wielding the golden sacred blade of Vishandi with the other hand, chopped the dimensional spear and took the lives of the fallen magicians. Mordo almost didn't have time to intervene, and the battle was over. Looking at Kaecilius, who was tied up and hanging in the air, Mordo picked up the life tribunal scepter and hit him. The simple scepter turned into a whip connected by golden energy at the moment of swinging and whipped Kaecilius fiercely, leaving a tragic scar. But after a muffled groan, Kaecilius' mouth curled up and laughed. What are you laughing at? You still have the nerve to laugh. Mordo was furious and whipped him again, just like a farmer whipping a serf. I'm laughing at your stupidity. Kaecilius grimaced in pain, but still couldn't hide the mockery in his eyes. The 3 holy places have been destroyed. Dormammu has come in. Do you think that just reversing time to restore the holy places is the end? Don't forget, the dark dimension is beyond time. Even if time goes back and the 3 holy places are restored, the tentacles of the dark dimension will remain on the earth. The eroded parts will not be restored. Kaecilius smiled proudly. From the moment Dormammu and the dark dimension came in, the earth was destined to be swallowed up. It's just a matter of how fast or slow it will be swallowed. Modu gritted his teeth with a gloomy face, whipped Kaecilius again, and then turned his head to look at Enlon. What should I do? Enlon took a deep breath. Let's see. The spell of time reversal continued to take effect. Soon, the lights on the broken ruins were lit, pedestrians appeared on the road, and the destroyed holy place was restored to its original state. However, above the holy place, the weird gap connecting the dark dimension did not disappear. Even though time is still constantly flowing backwards, the gap is like a scar of the world festering, wriggling slowly and not affected by the flow of time. Just like Kaecilius said. With a sigh, Enlon flashed a green light in his hand and stopped the time flowing backwards. However, the horrible scar of the world is still moving, and the strange substances and colorful halos in it are still running and flashing. Don't resist anymore. Kaecilius raised his head and looked at Enlon with difficulty, and said sincerely, the victory of Dormammu and the dark dimension is already doomed. Don't resist meaninglessly, Master Enlon. Join us. Shut up. Mordo whipped hard and said angrily, do you think everyone is the same as you crazy people? Enlon didn't care about Kaecilius' words, but looked at the crack above the holy place thoughtfully. At the moment, countless viewers from the outside world saw this and felt stupid and their heads were buzzing. No, what's going on? I came to see Enlon revive his girlfriend. How did it develop to destroy the world? Kaecilius, right? Come out. I want to let you experience my American style of AI. The last future video was Thanos killing half of the people. This video is directly Dormammu killing everyone, right? Why are these future videos so dangerous? I thought Thanos killing half of the people was extreme enough, but I didn't expect that there was an even more extreme Kaecilius here who wanted to drag everyone to death. And he succeeded. Is there no safer future for me to see? My heart really can't stand it if this goes on. I'm tired. Destroy it. Hurry up. Die early so as not to worry all day long. Even the time spell that can control time and easily make time go back or stop can't solve the enemy, which makes the audience call it unscientific. P.S. Thank you all for your flowers, monthly tickets and comments. Crabs, keep asking for support. Chapter 24. At the moment, looking at the picture in the sky, the audience also understood the horror of Dimension Mephisto. Dormammu didn't even make an official appearance, and the little power he gave could even free Kaecilius and his followers from the influence of the time spell. They didn't know how Mordo and Anlin could win against this kind of enemy, with invincibility written on their faces. Not to mention winning. Even saving the Earth from being swallowed seemed to be a luxury. When the despair of the outside world began to spread, the video in the sky was still playing slowly. The heavy soundtrack sounded, which seemed to indicate the unparalleled pressure faced by Anlin and Mordo. At the same time, it also made the audience's emotions more immersed in it. Beyond time, beyond death. Beyond time. In a still space and time, Anlin looked at the crack in the sky that was full of darkness and weirdness, and was still slowly expanding, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, he looked down at the eye of Agamotto on his chest, then opened his hands, and wisps of white light emerged from his shoulders, weaving into brilliant wings. Tyrell's wings of glory? What are you going to do? Before Mordo finished his question, he watched Anlon flutter his wings behind him, and flew towards the crack in the sky without looking back, and entered it without hesitation. Ha ha ha! Did you see it? He has abandoned this world and thrown himself into the arms of Dormammu. Caecilius laughed wildly. Don't hold on any more, surrender. The strongest among you have already admitted defeat. Mordo stood there, staring blankly at the direction where Anlon disappeared, his eyes filled with tears. The screen switched. Anlon, who entered the dark dimension, glanced at the strange scene in it, and then stopped cautiously, stretched out his hand to add a green magic ring shaped like a string of beads to his arm, and then began to go deeper. After a moment, Anlon stopped on a small corrupted planet, looked at the 2 green magic rings on his arm, and then raised a finger. The surging white flames erupted from Anlan's fingers, illuminating a large area of the dark dimension. The holy flame of Vishandi. After a few breaths, the edge of the small planet where Anlon was located, space, matter and energy began to distort, forming an extremely huge abstract humanoid face. Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate conditions. Anlon said loudly. Dormammu, huge amounts of mouth opened and closed, and the sound was like thunder. You are here to die? Your world is already mine, just like all worlds. Before the voice fell, the matter and energy in the surrounding space rioted and attacked Anlon. Various energy beams, flames, and even the protruding spikes on the small planet under his feet, and the dark wind that was enough to annihilate matter. Anlon put on a seraphim shield that protected him from all angles, and then used the form of a king. Dozens of figures with wings of light flew out of him. The next moment, dozens of figures reached out to Dormammu's huge amounts of abstract face at the same time, and surging white flames spurted out of their hands. It seemed that he didn't expect that the little magician like an ant could still resist. Without reacting, Dormammu was covered in dozens of Vishandi's sacred flames. You are looking for death. Dormammu roared, and infinite dark power emerged on the huge face formed by energy, extinguishing the burning flames, and then opened his mouth and sprayed a violent purple light column at Anlon. Among the dozens of Anlans, half of those in the attack range of the light column jointly supported a large-scale seraphim shield, while the remaining half waved their hands and released violent orange lightning. Thunder of Bossat. The thick orange lightning roared and linked to the small planets, smashing them into pieces, forming dense chain lightning, jumping and bombarding Dormammu from all directions. These lightnings are different from normal lightnings. They are not fast, but they are extremely powerful. The giant face of Dormammu, which was not really damaged by dozens of Vishandi's sacred flames, exploded under the attack of more than a dozen Bossat thunders. Just like the small planets hit by these lightnings, most of the face was blown to pieces. Half of Dormammu's face was blown to pieces, and the purple light beam spitting out of his mouth was forced to stop, but the battle did not end. Countless energies and materials gathered towards Dormammu's broken giant face, and it took only a few seconds to completely repair it. You are so brave. Dormammu roared angrily, and then really moved, waving the huge hand that was as huge as a mountain and was completely constructed by the matter and energy of the dark dimension, and slapped it hard. The giant palm that covered the sky and the sun bombarded, and almost instantly dissipated all of Anlan's duplications, and even the seraphim shield that Anlan originally supported was shattered by one blow. After one palm, Anlan disappeared, and together with the small planet under his feet, it was turned into dust by the violent power of the dark dimension, and then completely annihilated, without even a trace left. But the next moment after Anlan died, everything began to flow back and reset, returning to the time when Anlan applied the second-time ring to his arm. Looking down at the 2-time rings that were slowly turning on his arm, Anlan released the sacred flame of Vishanti, summoned Dormammu, and then shouted, Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate terms. Dormammu's voice was like thunder. You are here to die? Your world is already mine. At this point, Dormammu was suddenly stunned. What's going on? Is it an illusion? Anlan on the small planet laughed. It's true. Very good. Dormammu said no more and started to attack. After a battle, Anlan's shield was broken and he was turned into ashes by a purple beam of light. Then time was reversed and reset, and everything started again. Chapter 25. Looking down at the two magic rings on his arm, Anlan summoned Dormammu. Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate terms. You're here to die? What's going on? This time Dormammu reacted faster. Anlan raised his arm with two magic rings spinning and said loudly, just like you gave Caecilius the power of your world, I also brought a power from my world. This is time, infinite cycle of time. Dormammu's voice was low and evil. Want to defeat me by relying on the time cycle? Stupid. It activated the power of the dark dimension and materialized the space. Then, the dislocated space crushed Anlan's body, and Anlan was too lazy to use magic to resist. Then everything was reset again. Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate. Dormammu sneered. Don't dream of defeating me in the time loop. You have no hope. Anlan raised his eyebrows. I didn't think of defeating you. I just wanted to trap you. Trap me? Ridiculous. Anlan died again in Dormammu's roar, and then the time loop was reset. Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate. Dormammu was silent for a moment, and then said, You can't do this all the time. Anlan said calmly, In fact, I can. Am I not doing this now? You and I, trapped in this endless cycle of time, forever. Dormammu said angrily, Then you will always experience the pain of death. I will kill you over and over again. Really, but everyone on Earth can survive. But you have to keep reincarnating in pain. For someone you don't even know, is it worth it? Dormammu questioned. Anlan laughed. I think you should think about it from another perspective. I am trapping you here, and I am the hero who saves the world. The genealogy of our family should start from me. And you? Forced to become my prisoner, and unable to continue to devour other worlds, just for a destined Earth that cannot be obtained. Is it worth it? Shut up. Rage's Dormammu ended the topic, and then beat Anlan into ash with a palm. In the following time, the screen began to switch quickly. Rage's Dormammu killed Anlan again and again in various cruel ways, but the time loop allowed Anlan to stand in front of him again and again. Later, Dormammu changed his method. After defeating Anlan, he did not kill him, but tied him up and tortured him in a cruel way, trying to make Anlan end the time loop. But Anlan's response was very simple. Even the Dimension Mephisto could hardly stop a powerful magician who tried to commit suicide. And as long as Anlan died, time would automatically restart. After many unsuccessful attempts, Dormammu did not kill Anlan immediately after hearing the words, I'm here to negotiate terms again, but let out a frustrated roar, Magician, I want to kill you 1,000 times. It's not enough. As long as you are happy. Anlan asked with a smile. Can I ask how many times you have killed me? I don't feel anything. Anlan's answer made Dormammu fall into silence. After a moment, it slowly spoke, and its tone seemed a little frustrated. You will never win like this. Anlan said indifferently, but I can keep losing 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and keep losing. I can afford to lose. As long as you are willing, we can keep playing this game again. Dormammu was silent again. After a long time, he said weakly, Tell me, what do you want? Anlan raised his hands, interlocked his middle finger, thumb, and ring finger, raised his index finger and pinky finger, and made a seal representing the contract with his hands facing each other. Then he said solemnly, Stop your attack on the Earth, take your believers away from the Earth, and never come back. If you do this, I will stop the cycle. The next moment, the scene switched. On a still street, Caecilius was tied up and hung up, laughing. And Mordo's eyes were filled with tears, his lips trembling, looking at the crack in the sky in disbelief. However, just when the tears were about to fall, Mordo was suddenly stunned and saw Anlan flying out of the crack again, with a relaxed smile on his face, and landed lightly. What did you do? Mordo asked with a dazed look. Anlan smiled. I went to reach an agreement. Agreement. Just when Mordo was confused, Caecilius, who was hung up on the side, suddenly screamed. The dark dimension mark that was originally vaguely visible on his forehead became extremely scarlet, and the powerful dark dimension power was released from it, corroding Caecilius into a glowing human-shaped black shadow in his eyes amid his screams. Then, Anlan released the energy whip that bound him, and the shadow transformed by Caecilius screamed heart-wrenchingly, while being pulled by an unknown force and flew into the crack in the sky. Then Anlan stretched out his hand and started the time reversal again. This time, the crack in the sky and the diffuse dark dimension power began to shrink rapidly and soon disappeared without a trace. When the power of the spell dissipated, time began to flow normally, as if nothing had ever happened. It's finally over. Anlan breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, it's over. Mordo on the side continued, but it's done in a way that destroys the rules of nature. He turned his head to look at Anlan, but his eyes seemed very cold. The price will come one day. That's also a matter for the future. If we don't do this, nature will be gone, And what's the point of talking about the rules of nature? And Lon shook his head and said, "Don't get stuck in a rut, Mordo, or I will beat you." Mordo's face froze when he heard this, and the originally cold momentum quietly dissipated. He turned his head to avoid Lan's sight with a bit of a laugh and cry, and ran straight to the holy place. "I'll go back to Camartage first." Lan smiled and shook his head, and followed him. Chapter 26. Outside, countless people fell into silence as they watched the light curtain in the sky. A crisis that almost destroyed the Earth was solved by Anlin in a way that no one expected, and in the future in the video, except for a very small number of magicians, the rest of the people didn't even know that such a crisis had ever occurred. And Anlin and the magicians in the video can be said to be true unsung heroes. However, the way Anlin forced Dormammu back in the video also made everyone feel heavy. In the eyes of all the audience, the strength shown by Anlin in the battle with Kaecilius can almost be said to have surpassed all the superheroes known to people before, including Thor and the Hulk. There are even many people who think that even if the superheroes of Avengers come together, they may not be the opponent of Anlin alone. However, such a powerful existence showed great powerlessness when facing Dormammu, and could not even hold on for a minute in a head-on confrontation. It can only die again and again, relying on time loops to make Dormammu give up the Earth by himself. This not only makes people have high respect for Lan's fearless sacrifice, but also makes people deeply wary of the terrible existence of Dimension Mephisto. According to the previous plot, Dimension Mephisto obviously does not only refer to Dormammu, and there are obviously more than one Dimension Mephisto who is malicious to the Earth like Dormammu. Think of Thanos, who came to the Earth to snatch infinite gems and wiped out half of the people, and the fact that the giants of Jotunheim wanted to freeze the Earth with the casket of ancient winters, but were stopped in time by Odin in the previous Thor-related video. The audience couldn't help but lament why the Earth has so many disasters. At the same time, they also deeply realized that it is really lucky that humans can develop steadily on the Earth to this point. Watching Lan return to Camartage in the sky, reorganize the 3 holy places, and finally take the position of Sorcerer Supreme with the unanimous approval of Mordo and many magicians, the emotions of the outside audience gradually calmed down. People eat, drink, sleep, waiting for the video to end. According to the convention of previous future videos, it is indeed time to end. After a great war to save the world, the protagonist in the video returns to a peaceful life and gains physical or spiritual growth, and then it is time to end. Although Lan still failed to achieve his original wish to save his girlfriend, it is understandable. The growth of heroes always has a price, and there will always be regrets. Just like the doctor who died for Tony in the terrorist lair in the Middle East in the Iron Man video, and the Queen Frigga who was killed by the Cursed Warrior in the Thor series of videos. Some regrets cannot be saved even by powerful superheroes or even gods. However, the end of the video that people thought did not come. After succeeding the Sorcerer Supreme, Lan in the sky got rid of the previous mentality of playing badly and began to continue learning. In a hall in Camartage, Lan was holding a thick magic book and reading while eating, and suddenly Mordo walked in. "What are you looking at?" Compared to other respectful magicians, Mordo was very casual when he was with Lan, not much different from before he became a Sorcerer Supreme. He came over and took a look. Hogwarts Legacy? The spells in this magic book from another world are different from most conventional spells. They belong to the category of words spirits and mental magic, and can only be cast with one's own magic power. Few people will learn it. After all, compared with the magical creatures born with extraordinary powers, we magicians are too weak. Just 1 or 2 spells will drain ourselves, so it is better to study dimensional energy spells. Modu complained, and this kind of word spirit magic needs to be chanted when it is cast. Imagine that when you are in a fierce battle, you are exhausted and can't breathe, and then you get a stitch in the side when chanting a spell. It's so stupid to think about it. Lan glanced at him. But there are indeed a lot of practical magic in it. Modu curled his lips. For example, this disarming spell. Lan smiled and pointed. Disarm you. A beam of light instantly hit Mordo before the protective spell lit up on him, causing the living tribunal scepter on his back to fly out with a whoosh. At the same time, Mordo himself flew out. After a while, Mordo came in from outside with a grin. He picked up the life tribunal scepter and asked Lan, "Are you sure that the spell of this spell is to remove your weapon, not to kill you?" Ahem. Lan coughed lightly. "I used a little too much mana when casting the spell. How about it? Want to learn? I can teach you." "No." Mordo shook his head. "Actually, I came to talk to you about business." "What is it?" Lan became serious and closed the magic book in his hand. "Have you seen the Terminator movie?" Mordo did not say it directly, but asked a question. Unlan nodded. I definitely saw it. Why do you ask this? Mordo said, it's like this. Didn't Iron Man Tony Stark create a group of Iron Legions to fight Hydra everywhere before, and then he felt it was not enough? So he created Skynet, and then Skynet got out of control. Unlan frowned. So how far has it developed now? A nuclear war to destroy the world. Mordo waved his hands repeatedly. That's not the case, but Skynet built an engine and put a town in Sokovia into the sky. If the Avengers can't handle it well, the town will fall down, which will definitely cause a very big disaster. TSK. Unlan sighed. Okay, let's go over and take a look. Chapter 27. Unlan got up and went to the library, handed a pile of books he had read to the new librarian Wong, and was about to go to Sokovia with Mordo through the Latitude Gate. Suddenly, at the control core of the dimensional defense array connected to the library, a dark blue cloud-like space channel appeared with tremors and hums. A majestic and tall purple figure stepped out of it, stretched out his big hand to grab the eye of Agamotto placed there. Enemy attack. The new librarian Wong shouted, and the ring of Ragador appeared in his hands. But Unlan was faster than him. Expelliarmus. Accompanied by a short spell, a beam of light instantly hit the tall purple figure. The next moment, a huge dark golden glove inlaid with 4 gems of various colors flew out. The tall purple figure leaned back under the impact and did not bother to grab the eye of Agamotto again, and reacted very quickly to grab the edge of the glove. The next moment, another spell sounded. Avada Kedavra. A green beam of death-filled light burst out from Unlan's hand and instantly hit the purple figure. The purple giant paused and then quickly pulled the gloves back and put them on again. Heart-piercing. Unlan quickly added another spell. As Unlan's voice fell, a red lightning flashed, and the purple giant's movements suddenly stiffened. He couldn't help but let out a painful scream, and his movements froze. At this time, Mordo, who had almost started the action with Unlan, finally completed the preparation for casting. The 2 golden magic circles were slammed together by him, and the thick orange lightning twisted and crossed a distance of less than 30 meters, bombarding the purple-skinned giant, who was in great pain. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, the purple-skinned giant, who had not yet had time to put on the gloves again, almost instantly exploded under the strongest offensive magic of Bossat's thunder. A large amount of flesh, blood, bones, equipment fragments, and the glove on the purple giant flew in all directions. Most of them, together with the glove, fell into the dark blue mist-like space channel behind the purple giant, while the remaining flesh and blood were smeared over a range of more than 10 meters. Although the target of the attack was only the purple giant, the terrifying power of the Bossat thunder still shook the entire hall. Brilliant protective runes appeared on the control core of the magic circle and the walls, roofs and floors on all 4 sides, and slowly dimmed after several seconds. And with the death of the purple giant, the rotating mist-like space channel behind him also dissipated. After everything settled, Mordo and Unlan came to the control core, looking at the blood and meat stains around them, as well as half of the purple head, and were still a little frightened. What is this? Has the purple potato become a spirit? Unlan looked at the half-headed skull on the ground, feeling a little confused and a little disgusted. The librarian king came over and sighed. Maybe he learned that the Ancient One was dead and wanted to take advantage of the situation. But the aura on him doesn't seem to be from other dimensions. What kind of people dare to take advantage of the situation? What do you think of Kamartaj? Mordo glanced coldly at the half-head on the ground and said angrily, feed this thing to the dog. In the video in the sky, Mordo angrily wanted to feed the half-head left by the purple-skinned giant to the dog. And the audience around the world who watched the video were almost in a dream at this moment, with a silence after a huge shock to their hearts. In the video, Mordo disdainfully questioned that the purple-skinned giant dared to invade Kamartaj and take advantage of the situation, but the audience knew clearly what a terrible existence it was. That was clearly the universe overlord Thanos who defeated the joint efforts of Avengers and Ultron with a crushing force in the last future video, and then filled the gloves with 6 gems and killed half of the life in the universe with a snap of his fingers. However, Thanos, who was invincible and brought endless fear to the world in the last video, was defeated by 2 magicians so easily and sloppily this time. It only took 5 seconds from the appearance to the defeat. It was unreal. Although Thanos did not appear with 5 gems in his hands as in the last video, his gloves were already inlaid with 4 gems. The result? It was not used at all. When people came back to their senses from the huge shock brought by Thanos' death, they recalled Unlan's extremely decisive, disarming spell in the video, and almost everyone couldn't help but exclaimed with an incredible smile, "Awesome." People almost didn't care to watch what was happening in the video in the sky, but went to share the joy and excitement of witnessing Thanos' death with others as soon as possible. The thunderous cheers rang out from all over the world. This was the first time that the seemingly invincible dark cloud represented by Thanos had dispersed from people's hearts since the last future video. Although the dark clouds have not completely dissipated and the future crisis still exists, at least everything in the video just now proves that Thanos is not really unsolvable. Humans still have the power to resist. At this moment, both the internet and reality are beginning to be covered by positive emotions. Countless people cried with joy, countless people regained hope, and began to feel the beauty of the world again. People embraced their families and friends, and even strangers they didn't know. At this moment, the hope that burst out after despair temporarily eliminated the distance and barriers between people, allowing people to laugh hand in hand. People thanked the gods, Buddha, and all beliefs. Definitely, Amlin and Mordo were the most thanked, and they praised them crazily in reality and on the internet. Chapter 28. Camartage. Mordo sat among the magicians and grinned. He himself did not expect that he could be so awesome in the video. A boss-sat thunder crushed the universe overlord who slaughtered half of the life in the universe. Although 90% of the credit for this should be attributed to the future Sorcerer Supreme Amlin, but Amlin created the opportunity to kill with one blow. No one else could use the top attack magic such as boss-sat thunder. Thinking carefully, Caecilius destroyed the holy place, and it was he and Amlin who solved it together. Caecilius attracted the dark dimension Dormammu, and it was also he and Amlin who solved it together. Later, Amlin succeeded as the Sorcerer Supreme, and he was the first to propose and stand up to support it. Finally, the Universe Overlord came and wanted to snatch the Eye of Agamotto to create a level universe disaster, but he and Amlin solved it together. What does this show? It shows that he is born to be a partner with Amlin. The best assistant of Sorcerer Supreme is none other than himself. I will build an immortal monument for magicians together with Amlin. Mordo gradually lost himself in the praise and admiration of magicians and began to think seriously with his not-so-clear brain. Is there a Sorcerer Supreme who has lived for 600 years? Amlin is extremely talented. Why not join Camartage as soon as possible and succeed the Supreme? Anyway, the Ancient One in the future video said that he had long wanted to find a successor. Isn't it wonderful that everyone is happy? Mordo glanced at Ancient One and decided to make a suggestion after watching the future video, asking Ancient One to bring Amlin to Camartage as soon as possible. As for Caecilius, who is now known as the best master, Mordo didn't take him seriously at all. Is Caecilius worthy of being compared with Amlin? He is nothing in front of Amlin. In a mysterious base, Nick Fury, a braised egghead with an eye mask, narrowed his remaining eyes and smiled. Since the child named Amlin has the ability to become a Sorcerer Supreme, then for the sake of the future, we must find a way to let him take that path. And the most important point is that if Amlin can really do that step in the video, then he can continue to hide his trump card. He has never used the communicator that can contact Captain Marvel, and he treats it as the last trump card. Even after the last future video, the fear brought by Thanos caused the collapse of the world's stock market and real estate market, and the reality and the internet were full of grief. He never revealed this trump card to others. It is so that in a certain huge crisis in the future, a powerful force beyond everyone's plan can suddenly enter the scene to reverse the situation. It's just a pity for that glove. Thinking about his trump card in his heart, he thought of Thanos' glove inlaid with infinite gems. Unfortunately, although the Tesseract containing the space gem is still on Earth, it is basically difficult for the current technology on Earth to use its power. Not to mention that in order to prevent the study of Tesseract from attracting invaders, the Security Council has specially sealed it. Nick Fury fantasizes that if Amlin and Mordo in the future video defeat Thanos and leave the glove behind, then basically nothing can threaten the Earth. Definitely, just a random thought. If Amlin really gets the glove and the 4 infinite gems in reality, he will be uneasy, because the only person he truly trusts is himself. On the top floor of Stark Building, Tony Stark watched Amlin and Mordo team up to kill Thanos. After a moment of silence, he turned his head and asked the little Pepper beside him, "Pepper, do you think I have the ability to practice magic?" Pepper smiled gently and looked into Tony's eyes. "Definitely. I think with your ability, it's no problem to compete with that kid for the position of Sorcerer Supreme." Tony shook his head helplessly. "Pepper, I know you love me, but you can't speak against your conscience because of this. If you say that my ability can compete with that cultist or Mordo, I will believe it, but Amlin should forget it. After all, magic is not technology, and I have limited confidence in this aspect." The carnival of the outside audience because of Thanos' death continued, but the plot still playing on the sky gradually drew the attention of many people back. After killing Thanos, Anlin and Mordo went to Sokovia immediately. The audience also followed Anlin's perspective and rewatched the battle between Ultron and Avengers without Thanos' interference. I can only say that compared with Anlin's battle scene, the gap is quite large. It was obviously a very serious battle, but some viewers laughed out loud when they saw Captain America choking the robot and trying to strangle it to death. The biggest difference between this battle between Ultron and Avengers and the last one is that Ultron's two helpers, Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro, turned against him. Because the last video did not develop to the point where Ultron sent the town into the sky, Thanos had already arrived, and then everyone joined forces to fight Thanos. And this time, Ultron sent the town into the sky and wanted to drop it from a high altitude to bombard the surface to destroy mankind. In this case, Wanda and Pietro, who originally tried to destroy the Avengers just because of personal grudges, definitely would not help Ultron again. So the two siblings abandoned the dark and joined the light and fought with Ultron. Anlin and Mordo watched the entire battle in the mirror dimension. They only opened a latitude gate to help Quicksilver transfer the bullets when he was shot by robots while transferring the survivors. Chapter 29. Finally, after watching Ultron's vibranium body being crushed bit by Wanda's origin magic power and his data being completely erased by Friday, the new artificial intelligence in Iron Man's armor, Anlin and Mordo returned to Kamartaj. The plot that followed was completely unfamiliar to the audience. From the occasional clips, the audience knew that Avengers seemed to have added Black Panther, Falcon, Ant-Man, and Thor and Loki, who came to Kamartaj for help. What shocked the audience the most was that Thor and Loki came to Earth again soon after and brought a spaceship of refugees with them. The prophecy of Ragnarok came true, and Asgard was destroyed. This was what Thor, who was depressed, told Anlin when he came to Kamartaj for the second time. Thor has appeared in many future videos, and his personality is likable. With the bonus of mythological aura, he is quite popular on Earth. Moreover, people also learned from previous videos that Odin protected the Earth from being frozen by the giants of Jotunheim, so the whole Asgard was considered a friendly force in people's minds. The result was such a sad ending for many viewers. But before the audience's emotions could be brewed, a deep voice diverted everyone's attention. It was a long time since the narration from the Observer appeared, which often symbolized a major change in the plot. Although I have gained a lot in my growth, Anlin still can't let go of the past. The voice of the Observer floated in the night sky. In the darkness before dawn, Anlin sat alone in front of the window of the holy place, looking at the eye-shaped bronze artifact in his hand by the moonlight outside the window. After a long time, he put down the Eye of Agamotto and took out a well-preserved sports watch from his arms. Turning over the watch, a line of words with a girl's heart was engraved on the back of the dial. "Time will prove how much I love you." Anlin sighed silently, put the watch back into his arms, and picked up the Eye of Agamotto again, with a tangled look. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind, and the librarian, Wong, who was also one of the only 3 master magicians in Kamartaj, came over. "Why are you hiding here drinking alone?" Wong walked to Anlin, put his hands behind his back to observe the low mood on his face, and suddenly asked, "How long has it been?" As the Sorcerer Supreme after the Ancient One, Anlin's experience is not a secret. Anlin did not look back, picked up the wine glass on the side, and took a sip, whispering, "Tonight is the 10th anniversary. Why did you get up? Go to the bathroom." Wong glanced at the wine glass in his hand and the Eye of Agamotto in the other hand. His eyelids jumped and turned around and said, "Okay, I'll make a pot of tea. I suggest you don't do stupid things. Come over to drink tea later to sober up." Anlin did not respond, and Wong left. After sitting there for a while, Anlin drank all the liquor in the cup in one gulp, put down the cup and stood up, put the Eye of Agamotto on his neck, and posed a spell-casting posture with a firm look. With a clear sound, the green light of time shone out from the open Eye of Agamotto, covering everything. When the halo dissipated, Anlin had changed his appearance. The slightly rough skin honed by the battle became tender, and the strong body after years of exercise also returned to the slightly thin appearance of a teenager. At the moment, he was no longer in the holy place, and the neon lights on the street reflected a familiar and young face. "Have a nice night, buddy." The cynical Johnny smiled wickedly and leaned into Anlin's ear, winked at him, and whispered. Anlin turned his head and saw 2 beautiful girls whispering to each other. The beauty of losing and regaining made him stunned. Seeing Anlin silent, Johnny patted his shoulder, then put his hands behind his head and walked away. Susan, who was whispering to Gwen, noticed Johnny leaving and subconsciously called out, "Hey, Johnny, where are you going?" "I promised to date my girlfriend number 3 tonight, and I probably won't go home tonight." Johnny didn't look back, took out his phone and waved. "Don't worry, I'll call my mother." Susan looked at her brother who was leaving, then looked at Gwen and Lawn beside her, stretched out her hand to tidy up her hair, letting it fall down, covering the slightly dim color in her eyes. "Well, I should go home soon. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Gwen waved, and Lawn was still silent. After Susan got in the car and left, Gwen asked a little strangely, "Lawn, what's wrong with you? Did something happen?" No, nothing, And Lawn let out a long breath and said, "I'm just very happy." "Me too." Gwen took Lan's hand and intertwined his fingers. The two smiled at each other and walked into the distance under the lights in the night. Seeing this, countless viewers around the world smiled happily. The audience never thought that the surprise would come so quickly. And Lawn once wasted several years and couldn't find a way to save his girlfriend. He once lost hope and gave up. As a result, after becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, he used the Eye of Agamotto and easily returned to the night when the tragedy happened. Then what to do next is very simple. Just take Gwen to avoid the area where Iron Man and Ironmonger fought and avoid the Stark building, and the tragedy will not happen. It seems that everything is moving in a good direction, but many people have also seen the problem. Changing history is obviously an act of destroying the natural rules. As Mordo said, there will be a price for breaking the rules, otherwise Lawn has been the Sorcerer Supreme for 3 years, and it is impossible to hesitate until now. If we change to a more metaphysical way of saying it, changing history may usher in the power of historical correction, and it must be able to survive to be truly successful. Chapter 30. I wish Lawn to successfully rescue Gwen and not have any accidents in the middle of the journey. What accidents? Lawn knows the future, so it is impossible for Gwen to have any accidents again, right? Alas, think about why Lawn decided to travel through time 3 years after becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. Yes, it must be difficult to save people from the past. Think about when Lawn used the time spell to change the state of the apple, and the strange crystallization of time and space immediately appeared. No way. I thought it was safe this time. Please don't have any accidents. Don't torture them anymore. Although I don't want to say this, if there are no accidents, it is estimated that there will be accidents. Countless people prayed for Lawn and Gwen in reality or on the internet, hoping that they can successfully overcome the difficulties. Needless to say, Stacy's family watched the plot on the sky curtain develop to this point, and the family's hearts were tightly clenched. Gwen and her mother were even more tearful and clenched their fists, fearing that something bad would happen in the next moment. And at the Stone family, Mrs. Stone was also in tears, as if she was chasing a favorite sad drama. Susan was in a bad mood and stayed alone in the bedroom, looking at the sky with her mind full of thoughts. As for Johnny, although as a prodigal he could not understand Lan's deep affection in the video, he chose to respect and bless him. In the Stark building, Tony and Pepper smiled at each other, and their love was also certified by the future video. Under the bright night light, Lawn and Gwen walked hand in hand, without much language communication, but the inadvertent sight and tender warmth echoed. Looking at the avenue leading to the Stark building, Lawn hesitated for a moment and still walked over with Gwen. After a while, Gwen stopped and took out a carefully wrapped gift box and put it in Lan's hand. "Lawn, happy birthday, this is the adult gift I prepared for you." And Lawn took a deep breath, opened the gift box, and took out the very familiar watch inside. Turning over the watch, a line of words filled with the girl's heart came into view. "Time will prove how much I love you. Do you like it?" Gwen's voice was a little nervous. "Definitely. This is what I want to say to you." And Lawn put on the watch and looked into the girl's eyes. "As long as you want, I will give you the whole world." Gwen's eyes curved into crescents and threw herself into her boyfriend's arms. And Lawn patted her back and whispered, "Don't panic later." "What?" Gwen raised her head in confusion. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Accompanied by the whistling of the wind and the sound of metal, a huge amount of metal giant flew from a distance, pierced through a moving heavy truck with a rumble, and then hit the wall on the side of the road with a sharp wail of the truck. As the huge robot-like existence landed, the heavy truck that was hit and out of control also exploded. Under the reflection of the flames, the whole street quickly became chaotic. Pedestrians on the street also screamed and ran away from the dangerous center of the accident. Clear water like a spring. And Lawn raised his hand, and with the movement that became a little jerky due to the lack of muscle memory after regaining his youth, he summoned a stream of water with a spell, flushing the heavy truck that started to catch fire after the car accident and extinguished the flames. Then, Lawn waved his arm, and the water flow meandered on the ground, turning into strong ropes, climbing up the metal body of the Iron Overlord, and seeping into the gaps of the Iron Overlord's armor. The powerful force acted on the armor, and the machine gun that had originally stood up and fired at another small humanoid steel armor in the sky immediately silenced. Deep indentations emerged from the surface of the Iron Overlord's armor, and the huge metal body was forced to kneel down, bound by the water rope and losing the ability to move. As the water rope tightened, the creaking sound of metal twisting sounded, and the thick legs and arms loaded with weapons of the Iron Overlord armor were all twisted and broken with sparks, leaving only a pile of garbage-like torso falling to the ground. The next moment, Iron Man, driving the golden and red armor, landed, looked around in doubt, and finally fixed on Lon. And Lon didn't care about Iron Man's gaze, and turned away with Gwen. "Lon, what was that just now?" Gwen asked in shock. Two Terminators fought, and then the Terminator was defeated by the magician. And Lon smiled and stretched out his hand, and the runes on his fingers lit up. Gwen opened his eyes wide. "What is this?" "As you can see, I am actually a magician." Before he finished speaking, Lan's face changed wildly, and he almost instinctively posed a spellcasting posture. Orange energy emerged from the void, weaving a circular shield. Time slowed down at this moment. The magic energy from another dimension quickly outlined complex magic arrays and runes in the air, constructed a spherical frame, and then continued to outline more and more complex runes in the frame. However, the danger that Lan foresaw came faster than the magic shield. A dazzling light that turned the night into day lit up, followed by the vibration of the earth and air. There was also a roar that made the ears deaf. Iron Overlord, with only a torso left, exploded without warning when Iron Man went to check. The terrifying explosion turned an area of tens of meters in diameter into a sea of fire in an instant. As the explosion flew in all directions, various fragments also left deep marks on the surrounding buildings and the ground. One of the steel fragments pierced Gwen's back before Lan's magic shield was completed, and then a blood flower bloomed from his chest. "Lon." Gwen opened his mouth and fell down in a daze. Chapter 31. When Gwen's chest was stained with blood in the sky, and Lon in the video was stunned, and so were the countless viewers who were watching the video with a smile on their faces. Everyone was watching Lon and Gwen being sweet. Why did the scene suddenly change? And why did Iron Overlord explode himself? There was no such plot in the previous plot. The most important thing is that Gwen died in front of him for the second time, which was undoubtedly another heavy psychological blow to Lon. At this moment, countless viewers began to speak up for Lon. What's going on? How did Gwen die again? Anlin and Gwen are such a good couple. Why does fate have to play tricks on them? Good people don't get good rewards, right? Anlin is a hero who saved the world, but he still has to be treated like this. Is this fair? If there is a god of fate in the world, she must be ****ch. Alas, in fact, this danger could have been avoided. Maybe Lon thought of the innocent people who died under the gun of Ironmonger and wanted to save them by the way, so he went there. Indeed, there was a little detail before. When Anlin looked in the direction of Stark building, hesitation, but in the end, he passed with genuine. Obviously he was so miserable, but he did not forget to save others while changing his girlfriend's fate. That's right, it must have changed the death of too many people at one time, causing the historical correction to be too strong, so the Iron Bully will explode. Go on. How can this? And Lon made a furious roar, but soon he calmed down from the anger and put his hands on his chest. Have a nice evening, buddy. Johnny smiled evilly and leaned close to Lan's ear, winked at him, and whispered. And Lon turned his head to look at Gwen and Susan who were whispering and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Lon was silent, Johnny patted his shoulder, then put his hands behind his head and walked away. After a while, the farewell process was almost the same as last time. Gwen looked at the taxi going away, and then looked at Lon. Lon, you seem to be a little bit wrong. Today is your birthday. You should be happy. It doesn't matter whether it's a birthday or not. I'm very happy as long as I'm with you. And Lon smiled gently and reached out to touch Gwen's little head. I don't want to go back for the time being. Let's go for a walk together. Gwen invited happily. Okay. And Lon took Gwen's hand and squeezed it tightly. Lon, you hurt me. Don't be so hard. I won't run away. Gwen patted Lan's arm coquettishly. The two walked a distance and came to a crossroads. And Lon looked at the Stark building, which was brightly lit in the night in the distance, paused, and turned to another road with Gwen. After a while, Gwen stopped and took out a small gift box. This is your adult gift. Open it and take a look. And Lon took out the watch skillfully and put it on. Gwen observed his expression, but did not find much surprise on Lan's face, so her smile became forced. Lon, don't you like this gift? And Lon was stunned and took Gwen into his arms. I definitely like it. Don't think about it. Oh, Gwen believed it. Hey, "Everyone, look at what that is." Suddenly someone pointed to the sky and shouted. Many pedestrians on the street looked up, and Gwen also looked at the night sky. In the dark night, two rays of light like meteors were flying, but they were not like normal meteors from top to bottom, but like fireworks chasing and colliding with each other from bottom to top. It looks like some kind of flight, or a drone. Some people on the road looked away without interest, while others discussed it with great interest. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, a spark of fire fell from the larger light spot. When people on the street saw this scene and realized that something was wrong, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of irregularly distributed holes appeared on the streets and surrounding buildings. Unlon, who was holding Gwen in his arms, had no time to react, and his white shirt was soaked by a dazzling red. Unlon hugged Gwen, who had lost her strength, in panic, and roared in grief and anger in the night. "Why? I obviously avoided it." He raised his head and looked at the two light spots that were still chasing and colliding in the night sky. A spell of light flashed, and everything became clear in his eyes. The light spots flying and colliding in the night sky were actually Iron Overlord and Iron Man fighting. "You guys again?" Unlon stared at the sky with cold eyes, and a golden red latitude gate appeared in front of him. Holding Gwen in one hand, Unlon reached out from the latitude gate with his other hand and chanted a spell coldly. Avada Kedavra! A dark green light full of malice and death bloomed from Unlan's hand, like a lightning across the night sky, instantly hitting the huge Iron Overlord, and then turned like lightning and connected to Iron Man. The next moment, the two steel armors that lost control began to fly around in the night sky and finally fell to the ground. Unlon closed the latitude gate with a cold look and cast a spell with his hands crossed. "I will definitely save you, Gwen." Along with Unlan's firm voice, the green light of time bloomed from his chest again, resetting everything. Chapter 32. Have a nice evening, man. I hope so. Unlon took a deep breath, and his mood seemed a little low. After a while, after seeing Johnny and Susan off, Unlon and Gwen took a walk in the night. Gwen asked a little strangely, "Lon, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy?" "No." Unlon hesitated for a moment and said, "I just have a secret to tell you, but I'm afraid to scare you." "What secret?" Gwen asked curiously. "Actually, I'm a magician." Unlon put on a serious face. "Gwen, do you believe that there is magic in the world?" "Definitely." Gwen nodded very cooperatively, with a curved corner of her mouth. "Actually, I'm also a magician. I brewed a bottle of love potion for you to drink, and then let you fall in love with me." As they talked, the two came to a place not far from the Stark building, and Gwen took out the gift box and handed it to Unlon. Before Gwen could speak, Unlon spoke first. "Huh. I knew you must have prepared a gift for me. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a watch, right?" Gwen opened her mouth wide. "Lon, how did you know?" "I've said I'm a magician. Isn't it normal to know a little bit of prophecy?" Unlon smiled and opened the gift box, put on the watch, and then his hands lit up with the light of magic. What is this?" "Lon, you're glowing." Faced with the sudden scene, Gwen stuttered a little. Unlon answered calmly and firmly, "This is magic that can protect you." Before Gwen figured out what was going on, a solid spherical magic barrier wrapped her and Unlon inside, completely isolating them from the outside world. The next moment, Iron Man and Iron Man appeared. Crashing through the truck and shooting at the people, Unlon hugged Gwen to cover her eyes, but he watched all the tragedies happen coldly. The bullets shot over clanged on the magic shield, but could not break through the protection. Amid the panic of the people fleeing, the abnormality of Anlin and Gwen once attracted the attention of Iron Tyrant and Iron Man, but they were temporarily unable to care about other things and only aimed to destroy each other. Looking at the flowing fire flying around from time to time, and the seraphim shield that was constantly emitting sparks, Anlin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Gwen, who was held in his arms, suddenly let out a low cry of pain, stretched out her hand to cover her heart, and fell down weakly. Anlin supported Gwen in panic, but the girl still stopped breathing soon. In the following time, the rhythm of the sky video accelerated, and the screen began to switch rapidly. In contrast, the audience's mood became heavier and heavier, and there were fewer and fewer discussions on the internet or in reality. After 3 failed attempts to save Gwen, Anlin did not give up, but became more determined and stubborn. Countless people in the outside world watched him try again and again. He took Gwen into the mirror dimension, trying to get rid of all the influence of reality, but Gwen still fell into his arms. Let Gwen and Susan take a taxi home together, but the taxi got into a car accident. Let Gwen go home alone, but after returning home, Gwen ran into a gunman who wanted to avenge her father. Dozens of pictures flashed by, representing dozens of failed attempts. Every time, No matter how well Enlon prepared, Gwen would always die at that time. Enlon in the sky tried every way he could think of, but still couldn't save his girlfriend. Dozens of attempts, even if they were just short clips, made countless viewers red-eyed or shed tears on the spot. Many people remembered what the Ancient One magician said before his death, when Enlon tried to reverse time to save him. Time is not omnipotent, and the Eye of Agamotto is the same. And Enlon's experience at the moment perfectly verified the words of the Ancient One. Enlon, who holds the Eye of Agamotto as a sorcerer supreme, can manipulate time at will, reload the file again and again, but still can't save his girlfriend's life. Why is this happening? Lon is a hero who saved the world. Why did he have to suffer such a tragedy? Save the world, but couldn't save his girlfriend. This is too tragic. Is the power of history to correct so much? Is the tragedy destined to be irreversible? Damn, I cried. If I had to go through this, I would have wanted to destroy the world. Did the Ancient One magician still live during this period? Can I ask him for help? I'm afraid it's useless. The Ancient One magician can't even change his own death. This is the worst superhero in the video so far, right? He made the greatest contribution, but experienced the worst life. Although countless people sighed for Enlon and Gwen, the video in the sky did not stop because of people's sadness. After trying all methods, Enlon still couldn't save his girlfriend. He was heartbroken, his face was stiff and heavy, but he still mechanically restarted time. Lon, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? After sending Susan away, Gwen noticed that Enlon looked pale and reached out to put her hand on his forehead to test the temperature. Enlon looked haggard and looked at Gwen with eyes full of grief and trembled. Why does this always happen? Don't we deserve happiness? Gwen grabbed Enlon's arm a little helplessly. Well, why don't you walk with me? Maybe you will feel better if you take a walk. Enlon nodded silently, and the two walked along the street towards the Hudson River. For a long time, Gwen carefully observed Enlon's expression and asked, Lon, do you want to say something? If you feel uncomfortable, you will feel much better. Or take a taxi to sing. Venting out the depression in your heart is the best way to heal. Enlon lowered his head, staring at the ground, and whispered, I just want to be with you. Duh. Chapter 33. Gwen pursed her lips, took out the small gift box from her pocket, opened it, and took out the watch. Then took Enlon's hand and put it on him. Although I don't understand what happened to you and why you are sad, I will face it with you and share it with you for the rest of my life. I promise. The girl's gentle voice had not yet fallen, but it was already filled with a painful tone. Gwen fell into Enlon's arms again, and the gift box in her hand fell to the ground from her loosened hands. Holding Gwen tightly in his arms, Enlon knelt on the ground and whimpered desperately. Suddenly, a dazzling light gate lit up in the air behind him, and a slender figure walked out of the light and slowly landed. Are you okay, Mr. Enlon? A calm greeting came from behind. Enlon tilted his head indifferently, glanced at the figure with the corner of his eyes, and said in a low voice, What are you doing here? Come to help you. The light slowly dissipated, and the falling figure showed a clear appearance. It was the Ancient One magician. The Ancient One magician maintained his usual calm and indifferent tone. This is the starting point of your journey. After Miss Gwen Stacy's death, you were deeply shocked and looked for answers in magic and in me. Then can you help me save her? Enlon asked. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Ancient One shook his head slightly. No one can do it. Her death is an absolute time point on the timeline, which cannot be changed or erased. Without her death, you can't defeat Dormammu, become the Sorcerer Supreme, and the Asgardian of the Eye of Agamotto. If you erase her death, you can't set off, and nothing will happen. Enlon was silent for a moment, summoned a latitude gate, sent Gwen's body over to settle it, and then looked at the Ancient One magician. I can create a paradox. Ancient One persuaded. You are risking the universe. You can't change the absolute time point. Everything is possible. This is what you taught me. Enlon's voice became firm, and his hunched figure became upright again. He stared at the Ancient One. Sometimes only by breaking the rule can you achieve great things. This is what you said. All I lack is enough power. The most powerful magician in history cannot change the absolute time point. Ancient One persuaded again. Don't torture yourself anymore. There is no hope. Gwen is gone. You can't save her. Enlon looked deeply at Ancient One, glanced at him, shook his head firmly, and made a spell-casting gesture with his hands in front of his chest. This road will only lead to darkness and the end of reality. Ancient One's originally calm tone began to become solemn, and his eyes looking at Enlon were also hostile. Please don't do this. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Then wait until you find me first. The Eye of Agamotto on Enlon's chest burst into a dazzling green light. Ancient One suddenly moved, and a scarlet dark dimension mark appeared on his forehead. The surging dark dimension power passed through his body and turned into a torrent of spells that instantly hit Enlon. The next moment, the screen went black and then switched. At the edge of a sparse jungle, Enlon slowly got up from the ground, touched the eye of Agamotto on his chest, and then looked at a strange castle on the other side of the river outside the jungle. Walking out of the jungle, crossing a river winding through a green shade, Enlon came to the other side. He looked up and carefully examined the castle that seemed to have been carved out of a mountain, then patted the dust off his clothes and walked over with firm steps. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a dark passage leading to the inside of the mountain, and outside the passage, a leisurely-looking figure was half lying on the lawn basking in the sun. When Enlon approached, he took off the book covering his face and asked, "Magician, are you here to seek knowledge?" "Yes," Enlon said calmly and politely. "Legend has it that the lost book city of Cagliostro has powerful magic, and all the lost magic knowledge in the world will reappear here. I came here to seek guidance." After a pause, Enlon asked, "Are you Cagliostro?" "Cagliostro is elusive, and no one knows where he is." The man smiled and stood up from the lawn. He looked at Enlon carefully with his heterochromatic eyes, picked up the staff beside him, and turned to walk into the passage. "My name is Auburn, and I am the librarian here. Follow me, magician." "Thank you. You can call me Enlon." Enlon followed. A candle burned on the top of Auburn's staff. The two walked in the dark and narrow passage for a while and finally arrived in front of a gorgeously decorated door. Auburn pushed open the door, revealing a vast space inside. It seemed that the space was formed by hollowing out the entire mountain. Stone pillars stood one after another, and the surfaces of those stone pillars were divided into grooves, and countless books containing mysterious knowledge were hidden inside. In addition, there were chains hanging from a height, and books were also tied on them, hanging in the air. This huge book city was illuminated by the light of magic, and it did not seem dark at all. "We're here." Auburn stood at the door and stepped aside to make way for Enlon, and then asked, "How long do you plan to stay here?" "Until I find what I want." Enlon looked at the various books that were like a mountain of books, and his eyes lit up with excitement. "Then I wish you to find your goal as soon as possible." Auburn turned and walked towards the passage. "I will come to see you later, Anlin Magician." When Auburn left, Anlin opened his hands, and under the control of the invisible power, countless magic books flew out from the stone wall and quickly gathered beside him. Anlin's eyes swept through the circling books, looking for his goal. Teleportation, invisibility magic, shapeshifting, nightmare, static force field, sheep transformation, frost nova, arcane orb, warp, beans into soldiers, time manipulation. Found it. Duh. Chapter 34. Enlon waved his hand again, returning all the magic books hovering around him to their positions, then sat cross-legged on the spot, and couldn't wait to open the magic book that recorded the time manipulation technique. After quickly flipping through it, Enlon's eyes suddenly lit up. Breaking through the absolute time point requires extremely powerful power, and it is untouchable. Untouchable. Enlon frowned, turned the page, and continued to read. To obtain enough power to break through the absolute time point, you need to devour other mysterious creatures to obtain their energy. Good idea, but how to devour other mysterious creatures? Enlon continued to turn the pages, but did not find a way. The book only recorded a seemingly feasible theory. It seems that I have to look for a method from other classics. Enlon closed the magic book of time manipulation and began to continue to summon other spell books for searching. After the screen switched several times, Enlon sent the last stack of books beside him back to the stone bookshelf and cast his eyes on the classics suspended in the air by chains. He reached out and used his magic power to untie the chains and summon a magic book with a dark red surface and a dark and ominous aura. The famous dark book. Let me take a look. Opening the dark book, Enlon slowly turned the pages, looking at the twisted runes and forbidden rituals inside. Resurrection of bones, bloodstone demons, corpse explosion, nightmare town, detaining spirits and sending generals, soul swallowing. This is interesting, but it's not enough to just swallow the spirit body. Avada Kedavra, I know this. Dream walking, will manipulation, different dimension summoning, demon's call, human pillar sacrifice. Enlon's eyes condensed. Let me see. Before the building is completed, build living people into the pillars of the building. Use the souls and bodies of living people as sacrifices, so that the building has a long-lasting and stable mysterious power. This ritual is called human pillar. Interesting, according to this idea, if you use yourself as a pillar, summon powerful mysterious creatures or demons, and seal them in your body, you can also have powerful power. Maybe it can be combined with the soul-swallowing technique to improve it. Enlon thought thoughtfully. The next moment, the scene switched, and Enlon appeared in a dark space, and on the ground in front of him was a huge red magic circle emitting an ominous aura. Everything is ready, so let's start. Enlon pointed at the magic circle, and the ominous red energy was injected, and the magic circle suddenly lit up. Who is summoning the great Lokinishu? Accompanied by a sharp cry, a humanoid demon less than 1.4 meters tall, with dark blue skin and two sharp horns on his head appeared in the center of the magic circle. Enlon glanced at the book in his hand and nodded. Lokinishu, the king of the fallen demons, hello, goodbye. After the words fell, Enlon suddenly opened his mouth, and violent golden energy gushed out of his eyes and mouth. The light column formed by the energy torrent instantly hit Lokinishu, and then dragged it towards Enlon. Accompanied by a panicked and angry scream, Lokinishu was finally pulled into Enlan's body. At the same time, Enlan's body surface suddenly burst out with a strong electric current, and two long sharp horns grew on his forehead. After a while, the vision on Enlan's body gradually dissipated, he exhaled, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems that there is no burden. Then next time, Enlon looked at the Book of Solomon in his hand, which recorded various powerful magical creatures and demons, flipped back, and then took a fancy to a target. Come out, and Ariel, the king of torture and depression. The scarlet energy was injected into the magic circle, and a female demon with a height of 4 or 5 meters emerged from the magic circle. The newly emerged demon had a body similar to that of a human female, but its legs were recurved sheep hooves. The skin of its arms gradually turned into red scales from the elbows, and its red claws were extremely sharp. There were 4 spider-like limbs on its back. And Ariel looked around and fixed his evil eyes on Enlan's face. Magician, did you summon me for any wish you wanted to fulfill? Enlon smiled. Yes, I need your power. He suddenly opened his mouth, and the surging golden energy gushed out from his mouth and eyes, turning into a torrent and sweeping towards Ariel, trying to pull the powerful demon king into his body. Despicable human magician. I curse you. In the magic circle that Enlon had already arranged, the demon queen, whose power was greatly suppressed, struggled hard to resist his devouring, but was still pulled into Enlan's body after uttering an unwilling curse. The next moment, Enlon let out a painful howl and staggered to his knees. The black hair on his head turned into burning blood-red flames. His legs turned into a reversed shape. The clothes behind him were torn, and 4 sharp spider spears were stretched out and waved randomly, leaving deep marks on the ground. In a trance, a translucent female demon's hideous face protruded from Enlan's face, as if trying to break free from his body. However, magical lights suddenly lit up around Enlon. All kinds of restrictions that had been prepared long ago were suppressed on him one by one, pressing the struggling female demon face back. A pure white cross rose from the ground, and at the same time, 2 scarlet magic belts shot out from both sides, binding Enlan's arms, hanging him up and tying him tightly to the cross. Pure white flames ignited from the bottom of the cross, burning all over Enlan's body along his legs, making Enlon tremble and struggle in pain, and Ariel screaming miserably. Under this heavy blessing, Enlon struggled with Ariel in the battlefield of soul and will, trying to restore the changes in his body and restrain the power from the demon queen. Then the screen began to switch. In the dark space, I don't know how long it has been, but every time the screen switches, I can see that the demonic symbol on Amlin's body has decreased a little. It was not until the 5th time that the screen switched that Andariel's struggling face was finally completely suppressed by Amlin, and the 4 spider spears behind him were retracted into his body. At the same time, Amlin finally stopped the painful howl. The scarlet magic belt was untied, the pure white fire was extinguished, and Amlin fell from the cross, fell heavily to the ground, and fainted in the image of a human. Chapter 35. The scene switches again. Enlon is no longer in that dark space, but lying on a bed. Librarian Aubin is holding a folded towel and dipping it in water, wiping his forehead. Enlon slowly opens his eyes, is dazed for a moment, then touches his body and breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you, Aubin. Aubin puts down the towel and looks at Enlon with his heterochromatic eyes with a hint of worry. Enlon magician, the power of mysterious creatures and demons is not suitable for human use, and your behavior is very dangerous. Enlon looks at the roof, a little absent-minded. I have to do this. The knowledge in the magic book alone is not enough. I need their power. Is she worth your efforts? Aubin asked. Enlon looks at Aubin with a little surprise. Aubin smiled and explained, a man will not endure such pain for his own glory. Enlon retracted his gaze and said calmly, in this matter, it is not worth it for me. Before I started, I was mentally prepared to endure all the pain for this. Aubin stood up from the chair and looked down at Enlon with a little pity. There is only a subtle difference between piety and delusion. Love will not only break your heart, but also destroy your reason. Leaving this sentence, Auburn turned and left the room, while Enlon took a long breath and closed his eyes. The next moment, the picture switched, and Enlon appeared in the dark space again. It was a bit big last time. It seems that the Demon King level is still too much for me. Let's start with a weaker one. Enlon sighed and stretched out his hand to inject power into the magic circle. The scarlet magic circle shone, and a mysterious creature in the shape of an elk emerged. Without much nonsense with the summoned mysterious creature, Enlon opened his mouth, and golden energy torrents gushed out of his eyes and nose, dragging the mysterious creature into his body. After waiting for a moment, when the antlers on his head faded and the overflowing energy in his eyes dissipated, Enlon took a breath and grinned at the scarlet summoning array. Haha, come again. Then, the scene switched to the outside of the lost book city of Cagliostro. The sun and the moon began to alternate rapidly, and the grass and trees on the mountain near the book city turned yellow and green and yellow, representing that time was constantly passing. Later, even the environment near the mountain of the book city changed by huge amounts of. The river that originally meandered in front of the mountain gradually dried up over time, and the grass and trees on both sides of the river that lost the water source gradually decreased. In this scene symbolizing the passage of time, there were also several scenes of Enlon constantly summoning mysterious creatures in the dark to devour them. It can be clearly seen from the flashing clips that the mysterious creatures summoned by Enlon have become more and more powerful. From the four-handed ape beast at the beginning, to the harpy, griffin, then to the chimera, frost dragon, and even the earthly python Yemengard, demon prince Demogorgon. Finally, the scene switched from the outside world to Enlon again. He roared and suppressed the power of the demon prince, allowing his snake-like arms and reptile-like lower limbs to recover, and then pressed the two baboon-like heads into his chest. After 2 breaths, Enlon recovered. He picked up the book beside him and looked at the patterns and text records on it. The demon prince can no longer bring me much pressure, so what's next? Enlon grinned and injected surging energy into the magic circle, making the summoning magic circle shine more than ever before. Lucifer, the fallen angel trapped in hell and unable to leave. Haha, come, I'll give you a chance to come out. The violent energy injection made the summoning magic circle shine like a bloody sun. After shining for more than 10 seconds, the summoning magic circle seemed to have finally received a response, and the brightness went up a level, and then the stone ground engraved with the magic circle completely collapsed, and the magic circle dissipated. But before the magic circle dissipated, a tall and majestic figure had already appeared. After the summoning magic circle went out, Enlon heard a heavy breath from the darkness, and also saw 2 red eyes like taillights. With a snap of his fingers, a full moon rose from the darkness, illuminating Enlon and Lucifer he summoned. Huh, did the ritual go wrong? Isn't Lucifer a fallen angel? Why does he look like a demon? Enlon looked at the 5-meter-tall, red-skinned, muscular giant demon with thick horns, recurved goat hooves and bat wings, and asked, "Who said that a fallen angel can't look like a demon?" "I'm the devil." Lucifer licked his lips at Enlon and said with a joking smile, "Magician, since you summoned me, I decided to let you fulfill one of my wishes. And my wish now is to eat your soul." "What a coincidence. I also want to eat your soul, along with your body. I'm not picky." Enlon grinned and opened his mouth, and a surging stream of energy gushed out. In the video on the sky screen, Enlon was swallowing a lot, bursting out all his strength to wrestle with Lucifer, trying to make this famous devil a part of himself. In the outside world, countless viewers were shocked to the point of losing their words as they watched everything in the sky screen. Not long ago, people were still heartbroken by the tragedy that Enlon had tried in vain to save Gwen again and again, and some people even suggested that Enlon should go to the Ancient One magician for help. As a result, the Ancient One arrived as they were talking and told Enlon bluntly that he couldn't save Gwen. The words of the Ancient One magician let the audience understand the new concept of absolute time point, but failed to convince Enlon, instead made him more paranoid to create a time paradox in order to break through the absolute time point and save Gwen. In the end, the Ancient One acted angrily, but ultimately failed to keep Enlon. At that time, the paranoid Enlon and the warning of the Ancient One magician had already made many viewers feel a bad atmosphere. Later, the beautiful scenery around the lost book city of Cagliostro and the polite and peaceful Enlon, when facing Auburn, made people feel a little relieved. Otherwise, it would be easy to just write it according to Black Strange without changing it at all. Isn't this how most movie-watching novels are written? Just copy the plot mindlessly and add some audience comments. But the author wrote a book that spoiled the future. The plots of the 6th, 7th, and 8th videos can be linked to the foreshadowing in the first video, rather than simply telling the story of one video after another. When writing this plot, the author even had to reasonably fill in the bugs in Marvel movies and animations. It was purely obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he didn't want to insult his own and the reader's IQ. In addition, the idea of this book was actually conceived last year, and the author had already considered the ending of the protagonist of the Black Strange version, which was to sacrifice himself to save the destroyed universe, and then the protagonist never existed in the restarted universe. Later, when the second season of If was broadcast, I found that the idea of TMD and the screenwriter of If was the same, but apart from this point, the plot of the Black Strange chapter in the second season was completely shit. The final battle rubbed my brain on the ground. It was my turn to write that Kaholi, who couldn't even stop a solid cannonball, could not survive more than 3 seconds in front of Black Strange. Okay, the complaints are over. For those who plan to leave after watching the Black Strange plot, I beg you to leave some flowers and monthly tickets for the author before leaving. Don't take advantage of me for free. Please, please. Chapter 36. But then, when Enlon was looking for a way to gain powerful power in the book's city, the ominous Dark Book, as well as the evil spell names and taboo rituals that Enlon recited, made countless people shudder. The hero was tempted by the dark power or the devil, and because of his stubbornness, he went to a dead end step by step. The story of Blacken is not new in legends around the world, and Enlon, who opened the Dark Book in pursuit of powerful power, if he really used the evil rituals and magic in it to gain power, then in the end, can he still keep his original intention? Is he still the savior hero who can fight Dormammu to the death for the safety of the earth? No one knows the answer, but people's hearts have been covered with a heavy shadow. Then people saw Enlon holding the evil ritual in the Dark Book, arranging a red magic circle full of evil, summoning the devil with an ominous scarlet energy, and then forcibly absorbing it into his body. When Enlan's head grew horns and thunder surged around him, many people outside couldn't help but exclaim, fearing that this distressed and respected superhero would turn into a demon. Fortunately, the vision soon subsided, but before the audience could rest assured, they saw Enlon flipping the magic book to the back and summoning a terrifying existence just by hearing the name, the Demon King of Torment and Anguish. Obviously, this second summoned Demon King is not at the same level as the previous one, Lakanishu, who was called the King of the Fallen Demon. Enlon, who was quite relaxed when devouring Lakanishu, suffered huge amounts of frustration and pain in the process of absorbing this Demon Queen. He even had to tie himself to the cross, burn himself with the sacred flame, and fight a tragic battle with Anariel, in which he killed 1,000 enemies and lost 800 of himself. When the scene of Enlon tying himself to the cross and struggling in the sacred flame to scream in pain was played on the day, countless people burst into tears and blurred their vision. When the plot played to the point where Enlon faced Auburn's question and said, "In this matter, it doesn't matter to me whether it's worth it or not." Before I started, I was mentally prepared to endure all the pain for this. Even the most indifferent people were moved. This sentence is also considered to be the most true portrayal of Enlan's character. People suddenly discovered that Enlan's character seemed to be like this from the beginning, from the countless hardships of the 3-year journey to find the mystery, to the repeated deaths during the negotiations with Dormammu, and to the accumulation of strength to reverse the absolute time point. He never compromised with suffering. No matter how painful it was, he could never stop. At the same time, people also thought of Mordo. In the previous video, Mordo Magician was distraught because he found that the Ancient One absorbed the power of the Dark Dimension to maintain immortality, and told Enlon that the price of breaking the rule would come one day. And according to the content played later in the video, this sentence was undoubtedly fulfilled. After all, when Enlon first used the Eye of Agamotto to manipulate time and then thought of time travel, it was Mordo and Ancient One who stopped him, and Ancient One said that magicians should become Asgardians of the rule, not destroyers. After that, Enlon did not object. He silently agreed with the Ancient One and Mordo's statement, and even gave up what might be the only way to save Gwen, and fell into an unprecedented depression. But later he heard another sentence from the Ancient One magician. Sometimes only breaking the rule can achieve great things. He witnessed the Dark Dimension mark on the head of the Ancient One with his own eyes, and heard the Ancient One say that he broke the rule. Many people believe that this is the fundamental reason why Enlon could not bear it later and used the Eye of Agamotto to try to change time to save Gwen. After all, he had originally given up using time magic to save Gwen, just because it was an act of breaking the rule. But later he witnessed with his own eyes that the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, also broke the rule. So, since the Ancient One can break the rule, why can't he? This is probably one of the reasons why Enlon did not listen to the advice of the Ancient One magician after dozens of failed attempts to save Gwen. Definitely, Another reason is probably because Anlan watched his beloved girlfriend fall in front of him again and again in dozens of failed attempts, and his heart was hit hard again and again. Facing the calm comfort of the Ancient One, he could no longer think calmly. Witnessing his girlfriend's death dozens of times, this heavy mental torture overwhelmed his reason. From that time on, he could no longer turn back and would only save Gwen at all costs, even turning himself into firewood and burning. Later, people saw Anlan return to the dark space again after recovery and constantly summon new mysterious creatures or demons to devour in loneliness and darkness, so as to obtain more and stronger power. When the picture turned to the outside of the lost book city of Cagliostro, almost everyone was stunned by the scene of the rising and setting of the sun and the moon, the alternation of the 4 seasons, and even the changes of mountains and rivers, which represented the passing of time. People simply couldn't imagine how many years Anlan had spent in that terrible darkness, how many mysterious creatures and demons have been devoured, and how much inhuman pain has been endured. The rapidly changing scenery in the sky and several brief clips of Anlan devouring mysterious creatures made every audience feel sad and touched everyone's heart. Some people were trembling because of Anlan's persistence and love, while others admired his immortal will. Chapter 37. In fact, after the episode in which Anlan negotiated with Dormammu using the time loop was broadcast, although many people praised his feat, a few people believed that Dormammu transcended time, so he felt unbearable in the time loop. But Anlan's consciousness could not transcend time like Dormammu, so although he would die generously, in fact he had no memory of every death, and every death was the first time for him. Therefore, some people think that if they were in his place, they could also sacrifice themselves for all mankind and trap Dormammu in the time loop. Although this argument was criticized by most people on the internet, there will always be people who say that they can do it. But when people saw the scene of at the moment, no one said that they could do it. After all, swallowing mysterious creatures in that dark space is not something that happens in the time loop, but it is actually necessary to endure darkness and loneliness, and to constantly fight against the mysterious creatures and demons swallowed into the body. The double pain of mental and physical pain is superimposed, and no one dares to say that they can survive if they are in their place. Only the strongest can stay in this endless pain without collapsing. Anlan did it. In the end, he even summoned the most famous fallen angel in the world, who is called Satan in the theological classics, the head of the 7 deadly sins, and the powerful existence of the Lord of Hell, Lucifer. And after a tug of war, he successfully swallowed it and integrated it into his body. After swallowing and integrating countless powerful creatures, whether named or unnamed, for an unknown period of time, the audience simply couldn't imagine how powerful Anlan was at the moment. And Anlan, who sealed so many different powers in his body, had to endure huge amounts of pressure and pain. While the outside audience was sighing or crying, the video on the sky screen continued. After a long tug, Anlan successfully pulled Lucifer into his body. Almost at the same time, his figure suddenly swelled up, his eyes turned into vertical pupils, and between opening and closing, a cruel and bloodthirsty scarlet light burst out. Behind him, 2 ferocious demon wings suddenly spread open, casting a twisted shadow on the ground under the reflection of the full moon. On his forehead, the curved horns grew in pain. The red skin and scales belonging to the demon covered his whole body, and his arms turned into claws, thick and sharp. His legs turned into recurved hooves, and every step he took left scarlet hellfire on the stone ground. Maintaining his demonic form, Anlan turned around and walked out step by step. From difficult to easy, he stepped forward step by step, and the demonic posture on his body was restrained little by little, and finally completely restrained, restoring his human form. At this time, the observer's regretful narration sounded. Just as Auburn said, love has destroyed his reason, and he has completely gone astray. I could have stopped him, but as an observer, I can't interfere with what happens in the multi-universe, and I'm afraid he won't listen to my advice. Just as the observer's voice fell, Anlan frowned and turned his head to look at the deep darkness. Who's there? There was no response in the darkness, and Anlan's eyes lit up red and observed again. Then he withdrew his sight with some suspicion. Restored as before, Anlan snapped his fingers, and pieces of ashes gathered in the darkness, turning into brand new clothes for him to wear, and then a scarlet portal lit up, and he walked out. The scene switched. Anlan held a light ball emitting soft light in his hand, shuttled through the dark path, and then came to a low room. He pushed the door open and entered, and the librarian Auburn, who looked extremely old, was lying on the bed. Auburn, what's wrong with you? Anlan quickly came to the bed and squatted down, looking at the person who had helped him selflessly. It's time, Anlan magician. Auburn turned his head and said a sentence with difficulty. and then he coughed continuously. Without saying a word, Anlan put his hands on his chest and posed a spellcasting gesture, and the eye of Agamotto lit up green. No, don't do this. Aubin stretched out his hand to cover the eye of Agamotto, rejecting Anlan's kindness. You used its power to keep yourself frozen in time for hundreds of years, but I chose to live. Anlan put down his hands in confusion and said, but I can turn back time. You can live longer, forever. Stop talking. Auburn interrupted Anlan and looked at him with a complicated look. In your world, death is actually part of your plan? Anlan was silent for a moment, and his tone became heavy. I can't accept death. I understand. Auburn withdrew his gaze from Anlan, looked at a dark roof, and coughed and said, but other Anlan magicians may accept it. Other Anlan magicians? What does that mean? Anlan frowned. Didn't you notice? Auburn's breath became weaker and weaker, and he said with difficulty, you are not a complete person, and your life is also defective in half. Anlan was stunned there. When Anlan was stunned by Auburn's words, the observer's narration sounded again. Yes, he is not complete. In this universe, he is not even the only Anlan. The next moment, the scene jumped. Anlan was sitting in the holy place remembering Gwen, and the librarian Wong stood beside him. Looking at the eye of Agamotto in his hand, his eyelids twitched, and he turned around and said, okay, I'll make a pot of tea. Don't do stupid things. Come and help me boil water, and drink tea later to sober up. Anlan did not respond, and Wong left. Chapter 38. After sitting there for a while, Anlan put down his wine glass and stood up, looking at Eye of Agamotto with complicated eyes, and finally put it on the table beside him, and followed Wong to drink tea. You are right, reminiscing about the past for a whole night is enough. After a while, after drinking tea, Anlan changed into new clothes and pushed open the door of Holy Place to welcome a new day. However, everything he saw made him stunned. At the moment the morning light had already sprinkled, and there were pedestrians and vehicles on the street, but everything was in a frozen state. The street in front of Holy Place was silent without a sound, and those people and vehicles that were frozen in place, and even the buildings, were eroded by a strange black substance. Or, it was more like people and buildings were collapsing, turning into black smoke like oil. What is this? What happened? Or am I dazzled by drinking too much? Anlan raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and looked again, but it was still the same scene, which made him serious instantly. Suddenly, a brilliant light gate emerged from midair. Anlan frowned, and the magic light immediately rose from his body. He posed and prepared for battle. The next moment, a figure slowly floated down from the dazzling light. Master Ancient One? Anlan put down his spellcasting posture in doubt and asked, aren't you already dead? That's right. Ancient One's figure appeared translucent, and he said slowly, this is a trace of spiritual projection from my past self through the cracks in time and space. Anlan looked at the black substances rising like oil in a still world and sighed. So, you went to great lengths to come here to remind me that the end of the world is coming? Yes, you are always so perceptive. Ancient One said. Then who did it this time? Anlan paused and said, forget it, I won't ask who did it. Master Ancient One, just tell me where the enemy is, I'll kill him and restore the world to its original state. Ancient One was stuck for a moment and said, Master Anlan, although we don't have much time, don't be too anxious. I must tell you the whole story so that you can know what to do. Okay, Anlan said. Then please pick the key points and make a long story short. As a Sorcerer Supreme, you used the Eye of Agamotto to escape into the past time and space, and even I couldn't track you. Ancient One Magician said. At the last moment, I could only use the power of the Dark Dimension to split the timeline and split you. From then on, the two of you were divided into two timelines and coexisted in one universe. Two timelines. Anlan pulled the corner of his mouth. I don't agree with your way of handling it. This is too dangerous. And, you said I escaped into the past. Ancient One nodded. It is indeed dangerous, but this was the best solution I could think of at the time. At least it gave us a chance to make amends. So, I now have an evil isotope who wants to destroy the universe? No, it's just you who is lost in pain. Ancient One said, but if he succeeds in accumulating enough power to reverse the absolute time point. Absolute time point. Anlan interrupted Ancient One. He guessed this concept he had never heard of. You mean, save Gwen? You can't save her, Master Anlan. Ancient One's tone became serious. The absolute time point cannot be reversed or erased. Even if it is done by force, the resulting time paradox will destroy the universe. We don't have much time, and now the only one who can stop the other you is you, Master Anlan. This disaster of reality collapse was caused by you. and it can only be ended by you. What should I do? Anlan asked in a deep voice. Ancient One said solemnly. After the split, you, the defective one, cannot break through the absolute time point. He must complete himself, so you will definitely meet. At that time, the best result is that you convince him to give up breaking through the absolute time point. Anlan asked again, what if I can't convince him? Then you need to be prepared to compete with your will. When you are integrated again, your life will become complete again. What decision you make will depend on the will of both of you before the integrate. Anlan frowned. Then is there a possibility that I may not be able to convince him, but I defeated him? There is no such possibility. Ancient One shook his head decisively. Master Ancient One, listen to me. Anlan analyzed. To reverse the absolute time point, it means that he must go back to the night of 2008, right? Ancient One, yes. That's easy. Master Ancient One was still alive at that time. You can join hands with me at that time, and you will definitely be able to defeat the other me. Ancient One shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, by that time I will probably have evaporated, and even if I remain in good condition, I can't be another opponent of you. After accumulating enough power to reverse the absolute time point, it is impossible to win against him head-on from the perspective of strength. Okay, I understand. I will try my best to convince him. Anlan sighed. When the spiritual projection of the Ancient One magician dissipated, Anlan returned to the holy place. Mordo, Daniel, and Wong, the three remaining masters, were already waiting in the hall, but their heads were already starting to ooze oil. I've said it before, breaking the rule will one day have tragic consequences. Mordo had a dark face, cursing while waving his hands in the air, making golden runes appear in the air. A disaster that was started by you and can only be ended by you. Sounds like a movie. Like Mordo, Wong stretched out his hand to cast golden runes in the air and asked, but do you really want to stop him? Don't you love this, Gwen? Duh. Chapter 39. Anlan joined the three people, stretched out his hand, and tapped the golden rune in the air. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice. I have no choice. It is better to let the world continue than to let Gwen die with the universe after resurrection. Gwen can't be saved, but this world and the life in it should not end here. That's right. Wong nodded, and then waved his arms with Mordo and Daniel, pushing the dense golden runes in the air towards Anlan and covering him. Vishanti Asgardian powerful protection spell, one of the strongest single-target protective magic. I hope it can help you. The golden rune gradually disappeared from Anlan's body surface, and he nodded. It will be used. Then there is another question now. How can you find him? Mordo asked. Before he finished speaking, the light in the holy place hall, where some parts of the ground and walls began to ooze oil, suddenly dimmed, and an invisible gloom enveloped the three people. It seems that I don't need to look for him. He found me first. Anlan smiled bitterly, and then a circle of red magic circle lit up under his feet, and the whole person disappeared instantly. As if he fell into a huge amount of whirlpool, after repeated flipping and pulling, Anlan was finally spit out from a scarlet magic circle. Climbing up from the ground a little embarrassedly, Anlan looked down at the scarlet magic circle under his feet that trapped him, and then looked at the deep darkness outside the magic circle and tentatively asked, Is there anyone? In the silent darkness, Anlan's voice spread far away, and it seemed very loud, but there was no answer. He tried to walk to the edge of the magic circle and wanted to reach out, but there was a scarlet flame there immediately, and he was obviously trapped inside. Anlan stretched out his hand and tried to summon the latitude gate, but the familiar light circle did not appear. Suddenly, the silence was broken by some indescribable sound in the depths of darkness. The sound was like the chirping of millions of birds, the roaring of millions of beasts, the whispers of evil gods, the roars of devils, and the wailing of evil spirits. Thousands of different sounds gathered together to form a terrifying tone that was soul-stirring, overlapping, and endless. Anlan's face changed slightly, his eyes lit up with white light, and he looked into the depths of the darkness. But the eyes cast with magic could not see through the deep darkness, and could only see some shadows that were deeper than the darkness. Those were the wings of birds, the heads of dragons, the claws of demons, the tentacles of evil gods. Thousands of shadows in different forms were struggling, and those overlapping sounds were the unwilling roars they made. Accompanied by the terrifying tone that shocked people's hearts, the deep shadows in the darkness gradually approached, and finally, the struggling shadows dissipated one by one in the roar, and were all bound and sealed. In the scarlet magic circle, Anlan narrowed his eyes and his hands lit up with magic light. Who are you? Where am I? You should ask. Which timeline are you on? With a cold and domineering voice, a slender figure slowly walked out of the darkness, revealing a pale face under the light of the scarlet magic circle. Don't be afraid, because you and I are one. Anlan walked out of the darkness with obviously abnormal pale skin, black aura circles around his eyes, and a pair of eyes that showed fatigue and madness. Anlan, who was wearing a blue magician uniform in the magic circle, looked at another self in black clothes with a pale face and evil eyes, and exuded a strong dark evil aura. He couldn't help but ask, "What did you do?" "We did what we should do." Anlan in black stood outside the scarlet magic circle, facing another self. He looked up at the darkness above his head, and a disdainful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Humph, it's already this time, and the Ancient One is still lingering and trying to stop me." He casually retracted his gaze and looked at himself opposite. "But you only need to come, not the Ancient One, the King, or Mordo. They can't understand. They don't know her at all." The evil and domineering voice of Anlan in black paused and became soft. "But we know her. We love her. Only we will want to revive her." Anlan in blue looked at himself outside the magic circle and said with a complicated look, "You can't revive her. The outside world has begun to collapse. Don't try to lie to me." Anlan in blue's words seemed to touch a taboo, making Anlan in black instantly rage. His voice instantly turned into a layer of evil tones, as if 1,000 demons were roaring at the same time. It's you." Boom! The violent energy surged out of Anlan in black, and his figure began to change. Wings, tentacles, claws, compound eyes, countless biological features rose from him. Demons and evil spirits roared to rush out of his body, which turned Anlan in black into an indescribable monster in the blink of an eye. The terrible scene even made Anlan in blue in the magic circle involuntarily step back half a step. The surging energy turned into a blazing flame. Anlan in black arched his body, roared angrily, and used all his strength to bind the dissipated energy and countless monsters and demons that wanted to break free, and then took them back into his body bit by bit. When everything returned to calm, Anlan in black took a few breaths tiredly, looked back at himself in the magic circle, and vented his emotions with a roar. "How many nights have we sat in the holy place, holding the eye of Agamotto in our hands, knowing that we can go back to the past, but we can't muster the courage." He paused, then proudly straightened his chest. "But I mustered the courage. In the reincarnation of several centuries, I sacrificed everything for Gwen." Anlan in blue's pupils trembled, took a step forward and asked, "Can you save her now?" Anlan in black also took a step forward, suddenly stretched out his hand from the scarlet flames into the magic circle, grabbed Anlan in blue's arm, with a trace of crazy excitement and joy on his face. "No, it's not me who can. It's us who can." The next moment, the space suddenly began to distort, and a scarlet light gate emerged, swallowing the two in. Chapter 40. Outside World. From Anlan completely devouring the fallen angel Lucifer, to the two in Lan's meeting, this plot is not very long, but it has set off unprecedented heated discussions in the outside world. Because the news revealed in this plot is too shocking and too high energy. Among them, the most heated discussion is the sudden turn back of Anlan when he left the dark space. At that time, it was the voice of the observer who was narrating, and at that time, Anlan, who was about to leave the space, suddenly turned back and asked in the empty darkness, "Who is it? Who is there?" It was as if he heard the voice of the observer. This is simply a scene that cannot be described by explosion. The suspected observer's voice was heard. This kind of thing has never appeared in the previous future videos. Whether it is the powerful Thor or Thanos who destroyed half of the life with a snap of his fingers, they have never shown any reaction to the observer's narration. According to many authoritative analyses, the observer can see the future, even different futures, different timelines, and different universes, which means that he has surpassed the boundaries of a single universe and is a transcendent existence outside the multi-universe. For such an existence, he watches what happens in the universe just like ordinary people watch TV. The existence in the universe is not at the same level as him. Even the 6 gems Thanos cannot reach the level of the observer. However, Anlan's look back in this video undoubtedly broke those so-called authoritative analyses. He was just like the people in the TV reacting to what the people outside the TV said. And the scene when Anlan looked back at that time seemed to be recording the video from the perspective of the observer himself. Therefore, for the audience watching the video outside, it was equivalent to the moment when Anlan looked back. His eyes were looking straight through the sky curtain at himself, and then asked, "Who is there?" At that time, more than half of the audience in the world held their breath, and more than 90% of the audience had a subtle and terrifying feeling in their hearts. They were afraid that Anlan, who had swallowed countless mysterious creatures and demons, would discover the existence of the sky curtain, and then pass through the sky curtain and descend into this world the next moment. Although the audience felt sorry for what happened to Anlan and Gwen in the video, and they also respected this hero who saved the world in a certain future. But if Amlin, who had obviously become paranoid and whose mental state was not normal, really came to reality, most of the audience were still reluctant. After all, no one knew whether this hero would go the way of Blacken under those messy influences and pressures after swallowing so many mysterious creatures and demons. Definitely, there were also a small number of viewers who thought that Amlin's turning back might be a coincidence, not that he really heard the voice of the observer. Maybe he just had some sequelae or auditory hallucinations because he absorbed too many mysterious creatures and just absorbed a powerful demon at the level of the Lord of Hell. But this statement could not convince everyone. After all, in the previous plot, Amlin had never had any performance like hallucinations. Then, people saw Amlin found Auburn, who was already very old. Just when people thought that decades had passed and were moved by it, they heard Auburn say that Amlin used the power of Eye of Agamotto to freeze his body time, and it lasted for several centuries. At this time, people were shocked to realize that Amlin had been constantly summoning monsters and devouring monsters in that dark space, and had spent hundreds of years in such a boring cycle, instead of the decades people imagined. And the second reaction was, it turns out that the lifespan of a magician is really different from that of an ordinary person. Ancient One magician lived for 600 years by absorbing the power of the dark dimension. And this librarian Aubin actually lived for hundreds of years, and it seems that he still did not use any special life extension methods. This can be seen from his refusal to use Enland's Eye of Agamotto to reverse time for him. Some people even feel that this librarian is even better than the Ancient One magician in the realm of life. Because the Ancient One magician has tried to prolong his life and has too many reluctances to leave the world, while Aubin is very indifferent to aging and death. Then, an online account that had spoken before, suspected to be Kamartaj magician, spoke again, dispelling many people's doubts. The legendary Cagliostro had many aliases, and one of his names was Aubin. This information comes from the Ancient One. This statement was spread on the internet, and many people were skeptical, but some people thought it was logical. After all, it was a bit outrageous that a simple librarian had such a high level of thought, and could even see through Enland being split into two halves. But if this so-called administrator Aubin who guarded the lost book city for Cagliostro was actually Cagliostro himself, then his superb philosophical thought and magical attainments could be reasonably explained. After all, apart from anything else, just being able to build such huge amounts of a book city is not something that ordinary people can do. And many viewers have not forgotten that in the previous plot, Caecilius' eternal life ritual to summon Dormammu was from a magic book called the Book of Cagliostro, and it also recorded the use of Eye of Agamotto and time spells. This is definitely top-notch, not inferior to the boss of the Ancient One magician. However, Auburn's identity is nothing compared to the bombshell he dropped. With the observer's narration, the second Enland appeared, leaving countless viewers confused. They didn't understand why another Enland appeared, and it seemed that it was before the time travel. Chapter 41. Although this verified what Auburn said about Enland's life being defective, the audience was confused as to why this happened. Then people looked at the librarian Wong in confusion and asked Enland to help him boil water for tea. Enland, who was supposed to wear the Eye of Agamotto to start time travel, actually gave up saving Gwen and put her down to boil water for tea. Then, after drinking morning tea to sober up, Enland pushed open the door of the holy place. In a still world, the streets, buildings, and even pedestrians were rising like oil and smoke, which made all the audience understand that something big had happened. And it was probably caused by the Enland who went to the lost book city of Cagliostro in the past. Then, the audience finally understood the cause and effect under the spiritual projection of the dead Ancient One magician to the future. And the explosive operation of splitting the timeline in half, which the Ancient One magician said personally, also made countless people shout WTF, referring to the intense interjection. At this point, people finally understood why there were two Enlands. Then the two Enlands met. In the video, when the projection of the Ancient One magician said that Enland should stop the other self, people also speculated and discussed what the future would be like after the two Enlands met. Some people think that this normal Enland, who has not traveled through time and whose mental state is obviously more stable, should be able to successfully stop the other self, thereby eliminating the crisis of the end of the world and invisible. But there are obviously only a few people who hold this view, and more people tend to believe that the paranoid Enland will continue his plan. After all, that is an existence that can endure hundreds of years of loneliness and pain in the dark for this plan. It is much more difficult to persuade such an existence to give up its hundreds of years of persistence and give up its only lover with just words than to persuade Dormammu to quit. Definitely, some people also think that maybe this seemingly normal Anlin will be persuaded by the other self at that time, and the two will work together to resurrect Gwen, and then find a way to resolve the crisis of the end of the world, so as to achieve a happy ending. There are quite a few people who support this overly idealistic conjecture, but most of the supporters actually only support it with the idea of hoping that the dream can be realized. In fact, only a few people really believe that things will develop in this way. When people see the hideous shadow roaring and struggling in the darkness from the perspective of Anlan in blue in the video, and the pale-faced Anlan in black who exudes a dark and evil aura after walking out of the darkness, everyone's heart is shocked. As early as when Anlan began to use the evil spells and rituals in the Dark Book to devour mysterious creatures and demons, some people felt that Anlan's unscrupulous use of this evil power might be blackened. And when people saw the scene of the two Anlans facing each other, their hearts finally died. It's bad. It's really blackened. However, looking at the Anlan in the picture who was raging because of a word, and in an instant, his emotions lost control and turned into an indescribable monster. Watching him struggle to suppress the monsters and demons in his body, and then telling his other self about his persistence and his love for Gwen at all costs. People knew that he was the one who caused the crisis of world destruction, but it was difficult for them to feel much disgust and hatred in their hearts. On the contrary, people only felt that such an Anlan was pitiful and pathetic. For Gwen, for a promise on the watch that could no longer be fulfilled, he gave everything, sacrificed everything. Without any supporters, he worked alone in pain for hundreds of years. His former teacher, Ancient One, opposed him. His former companions stood on the opposite side. Auburn helped him, but also advised him, and even he himself opposed what he did. This loneliness and desolation are moving. But at the same time, this will to be against the world for love is also shocking. Perhaps older or more mature people will look at the actions of Anlan in black more rationally, but among most teenagers, Anlan has been canonized. They are crazy about Anlan. They became Anlan's fanatical fans in a very short time. Compared to Anlan, who negotiated with Dormammu for the safety of the world and died generously again and again, they admired Anlan's style of being hostile to the world to save Gwen. For many young boys, saving Gwen is not the point, being hostile to the world is. And he has an evil power that can destroy everything sealed in his body. This is so cool. And for those young girls, a super powerful and handsome guy who loves only one person wholeheartedly and is willing to betray the world for his lover is simply a perfect partner imagined in dreams. These young fans are crazy about cheering for Anlan in black on the internet, or interacting with others who say bad things about Anlan. Come on, Saint Anlan. Defeat your cowardly self, revive Gwen, and then embrace each other in the magnificent scene of the end of the universe. Embracing and kissing each other in the curtain call of all things in the universe. What a magnificent and gorgeous scene. I am reaching the peak just by imagining it. Ah, my Anlan. Can the people above stop being crazy? The universe is about to be destroyed, everyone is going to die, and you can still be happy. That's right, in my opinion, Anlan stops his crazy plan and saves the entire universe. This is the best ending, although it will be a bit regrettable that Gwen died. Chapter 42. The poet Pedophile said, "Life is precious, but love is more precious." Do you know how much Anlan loves Gwen? You don't know. You only know your own life. That's right. Love is higher than life. What's wrong with the destruction of the universe? Others only lost their lives, but Anlan lost his love. F***K. Where did this group of people with a second-year disease come from? Pedophile did write such a poem, but there is another sentence behind it. If it is for freedom, both can be thrown away. Why don't you mention it? Let me tell you what freedom is. Freedom is that Anlan can do whatever he wants. So Anlan freely chooses to save Gwen. Is there a problem? Is he sick? Freedom means not harming the interests of others, not unlimited, understand. Anlan is going to destroy the universe. Is limited freedom still called freedom? Freedom is not absolute. That is, absolutely not free. Damn idiot. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you second-year disease people. I hope that if Anlan is really in reality, blackened, you can still be so stubborn. I think you are mentally retarded. You didn't understand the concept of absolute time point in the video at all, right? In the video, Anlan embarked on the path of magician because of Gwen's death, in order to save Gwen, so he changed the absolute time point and lost the possibility of becoming a magician. If he didn't become a magician, he couldn't travel through time to change the absolute time point. So this is a paradox. But with the future video, everyone knows that Anlan will become a magician. He can avoid this paradox by embarking on the path of magician in advance. By then, even if Gwen is in danger, he can easily save her, because in this world, and Lon didn't embark on the path of magician because of Gwen's death. So Gwen's death is no longer an absolute time point, understand? The outside world is in chaos, but the video in the sky is still playing. In a still night, scarlet light flickered, and then two figures suddenly emerged from it. Lon in Black grabbed Lon in Blue by the arm and returned to his home in 2008. Looking at Gwen, who looked calm and asleep on the bed, Anlin in Black looked at her affectionately and said firmly, "Our power is dispersed and weakened. Ancient One made it impossible for me to reverse the absolute time point in this way. But as long as we are reunited, our power can save Gwen." Anlin in Blue took 2 steps forward and stood side by side with Anlin in Black. He looked at the sleeping Gwen with heavy and painful eyes and said with difficulty, "We can't save her." Anlin in Black turned his head slightly, and his cold eyes fell on another self. "You don't believe it? Wait and see. I will prove it all." Anlin in Blue closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Ancient One magician warned me that if we resurrect Gwen, the universe will be destroyed. I said he couldn't understand it at all. He didn't know or care about Gwen at all. But we love Gwen. Have you forgotten everything that happened that night?" Anlin in Black looked at his blue self with an unbelievable look. "I definitely haven't forgotten. But this is not love. Our love for Gwen shouldn't be like this." Anlin in Blue summoned a latitude gate. He walked over and pointed around. "Come and look around. This is the result of your arrogance. You can't go on like this. We must get everything back on track. As a defender of the rules rather than a destroyer, this is the original intention of learning magic." Anlin in Black stood in the house, looking at the righteous self on the other side of the latitude gate. At this moment, there was a layer of sad, thick barrier between them. "My original intention of learning magic has always been to save Gwen, not to become a defender of any rules." He walked towards the other side of the latitude gate, and his gloomy and slow tone was almost uncontrollable anger. "Look at our current situation. Except for Gwen, I have nothing. Give up. Don't make any more mistakes." Anlin in Blue looked at his gradually distorted expression and bloodshot eyes in Black, and still tried to persuade him. But Anlin in Black seemed to have not heard. "I will be complete soon. No, you have gone astray, but there is still a glimmer of hope for the world." Before Anlin in Blue finished his words, Anlin in Black suddenly opened his mouth, and surging energy beams gushed out of his eyes and mouth, trying to absorb Anlin in Blue by force, just like absorbing mysterious creatures and demons. However, at the critical moment, a dense array of runes lit up on Anlin in Blue to resist the devouring power of Anlin in Black. When the beam stopped, Anlin in Blue showed anger on his face. "You can't save her. She's dead." "Heh, Vishanti Asgardian powerful protection spell. Are you going to rely on this to fight me?" Anlin in Black sneered. "It's better to let the Trinity Vishanti come to protect you personally," he said, aiming at Anlin in Blue and slapping him. The outstretched arm quickly became huge in the process of swinging, and when it fell on Anlin in Blue, it had turned into a scarlet demon claw covered with bones, spurs, and scales. Although Anlin in Blue immediately raised the Seraphim shield, facing the huge amounts of demon claws, this powerful protective spell had little effect. Under the heavy blow of the claws shining with scarlet evil power, the golden red energy shield was instantly shattered like a soap bubble, and the hideous demon claws slapped Anlin in Blue fiercely. Chapter 43. With one blow, Anlin in Blue flew out, and more than half of the densely packed golden runes on his body were instantly gone. The next moment, a strange tentacle stretched out from behind Anlin in Black, tearing the air like a shadow, and whipped Anlin in Blue with a terrifying scream, making him fly further. After 2 consecutive attacks, the remaining golden runes on Anlin in Blue also went out, leaving only 1 golden rune between his eyebrows, which was dimming and seemed to disappear at any time. The whole process did not even take more than 2 seconds, and a scarlet magic belt flew out from Anlin in Black, hitting Anlin in Blue, who had not yet landed. But the next moment, the scarlet magic belt suddenly turned into a large group of colorful butterflies, flickering their wings and dispersing, while Anlin in Blue successfully summoned a latitude gate, allowing himself to land from the air. A futile struggle. Anlin in Black waved his devil's hand and grabbed him from dozens of meters away. Although Anlin in Blue was shocked, he did not panic. He stomped his foot and crossed the boundary to hide in the mirror dimension. Anlin in Black grabbed nothing and stepped into the mirror dimension. But what was coming was a city falling from the sky. Anlin in Black raised his head, and his eyes, which were surrounded by black aura, turned into vertical pupils. His gaze condensed, and the city that was crashing down was frozen. Then, with his foot stepping down, everything in the entire mirror dimension began to shatter. The scope of the shattering expanded rapidly. Starting from the place where Anlin in Black landed, The entire mirror dimension of the Earth was shattered in the earth-shattering roar. Anlin in blue opened the latitude door in a panic and returned to reality. But as soon as he landed, the shadow under his feet rebelled, rising from the ground and turning into a dark abstract monster, pinching Anlin in blue's neck and holding him tightly in place. The next moment, a crack like broken glass suddenly appeared in the air in front of Anlin in blue, accompanied by a tooth-grinding cracking sound. A hideous claw stretched out from the crack, tearing the dimensional barrier between reality and the mirror. Then Anlin in black slowly walked out of the mirror dimension of a scene of destruction. Anlin in blue, who was bound and unable to move, looked at himself with a gloomy face and black aura rising all over his body, and gave a final exhortation. "Turn back. You can't go on," Anlin in black said indifferently. "I have gone too far and can't turn back." As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly opened his mouth, and the surging energy gushed out and fell on Anlin in blue. This time there was no accident. Anlin in blue was pulled into the body of Anlin in black with a desperate cry. When the two figures of Anlin completely overlapped and merged into one again, Anlin slightly adapted to his own strength, and a wicked smile appeared on his cold face. "Yes, this is it. I feel it. I touched it." He lowered his head, formed a seal in his hand, and with a slight sound, the eye of Agamotto on his chest opened, and a dazzling green light emanated from it. Anlin took a deep breath, placed his hands in front of his chest in a claw shape, and an ominous scarlet light rose from his hands. Anlin roared horribly, pouring all his strength into the eye of Agamotto. The green light of time seemed to feel the threat and quickly became stronger, but was quickly suppressed by the scarlet light in Anlin's hands. Endless ominous scarlet power poured in crazily, and waves of terrifying energy storms spread out in all directions with Anlin as the center. The strong scarlet light even rushed straight into the sky, dyeing the entire night sky red. With the collision of the scarlet energy and the green time power in the eye of Agamotto, the power that escaped became stronger and stronger, and even the ground under Anlin's feet began to collapse. Finally, accompanied by an extremely high-pitched roar, a flame ignited in the eye of Agamotto. The green light was completely wiped out, and a green gem hidden in it was also transformed into a scarlet gem full of ominous breath. In the last collision before the gemstone's color changed, the surging scarlet flames swept the world, and the entire Earth was completely destroyed in the aftermath of the power leaked by the collision, leaving only a few debris. The next moment, in the smoke and dust of the decomposed matter, a ferocious claw with a scarlet magic ring stretched out, and the wrist twisted gently. Then, time turned back, and everything destroyed in the aftermath was turned back to its original intact appearance, and the already collapsed Earth was restored. On the Hudson River where Gwen died, in a calm night, a huge behemoth surrounded by black mist opened the scarlet space door. A sleeping figure floated out from it, slowly fell down, and was gently held by the huge figure in the black mist with its claws. Gwen. The huge existence in the black mist gently called the girl's name, bringing up overlapping echoes, as if thousands of wills were calling the girl, looking forward to her awakening. The girl frowned, then slowly opened her eyes, looking a little confused. "This is Gwen, it's me." Accompanied by an evil voice that seemed to overlap thousands of voices, the black fog dissipated, and a terrifying face appeared in front of her. It was a hideous demon head, with long curved horns, black and purple skin, snake-like wriggling hair, dragon-like scales, dangerous glowing vertical pupils, a hideous mouth that seemed to be burning like a furnace, and dense fangs in it. And such a head grows on an almost indescribable body, full of different creatures and demonic features. This is, where am I? What happened? Gwen's face showed a look of fear, her eyes dodged, and she almost didn't dare to look at the terrifying existence, scanning around. The indescribable behemoth carefully supported Gwen's back with one claw, and said softly, "You had an accident before, but I reversed the tragedy. I saved you." Duh. Chapter 44. He gazed at the face he had longed for, stretched out his other claw, and gently tried to touch her cheek. However, the great fear brought to Gwen by the monster-like terrifying appearance made Gwen unable to think. She screamed sharply and fearfully, and tried to use her hands and feet to stay away from danger. "No, this is not real. I am having a nightmare. This is not. Don't come near me." The huge monster subconsciously moved and followed. The next moment, Gwen's eyes suddenly looked at her arm. On that slender arm, a black area that seemed to be corroded appeared at some point, and strands of oil-like things rose from that area. This physical change made Gwen scream even more fearfully. "Don't be afraid, I can handle it." The huge monster quickly came to Gwen and stretched out its claws, but in return, Gwen screamed even more sharply. "Don't touch me. The girl screamed and continued to retreat, but she didn't realize that she was on the edge of danger behind her. Gwen. In a hurry, huge amounts of monsters roared in pain, and their huge bodies began to shrink. At the same time, various terrifying alien features quickly disappeared. Finally, the human-shaped Lawn appeared in front of Gwen. Lawn. Gwen stopped screaming and stopped retreating. She looked at Lawn in a magician robe in disbelief and asked subconsciously, "What happened?" Just as she was talking, two more black areas appeared on her body, and the rise of that black substance was still accelerating. Lawn looked ugly, and her hands formed a seal to open the red eye of Agamotto again. She put on the time ring on her arms and tried to reverse the situation on Gwen. However, Lawn tried several times, but found that no matter how he reversed the time on Gwen, he could not eliminate the black areas on her body, and he could not even stop the expansion of these black areas. Obviously, this is a collapse beyond time, which occurs at all time points in the past, present, and future. How could it become like this? There was no time to answer Gwen's question. Lawn looked up at the dark night sky. Those originally shining stars are disappearing in pieces under his gaze. This proves that the existence of those stars is being completely wiped out, as if they have never existed and have never emitted starlight. The originally black night sky is rapidly becoming darker, and the universe is constantly disintegrating and collapsing and becoming smaller and smaller. No. Lawn surged with all his strength, pushing the power of Eye of Agamotto to the limit, and the scarlet light illuminated the night sky. He tried to reverse the disaster that was happening with the power of time. However, the time gem, which was dyed red, can reverse the absolute time point, but it cannot reverse the destruction of the universe. Lawn can only radiate his own power and bombard the shrinking universe crystal wall, using the power of destruction to fight destruction. The next moment, the picture switched. Endless scarlet light burst out from the edge of the Milky Way, instantly covering the entire galaxy, and continued to expand outward, finally reaching a void of darkness. The surging scarlet energy covered the entire galaxy at a speed beyond common sense, and even spread to further areas. But soon, the power that spread in all directions like a wave suddenly stopped expanding. The scarlet power hit a deep void. That terrible void that seemed to devour everything was devouring everything, just like the rising tide swallowing up the island. And the scarlet power tried to resist this devouring. At the boundary where the two sides collided, a crystal wall that seemed to be composed of countless prisms gradually appeared. That was the boundary of the universe. At the moment, the entire universe had collapsed to the file size of only a few galaxies, and was still moving firmly towards the final destruction. The power accumulated by the chain reaction of the universe's destruction was infinite. Even Lawn, who had swallowed countless powerful beings, could not resist this absolute destructive force. On the Earth, where black oil-like substances were everywhere, Lawn tried his best to blast out all his power, trying to resist the final collapse of the universe. However, that terrible power of the end of the universe still firmly and slowly compressed his power bit by bit. The remaining space in the universe has grown from the size of several galaxies to the size of a galaxy, and then to the size of a cantilever. Anlin can only slow down the speed of the universe's collapse, but can't stop it. Outside, countless viewers watched Anlin roaring in the sky, trying to stop the destruction of the universe, and the whole world fell into silence. In fact, before seeing Anlin blacken, although people guessed that the ending of this video might be tragic, no one could have imagined that it would be so tragic. Even many middle school teenagers who had previously clamored for Anlin to resurrect Gwen and then embrace each other in the grand scene of the end of the universe, at the moment were strangled by the despair of the end of the universe. Not even a sound could be made. If you see scenes like the end of the universe in movies and TV shows, people will not take it to heart, because everyone knows that it is fake. Just like most people will only feel excitement when they see various tragic scenes of killing or being killed in movies and TV shows, at most a little scared. But if a person who is used to watching bloodthirsty films watches some real murder videos, the creepiness and fear from the heart can make him unable to sleep for several days, or even unforgettable for months or years, because people know that it is true. And for the people in this world, the content played in the future video is also true. Witnessing the destruction of a universe with your own eyes, the shock and trembling of the soul even made many viewers with poor psychological quality faint. Chapter 45. Originally, many people cheered after seeing Lawn finally absorb another self and successfully resurrect Gwen, fulfilling their long-cherished wish for hundreds of years. When they saw Lawn turned into an indescribable monster in order to resurrect Gwen, and the resurrected Gwen avoided him, some people angrily accused Gwen of not being worthy of Lawn's love. But when the end of the universe came, no one paid attention to these anymore. Everyone was speechless by the scarlet wave sweeping the universe and the confrontation scene of the collapse end. It was a kind of magnificence and vastness beyond imagination. It made people feel their own insignificance and the greatness of the universe, and then smashed this boundless greatness hard. And just when people had made psychological preparations, looked up at the changes in the sky, and waited for the arrival of the real end of the universe with a sad mood, the content that appeared in the video brought new shock to people. And Land's scarlet power is still maintaining the confrontation with the collapse of the universe. He burst out all his strength and bombarded the crystal wall of the universe with all his strength, even making all kinds of weird demons and evil features emerge from his body. But even so, it is still impossible to resist the force of the universe's collapse. Stars extinguished one by one, and the remaining universe became smaller and smaller. In the end, even the sun was annihilated, and the moon turned into nothingness. Anlan tried his best to barely protect the earth. At this moment, Anlan suddenly raised his head, which had turned into a hideous demon, and glanced at the cosmic crystal wall covering the sky, shouting, You can stop all this." His scarlet eyes burst out with brilliant light, penetrating the cosmic crystal wall, and saw a figure standing in the dark void. "Please, help. Save this world." Silently, an extremely tall figure came in from outside the crystal wall. He was hanging high in the sky, and his dark blue robe fell thousands of meters to the ground. His huge head was like a mountain, and there was no pupil in his eyes, only endless white light. "Like you saved Gwen?" The extremely tall figure asked with a hint of sarcasm, and his voice was exactly the same as the observer's narration. Gwen was beside Anlan at the moment, and was protected by his energy, but he still hadn't recovered from the shock. Hearing this, he subconsciously looked at the monster-like Anlan, at a loss. "I know I was wrong. It's all my fault." Anlan tried hard to release his power to resist the collapse of the universe, and confessed painfully, "Someone has warned you. I know. All the tragedies are my fault. But this world." Anlan resisted the growing force of collapse with a hideous face, and said with difficulty, "This world should not pay the price for my arrogance." He looked at the tall figure in the sky and prayed, "I know you have been watching. I feel your presence. You are a god beyond the universe. You can definitely stop all this. These are all caused by me, a sinner, and I am willing to accept all punishments. I am willing to be tortured in hell until the end of time to atone for my sins. But please, save this world. Save Gwen." "Unfortunately, I can't." The observer stared at Anlan with his eyes shining with white light, and made a magnificent voice. "To be honest, if I can stop all this and punish you instead, I will. But I swore that I would not interfere with what happened in the universe, and would only be a quiet observer. I can't break my oath." After the voice fell, the tall figure slowly floated out of the universe crystal wall and disappeared into the dark nothingness outside, leaving Anlan's desperate cry, "No." As the power output lasted too long, the collapse pressure became greater and greater. Although Anlan tried his best, he still couldn't stop the sudden increase in pressure. Along with Anlan's hysterical and desperate roar, the universe, which had shrunk to less than the size of the Earth file, roared in death, and then crushed his resistance and collapsed to the limit in an instant. In the dark void, the picture gradually zoomed in. In the boundless void, a purple multifaceted crystal quietly suspended. This is the only part left after the universe collapsed. Passing through the cosmic crystal wall, a wrapped city appeared. But at the moment, everything in this city was dead. The water stopped flowing, the wind stopped blowing, the flames stopped burning, the clouds stopped floating, and the people, animals, and even insects or smaller lives living in the city all came to an end. Only the dead city without life was left, like a corpse without a soul. On a desolate ruin, Anlan, who had regained his human form, lifted Gwen's body with a sad look and did not dare to look into the girl's eyes. "I'm sorry." He uttered a hoarse voice with difficulty from his dry throat, full of regret and guilt. More black oil-like substances floated on Gwen's body, and the irreversible collapse gradually turned her entire body invisible. "Lon, what did you do?" the girl asked. Before Lon could answer, the girl, who was full of doubts, completely turned into black substances and floated in the air. "Gwen, no." Witnessing the girl's figure dissipating, Lon knelt on the ground and slowly curled up his body, holding his head with both hands and falling into the dust and mud, covered in dirt, no longer looking as powerful as before, like a severely injured beast. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The picture gradually pulled up and returned to the outside of the universe crystal wall, leaving only Anlan's painful and regretful wails echoing again and again in the fragments of the empty and dead world. The picture keeps stretching. The crystal that envelopes the last fragment of the world gradually shrinks and moves away, and the calm narration of the observer sounds again. Just one person, one choice, one moment can destroy the entire universe. Chapter 46. When the sky turned into darkness and finally dissipated into invisible, people outside knew that this future video was over and there would be no reversal. The universe in that future really ended in destruction. Although at the end of the video, Enlon finally saved a city in the destruction of the universe with his powerful strength, there were no other living things in that city. It would be an eternal cage, imprisoning Enlon in it, and making him spend every second of the rest of his life in pain and regret. After watching the final ending, the audience also had mixed feelings. Although the universe in the video was still destroyed in the end, it was not all bad news. After all, Enlon finally repented and clearly realized the consequences of his actions, so he repented. Although this regret came a little late, it was better than going all the way to the end and stubbornly refusing to admit his mistakes. After all, being able to recognize the mistake and regret it in the end means that the real Enlon who watched this video will at least not follow the old path of Blacken Enlon in the video to ruin the universe. This is very important. At the same time, because of Blacken Enlon's attitude change in the last stage of the video, there are also many discussions and disputes about him. From a rational point of view, Enlon finally destroyed the entire universe. It can be said that all the lives killed by butchers, villains, executioners, and demons in human history are not as many as the lives killed by him. From the perspective of sin alone, Enlon is unforgivable. He is extremely evil. It is not an exaggeration to call him the #1 villain in the universe. But from an emotional point of view, Enlon caused the destruction of the universe and was the culprit of the death of all life, but he did not cause this result intentionally. He just loved too deeply, which can increase a lot of impression points and sympathy points for many female viewers. At the same time, after he finally realized the disaster he caused, he truly repented and even prayed to the observer, willing to exchange his eternal pain for the recovery of everything. Although the observer refused in the end, Enlon's behavior was undoubtedly a sincere confession and an attempt to remedy it. This cannot erase the real negative impact brought about by his destruction of the universe, but it is enough to offset part of it. And the power he possesses can also offset part of it. After all, at the end of the video, Enlon actually showed a power that was enough to cover several galaxies at least, because the universe was only that big at that time, not because his power could only spread that far. And this power covering several galaxies can even slow down the speed of the universe's collapse. This is a level that Thor, who performed the best in previous videos, and even the legendary Lord of the Nine Realms Odin, could not reach. In previous videos, Asgard's strongest performance was nothing more than using Bifrost to bombard Jotunheim, which could theoretically continue to bombard it until it was destroyed, which was far worse than Enlon's performance. With such a powerful force, and from the specific actions, except for Gwen's huge amounts of weakness, other aspects can be called a perfect superhero. Not afraid of pain, brave to sacrifice, tenacious, upright, and kind, plus seeing the future of going astray in advance. The possibility of Blacken destroying the world because of Gwen has been eliminated. If such Enlon takes the path of magician as in the video, the Earth will almost not have to worry about external threats. Without touching Gwen's reverse scale, his personality is still very good. He belongs to the standard lawful good camp. Even if he has great power, all parties do not need to worry about him doing anything wrong. After all, a person who only wants to save his girlfriend after Blacken and never thinks of hurting others is much easier to deal with than Tony Stark or other superheroes with unique personalities. At the end of the video, Enlon also called out the Observer and clearly stated that he could perceive the existence of the Observer. This is also something that no one has ever done in the previous future videos. This is also the first time that the audience has seen with their own eyes what the Observer, who has been hiding behind the future video, looks like, and has a slight glimpse of the Observer's power. The appearance of the Observer does not seem to have too many surprising places. It is nothing more than a taller body, and the proportion of the head and body is slightly different from that of the Earthlings. But the Observer's power to easily and freely shuttle inside and outside the crystal wall when the universe is destroyed has brought endless shock to the audience. After all, there is the comparison of Blacken and Enlon. Enlon exerted all his strength to fight against the power of universe destruction, and the nearly infinite power hedge covered almost every millimeter of the universe crystal wall. However, the Observer completely ignored the two opposing forces and entered and exited the universe crystal wall as easily as entering and exiting his own home, without being affected at all. This performance, which is far less dazzling than the energy hedge, actually represents a level above the universe. People can't help but sigh. He is worthy of being a transcendent observer. After a heated discussion about the transcendence and power of the observer, people once again focused their attention on Enlon. Many people began to look for this video recorded by others on the internet, revisiting the video while listening to the detailed analysis of the video by the host or bloggers. And by the way, they could also discuss or spray each other in the comment area. Definitely, there are still many people in America who skillfully took to the streets to protest against Enlon's destruction of the universe. And by the way, they bought it for free. It's an old tradition. While ordinary people are still arguing about the content of the video online or in reality, many people with special identities have begun to take action. Chapter 47. The so-called action definitely does not mean to find Anlin. After all, everyone who has watched the video knows that Anlin must go to Kamartaj to grow up. So whether you want to win him over or use him, it is useless to find him now. Not to mention those who have ill intentions towards Anlin. Maybe the Ancient One is watching him from the mirror dimension at Anlin's house at this moment. If you want to make trouble in the past, you will only get yourself into trouble. And with Anlin's emotional character shown in the future video, it is undoubtedly more profitable to make friends with him than to make enemies with him. If it is not suitable to find him in person, it is most appropriate to start with people familiar to him. Therefore, the two families became lively. At Stacy's house, Sheriff Stacy received a call from her superiors, and soon the official arrived. At the Stone family, Mrs. Stone had not sent away some neighbors who came to visit, and the official had already arrived. As for Anlin, no one came to the door, but he also received calls from the American official and the Earth Security Countermeasures Bureau established by the World Security Council after the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D. There was no threat. Both calls showed goodwill and suggested that if he needed it, they could arrange a complete security force for him before he embarked on the path of magician and had the ability to protect himself. By the way, the caller also comforted Enlon, telling him that he didn't need to have any psychological burden for the video of him destroying the universe, and people would not convict people for things that had not happened yet. In addition, Enlon also received several other calls from some powerful families or organizations. They were also trying to win him over, but these people were much more obvious than the two official organizations. Or, in other words, they wanted to lick him more. Some directly promoted their beautiful daughters. Some asked to spend $100 million to treat him to a meal and make friends. Some made an appointment in advance to buy magic knowledge, and even one wanted him to be the snakehead. This snake was the snake of J.A.R.V.I.S. The caller said that only by conquering the world and integrating the power of the earth could we better fight against alien threats, and invited him to discuss the big plan. Enlon felt speechless after hearing this. He didn't know whether the person who called this phone was funny or serious. Finally, Enlon also received a call from Johnny. Judging from the impact of this video, Susan and Johnny are obviously not suitable to come to him now, but Johnny mentioned that his sister Susan was in a low mood. At the same time, Johnny expressed his admiration for his loyalty, and then hoped that if he went to Kamartaj to become a magician, he would not forget to teach him a little magic, which does not need to be very strong, as long as he can be handsome and pick up girls. As for Gwen, she did not call Enlon, but it was not long before Enlan's house was knocked on the door. The moment Enlon opened the door, a crying little white flower fell into his arms. Outside the door stood Sheriff Stacy, who looked a little embarrassed, and several mysterious people in black suits with friendly smiles. Ahem. We won't go in. You young people have a good chat. Sheriff Stacy said dryly, and did not forget to hold Enlan's hand before leaving, and coquettishly put a few small packages into his hand. You guys, you must be gentle when the time comes. Sheriff Stacy's eyes flashed a glimmer, and then she resolutely turned back and left. A few mysterious men in suits with friendly smiles nodded politely to Enlon, and then followed Sheriff Stacy's footsteps. After seeing off a few people, Enlon ignored the unfamiliar neighbors who were looking around and closed the door, hugged Gwen, and walked inside. Until they entered the inner room, Gwen was still sobbing and hugging Enlon tightly, her delicate little hands tightly grasping Enlan's clothes and unwilling to let him go, showing a boldness completely different from the past. Enlon had no choice but to hold Gwen and sit down next to her on the bed, gently patting her somewhat thin back and whispering consolation. Gwen was obviously too immersed in the video and couldn't get out of it. But it is understandable that some girls can cry when watching some melodramatic TV shows and movies, not to mention that Gwen is watching such a tragic and miserable future and she is still involved in it. Let alone Gwen, when Enlon just made the video. Even though he knew that everything was made up and fake, he was still touched when watching it in the system. It can only be said that the video made with one's own image is really immersive. For a long time, Gwen kept sobbing and talking about her feelings when watching the future video, saying that she shouldn't leave Enlon alone to struggle alone and painfully. She said that she shouldn't fail to recognize Enlon after resurrection. She said how heartbroken she was when watching the content of the video, and she wanted to rush in and let him stop torturing herself. She cried while talking, tears falling like rain. And Enlon could only try to comfort her, telling her over and over again that it was just a possibility in the future and nothing happened in reality. Finally, Gwen, tired of crying, fell asleep unconsciously in Enlon's arms, but her hands were still tightly grasping his clothes, like a little white rabbit afraid of losing. Enlon dimmed the lights so that Gwen could have a good rest. Gently wiping away the tears on Gwen's face, looking at her slightly frowned brows even after falling asleep, Enlon sighed softly, and a little guilt rose in his heart. The future video was fake, and he made it himself, which meant that he deliberately hurt Gwen's heart, and he also had to add Susan, who also had a good impression of him. But Enlon did not regret it. He was a greedy person. After being reborn, he came to this wonderful and vast world. What he wanted was not only to climb to the peak of power, but also to give up any of the girls he liked in his previous life and this life. Chapter 48. Although as his power grows stronger, there will definitely be no shortage of beautiful women, but Gwen and Susan, and even other female heroes who are truly favored by him, are unlikely to join his harem under normal circumstances. Since he is unwilling to let them leave him, and unwilling to use force, he can only change another way to make them accept, or even take the initiative to join. Facing a lover who has ironclad evidence of future videos and can give everything for him, and is willing to sacrifice his life at any cost, but he falls in love with Susan in another future, and can also give everything for Susan. In this case, how will Gwen choose? How will Susan choose? At that time, if Enlon expresses his unwillingness to give up any of them, they will no longer join Enlon's harem at their accord. But Enlon does not want to hurt anyone, so he accepts the two of them. As for sharing Enlon's love with others, what is that little grievance and bitterness compared to the sacrifices Enlon made for them in the two futures? Definitely, such an approach is obviously a bit despicable. But Enlon is not the pure and innocent Tang Buddha. He will not claim to be an upright good man. He is just a greedy time traveler, an ordinary person with a slightly lower moral bottom line. After quietly admiring Gwen's sleeping face for a while, Enlon stretched out his fingers to gently smooth her brows, and then opened the system panel. Super God Template System. Host. Enlon. Current role template. Dark Doctor Strange. Template unlocking progress 52.745%. Current template promotion progress. None. Unlocked templates. Dark Doctor Strange. 52.745%. Unjust Superman. New. Mind Source. 5.2 Enlon's system interface is not complicated, mainly showing template progress and system currency. The so-called system currency is mind source, a byproduct of the process of playing a template, gaining trust, and unlocking power. According to the information provided by the system, the psychic essence is a miracle produced by the power of the mind. However, the current known use is that after a template role is completely completed, the psychic essence can be used to obtain things related to the template. But what can be obtained is not certain, because miracles never appear in a fixed way. Just like the Dark Doctor Strange template, it may obtain the Time Gem, which will give this universe an extra infinite gems. But it is also possible to obtain the watch given to him by his girlfriend. In short, the value is difficult to measure, which is similar to a lottery. There is also a template promotion progress. Enlon learned a little about it. It is probably a function used to increase the strength of the template. For example, the Dark Doctor Strange template he is currently playing comes from the Dark Doctor Strange in the Marvel movie universe. But when he increases the template progress to 100%, he can start the template promotion, thereby upgrading the movie Black Strange template to the Black Strange template in the animation. He can even continue to upgrade to the level of the Dark Sorcerer Supreme Enlon in the future video he played. Looking at the 52% role-playing progress displayed on the system interface, Enlon smiled with relief. The system's initial novice gift package comes with 5% of the Black Strange template progress, which means that he directly obtained more than 47% of the role-playing progress this time. It's worth it that he spent a year to lay the groundwork, spoil the future, and cultivate the trust of the people. If he played this video directly at the beginning, most people would probably just watch it as a movie for fun and would not believe it was true at all, and they would probably not even get 3% of the system role-playing progress. Moreover, as the person who appeared in the first video, he would inevitably be troubled by various temptations or malicious intentions. Tony Stark has the ability to withstand the troubles brought by the first landing in the future video, but he can't. And even Tony Stark, who has a deep background and rich money, was also troubled by various troubles for a period of time. Unlike now, trust has been established, and all parties have figured out how to get along with the superheroes or supervillains that appear in the video. And Lan doesn't have to worry about trouble coming to her door. It's perfect. After feeling the mana flowing in her body and the extraordinary knowledge obtained with the template unlocking, Lan curled his lips. I can only say that it's no wonder that magicians have to use the energy of other dimensions to cast spells. It's really that the mana obtained by magicians themselves is really weak. It's completely incomparable with those beings who are born with super abilities. The Dark Doctor Strange he plays is the Dark Doctor Strange in the movie, not the Dark Doctor Strange in the animation who devoured mysterious creatures in the Lost Book City for hundreds of years. If you want to say whether it's strong or not, it's definitely strong. After all, the Dark Doctor Strange in the movie is also a ruthless person who destroyed his own universe and learned the evil spells in the Dark God book and killed a lot of himself and other universes along the network cable. But to fully exert this power, you have to borrow the power of other dimensions like other magicians, and then pay the price. With the little mana that comes with the template, Black Strange can only deal with ordinary superheroes like the Hulk at most, and it is still a bit short of eating beef. However, although Lan does not want to borrow usury from the dimensional lords or Mephistas of other dimensions, there is still a way to make up for the lack of energy. Among the knowledge learned by Dark Doctor Strange, there are also rituals that can devour other mysterious creatures or demons to enhance their own strength. If he wants, he can also replicate what he did in the video. But Lan does not intend to stuff a bunch of garbage into his body as a personal pillar. He looked at the panel and saw the new template unlocked when the progress of Black Strange template exceeded 50%. Unjust Superman. Unjust Superman, an outlier among Superman. Like Dark Doctor Strange, they all became blackened because of the death of their lovers. It's just that Dark Doctor Strange chose to try not to hurt others, but he was only trying to revive his girlfriend and finally got into trouble. Injustice Superman did not pursue the illusory resurrection, but broke the principle of not killing and used his own power to sweep across the world, establishing a totalitarian government, believing that using violent deterrence to build an absolute order can prevent similar tragedies from happening again. Definitely, he got it wrong in the end. Chapter 49. Definitely, Lan doesn't care about the original life of Unjust Superman. He only needs the iron body and powerful strength of Unjust Superman. When he saw the 4 words, Unjust Superman, he had already thought about what content to make in the next future video. No words all night. In the morning, the warm sunlight fell on Gwen's pretty face through the glass. She frowned, stretched subconsciously, and then opened her eyes, just in time to meet and land sight. Yo, you wake up? Congratulations, the operation was successful. You are already a cute boy. Gwen was startled, and her slightly confused eyes were instantly clear, and then the next moment she showed a bit of laughter and anger and patted Lan lightly. Just such a small prank made Gwen feel much more relaxed, and the heavy depression that had been heavy after watching the video yesterday also dissipated. Lan, why didn't you wake me up last night? After waking up, Gwen propped up her body and found that she had slept with Lan in her arms all night. In this situation, Lan originally couldn't rest well and sat on the bed all night. Go to sleep for a while, Lan, I'll make you some breakfast. Gwen was a little shy and a little regretful. She originally wanted to give herself to Lan last night, and with the future video as a catalyst, her emotions were in place, so it could be said that it was a natural outcome. Unexpectedly, she cried and fell asleep. It was a pity. Okay, I'll sleep for a while, Lan said. But we probably can't go to the Stark Technology exhibition today. Gwen didn't take this matter to heart. She originally invited Lan to go to the technology exhibition together today, originally not because she liked it, but just wanted to have an excuse to date Lan alone. As a result, a new future video was released yesterday, and she and he were the protagonists in it. In this case, if they go out to see the technology exhibition again, it will not be them who are watching the technology exhibition, but others will be watching them. The most important thing is that she wants to be alone with Lan and confirm the relationship as soon as possible. It doesn't matter whether she goes to the technology exhibition or not. It's okay. Gwen's smile was sweet and playful, like a little white flower blooming in the morning, as pure as dewdrops. After a while, when everyone is familiar with you and the emotions are not so enthusiastic, we can go out and play again, take a rest, and make up for your sleep. I'll go wash up and make breakfast. Lan nodded, then took off his clothes and lay down with his eyes closed. There are brand new towels and toothbrushes in the cabinet of the sink. Take them yourself. Soon, the sound of water dripping came from the bathroom. Lan looked in the direction of the bathroom and closed his eyes to rest. Although he was a little restless, he could control his emotions. The little white flower was already in his pocket. It was only a few days later or a few days earlier to completely dye her with his own color. He didn't need to rush. More than half an hour later, Gwen woke Lon up. After the two had a simple breakfast, Lon continued to make up for his sleep, while Gwen sat by the bed and looked at her mobile phone. From time to time, she looked up at Lan's quiet sleeping face, and her heart was sweet. I just feel that such a simple life is full of happiness. After a night of fermentation, the internet is full of news about last night's future video. Various bloggers, masters, and passers-by have come out to repeatedly study and analyze the recorded future video, and found many things that most people have never noticed when they first watched it. For example, there is a video blogger who slowed down the content recorded by a high-speed camera by dozens of times. Originally, he wanted to carefully analyze the various spells and battle effects of the magicians in the video, but he made an unexpected discovery. He found that when the video was about to end, when Lon used his own scarlet power to erode the eye of Agamotto and cause the earth to collapse and explode, there was a huge amount of human figures flashing inside the earth. The video blogger who accidentally discovered this slowed down the video again to 100 times slow play, and then repeatedly observed the earth explosion clip, and then found that it didn't seem to be his eyes, nor was it a coincidental light and shadow effect caused by the explosion shadow. Instead, there is really a huge human-shaped thing in the core of the earth. Then the video blogger posted it on his account, which immediately caused a heated discussion among countless netizens. People speculated what the human figure that appeared briefly in the 100x slow-motion video was, and whether it was a living being. Judging from the comparison between the short clip in the 100x slow-motion video and the file size of the entire Earth, the huge amounts of human-shaped existence are probably close to thousands of kilometers in size. However, are there really such huge lives in the material world? You should know that in previous videos, the largest life form people have seen is Dormammu in the Dark Dimension, and its head alone is as big as a mountain. And Dormammu is called Dimensional Mephisto, a super powerful existence that dominates the Dark Dimension. According to the proportion, the head of this behemoth inside the Earth is much larger than that of Dormammu in the energy form of the Dark Dimension. Is there also a super life form inside the Earth? But there is one thing that doesn't make sense. In the previous video, Dormammu's Dark Dimension almost swallowed the Earth, and there was no reaction from the huge human figure in his heart. If the humanoid being inside the Earth is indeed alive, then why is it, or rather, him, not moving? Such a huge creature, if it moves a little, the entire ecological environment of the Earth will suffer a devastating blow. It is even hard to say whether the Earth originally can hold on. As for the humans and other creatures on the Earth, they are absolutely dead and have no power to struggle at all. Chapter 50. However, the Earth has been alive for 4 or 5 billion years, and although there have been some ecological disasters, such as small planet impacts, the Earth has remained intact. This means that the vague human figure inside the Earth in the video may just be a coincidence when the Earth exploded to form a similar shape. Or there is indeed such a being inside the Earth, but it has long been dead and unconscious, otherwise it would not have been silent for billions of years. After this conclusion came out, the netizens' uneasy hearts were slightly relieved. Only a few members of the Eternal Clan who have lived on Earth for countless years looked at the giant figure in the center of the Earth in the freeze frame of the video, and they were confused. Why does this look a bit like the great god who created their clan? But how can the god be in the center of the Earth? The leader of the Eternal Clan on Earth, who knows the true secret of the god and the true mission of the Eternals, has mixed feelings, but also has doubts. That is, when Lon caused the destruction of the universe in the video, where did the gods go? Where is Alizum? Why didn't they come out to rescue? Lon didn't sleep for too long. He got up before lunchtime and made a simple lunch with Gwen. After finishing the meal while maintaining his appearance, Gwen pulled Lon to sit on the sofa and excitedly showed him the news on the internet. Apparently, after a night and a morning of precipitation, coupled with Lan's careful consolation and company, Gwen has gradually gotten rid of the sadness brought by the future video. Lon, look at this. Gwen turned to the widely circulated video clip, pointed at the vague figure looming inside the broken Earth in the frozen picture, and leaned into Lan's arms with a little fear. Lon, do you think there is really such a big person inside the Earth? Lon laughed. Can such a big person be a person? Besides, the Earth has been safe and sound for billions of years. Even in the future video, the Earth is broken and the universe is destroyed, and the things inside are not moving. It is estimated that they are not living things. Gwen nodded thoughtfully. That's right. Many people on the internet also think so. Alas, maybe I am a little too sensitive. I always feel that there is something dangerous about such a big human-shaped thing hidden in the Earth, Don't worry, I will protect you. And Lan patted Gwen's little face and said confidently, I will go to Kamartaj to study magic and work hard to become a sorcerer supreme. But learning magic will take a long time, right? Gwen became a little depressed. With so many dangers in the future, I know it's the right choice for you to learn magic, but I still can't bear it. What's there to be reluctant about? And Lan laughed. Don't forget that there is a holy place in Xinjiang. I can go home anytime. Besides, I will definitely learn how to teleport first, and then we can meet whenever we want. Speaking of the holy place, halfway through the future video last night, people who were originally in Xinjiang, Fog City, and Hong Kong found that they could not find the holy place. Before last night, people living near the holy place could still see the mysterious symbol representing magician on the top of the building. But now they understand the meaning of the symbol and the power represented by the building, but they can no longer see it. It was as if the three holy places disappeared out of thin air along with the foundation, and the houses on both sides of the holy place were put together. This disappointed many people who planned to follow the address in the video to pursue magical powers. People also guessed that this was probably some special magic effect. Obviously, magicians do not want to be disturbed too much by the outside world, and are more inclined to let a few specific people step into the magic world through chance and fate. This specific person must include Lan. After the video was broadcast, I spent a sweet half-month at home with Gwen and even did not continue to go to school. However, it is obvious that the school also understands the situation of Lan and Gwen and was very considerate to approve Gwen and Lan's vacation on the phone. On the second night after the video was broadcast, Gwen mustered up the courage to push Lan down, doing what she had wanted to do countless times, but did not dare to do. That future video made Gwen full of determination. Another reason is that the internet is full of covetousness and peeping at her boyfriend. All the comments below in Lan's videos are full of envy, jealousy, and hatred for her, as well as comments that want to snatch Lan away. Those comments even seriously discuss how to create an encounter, how to leave a deep impression in Lan's heart, and finally completely take Lan's heart away, etc. There are also many people who are more direct. They openly declare on the internet that they don't ask Lan to fall in love with them, but only ask for a romantic encounter and a beautiful night. If it doesn't work, they even hope to drink Lan's bath water. And among those who made outrageous remarks, there are not only people with biological gender female, but also some gender fluid and cunning zeros who call on Lan not to be too rigid about the gender of his lover. All of this made Gwen feel a chill, and also made her feel more urgent, so everything almost came to fruition. In the next half a month, the whole house was full of traces of Gwen and Lan's love. The young man and girl who had just tasted the taste of love tirelessly asked for each other and tried all kinds of strange tricks. After half a month of crazy, Gwen, who was a little kidney deficient, took the initiative to stop. Looking at Lan, who was still radiant, Gwen felt that the knowledge he had read on the internet was completely in vain. Lan smiled without saying anything. Although the little mana he inherited from the Black Strange template was not much, it was more than enough to cast a few small body-strengthening spells. After tidying up the house, Gwen called Susan and Johnny to invite them to the party. When the party was about to end, Lan also took the opportunity to propose that he was going to Kamartaj to learn magic. This was also what he had planned long ago.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.